Okay. All right. I'll be on YouTube, Parker Get a Job, and then I'll also be on my TikTok, Parker Get a Job. I'm gonna try and use my man again.
Very nice, very nice. So yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, go over to Parker Get a Job, and if you're on TikTok, go over to Parker Get a Job.
Not the guitar, bro. 3.5 hours, bro. Damn, you've already been live for a while, bro. How was today? How was today, at least?
Today was all right. We had some decent debates, but also a lot of like really annoying people. I kind of like blew up on some misogynists. Used to be nuts. Then we had some decent conversations, a few like nut jobs. I'm not gonna lie, a few crazies, as always, But overall, it was a decent day, you know. I'd say that the crazies are probably a little bit more out today than they are on a typical evening.
Interesting. What restrictions did you get?
I don't know, like a bunch, like one for alcohol and tobacco, one for like other regulated. We got a shit ton. I'm not gonna lie.
So wait, is today like a? Did you get any other bans?
Not even a warning.
Okay, interesting. I like the guitar though. You should post a video of you doing that. It'd probably blow up right now.
I think if I was supposed to
blow up.
Oh yeah, that was doing well. I think if I was to post a video, it would probably be like a guitar on a loop pedal, with piano as well. Like I'd probably hit like a 5-2-1 chord progression on the guitar for some jazz, and then like freestyle to it on the keys. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty sick.
Dean, new Dean, a video dropping soon with guitar. I'm calling it, bro.
Oh yeah. But okay,
right,
I'm gonna stop
later,
postponing
bro.
so we stop losing viewers, so we have more people to rate you.
Okay.
Have a good stream, Parker.
It was good seeing you, bro.
Good seeing you as well.
Brutal, bro. All right. Let's get to the main account. Turn on the debates. What's up, everyone? Joining the live right now. How y'all doing? And do make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. You already know the deal. What's up, everyone? Joining the live right now. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good day. What's up? Everyone joining in from Dean's live. What's up? What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Do share live. We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Once we start getting some debates, people will start coming in, and it'll be a lot easier. But right now, I would really appreciate if you like this stream because it helps push it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, I would appreciate if you like it. Oh, what's good, everyone? Do make sure to tap the screen. We're going to help get it out to more people. Hey, just came from Dean's live. What's up? Hopefully we can get the algorithm working today, everyone. The algorithm has been taking a minute to work. So hopefully today we can get it working. That'd be fantastic. We can have some amazing debates today. Dean said there was a lot of interesting debates today. You know what? Let's make them educational. Okay, let's make them educational. Terrific. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to start getting some debates up here right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, again, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, appreciate the paper crane. Thank you. All right. Let me get this next person up here. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 20.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the goose and that. Thank you. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Good.
Why'd you do that?
Because I'm pro-life.
Okay. So just because you're pro-life, you're a single issue voter?
No, I didn't say that. That's just my main issue. Besides that, I voted because I want my borders closed.
Okay.
And I also voted because I did not like any of the policies that Kamala had put forward.
Okay. Abortion, borders closed, and you didn't like any of the policies. What policies did you not like?
Me personally, let's see. Do you want me to list off a few or just one to focus on?
You can mention as many as you'd like.
Okay, so my personal opinion, I am not a fan of any of the DEI stuff, and Carmilla seemed like she was going to be pushing more of that. And let's see, what's another policy? Another policy that I did not like was the child tax credit. I don't believe that's a good idea because it's already been. Well, I don't like her idea of a tax credit, and I also don't agree with Trump on his tax credit policy. But that's not why I voted for him.
And by the way, her name is Kamala. I'm really confused. What?
Kamala,
Kamala.
no,
Kamala.
whatever.
You can say VP Harris as well. So there's a few things I wanted to address with this. You said pro-life. Okay. Pro-life, no child tax credit. That's interesting. Did you know that the child tax credit, when implemented, reduced child poverty by 45%?
Well, did you also know it didn't increase the population? It was
What?
like minimal in effect at all. I mean, look at what they did in Hungary. They implemented one of the strongest child tax credits, but it didn't raise the rate pretty much at all. So that's my disagreement with it. Not the disagreement in how
I'm confused. I'm confused. So like you're saying that like you want to protect the rights of the children, right? You want like women to provide the resources, but then you're saying that like policies that would help provide resources you don't want to engage in.
I'm just saying that it's not the best way to do it.
I'm confused.
It's not the best way to do it
What do you mean it's not the best way to do it? Can you give me a better way?
because it's like the welfare state,
Could you tell me what would be a better way?
imposing more restrictions on it.
Like what?
Like, for instance, there has to be, a working parent. It can't just be like a single parent, running off having a bunch of kids with a bunch of people abusing the system. And I don't know, it's just too much for the government to handle, and I think it'd be more suited for church work.
So you'd rather more children go hungry and more children live in
No,
poverty?
I'd rather the church do more. I don't believe the church is doing enough.
Okay,
I've-
you could say please pray the church will do more, but I'm saying we need actually something that will happen instead of just prayers.
Yeah, well, I believe praying it's helpful, and I don't believe the government should be doing it because I believe in small government, not big government.
Here, how about this? If you knew that leaving it just up to the church with less governmental oversight would lead to more children dying, that like you would be against that?
Well, what you're arguing for is short-term pain, short-term gain, long-term pain, because the debt's only increasing. This would just, I don't believe it's a good idea.
Did you say short-term gain, long-term pain?
Yeah, like Social Security, short-term gain, long-term pain. I mean, we're paying a whole bunch of stuff for the Social Security,
So
and
you can subvert the funding for Social Security over a long period of time without getting rid of the benefits. The benefits are a good idea. The funding mechanism is the issue. You can that's a totally separate issue, right? But
well, it's the same thing. Same
wait,
thing with the
hold up.
child
You're
tax
not. Can I
credit.
please finish? No, it's not because a
Yeah.
child tax credit. You guys are saying tax cuts are good, right? Deregulation is good. Is that not what a
Well, sorry.
child? Is that not what a child tax credit is?
Well, like deducting it, yeah, but giving them money, no.
Well, what is a child tax credit?
Well, the child tax credit is good. Giving them money, specifically saying, "Hey, we're going to give you $30,000 if you have a kid or whatever." That's not good.
Okay, so you understand that it's all like relating to like the level of taxation that you have, right?
Yeah.
It's a tax credit. Okay, so hold up. To clarify, you don't want a tax credit, right? Like that would reduce taxes on like families that have children.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant no tax, like not tax incentives. I believe I misspoke. I don't want them getting handouts.
What do you mean?
like welfare.
So,
I don't want
so decreasing taxes on lower and middle income families that have children, right? Like you're telling me that is handouts, but not massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires while doing Medicaid cuts and Medicare cuts.
No, I didn't say that. I meant giving handouts like welfare. That's what I'm against. Tax credits, no, I'm not against that because
So then you agree with the child tax credit?
yes, I never said I didn't agree with it. I said
Really?
I disagree with the child tax funding.
What?
I don't think we
What
should
the
have.
child tax funding? What is that?
Well, there was a proposed setup where you'd get a certain amount of money for having a child or whatever. I don't think that actually went through.
That's the child tax credit that you
That's not
just.
the child tax credit.
That's
The
exactly
child tax,
that's
no,
that's
the
that
child
you
tax
said.
credit is a deduction.
By the way, this is streamed on YouTube, and you did say child tax credit. I wrote it down.
I misspoke then. That is not what I meant to say.
Really, because this policy that you're referencing doesn't exist.
Which one?
This child tax what?
No, proposed. Where they propose in a system similar to Hungary. I disagree with that.
What? I'm confused. What?
The system in Hungary, where they give bonuses for people that have kids.
Okay, I asked you what Kamala Harris policies do you disagree with? You said DEI, which isn't a specific policy, and then said the child tax credit. So I'm confused what you're referencing.
Well, okay, so I didn't say that. I don't believe I said that for Kamala Harris. For the DEI, pushing DEI policies,
You did say
Carmela
that for
didn't
Kamala Harris. Kamala.
she didn't really run on any policies.
She did. She did. Do you want me to give you some of them?
Okay, yeah, you should list them off that way. I can.
Yeah, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. There was also the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, along with a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare. Right? There's plenty of policies I can mention. Would you like me to continue, or is that good enough?
Well, out of all the policies you named, I believe that those would be. I believe that those would be good, but keep going.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Can you name to me the last one I just said?
I believe you said something about capping the insulin.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it as it. So, can you give me like a certain type of policy that you would like? Like I could reference the funding specifically for, a development of renewable energy policy. I could reference anything you'd like. Healthcare policy.
I think you should. What's the healthcare policy about?
I got you. So, getting rid of the effective medical debt on your credit. That's
So a debt forgiveness.
That's an incredible policy. Expanding the ACA, the Affordable Care Act.
So a debt forgiveness.
Debt forgive.
That okay.
Yeah, for what you can, and limiting the effect of it on your credit. You can do debt forgiveness as well, but like in a certain sense, you don't have to do it in the same way, given that you can make it not affect your credit.
So a debt forgiveness being who would pay the debt then?
I think that all of those things should be paid to the government.
So
I believe in a universal healthcare system, which actually, if we look at universal healthcare systems around the world and countries in which they have them, they spend almost half as much per individual as we do, and they have better health outcomes.
Yeah, well, those are also smaller countries, and
I'm talking averages.
Well, yeah, averages. I mean, if you lived in Norway or whatever, I'm sure it would work perfectly fine. But
if it can be applied in different European countries, why can't it be applied in different U.S. states?
Well, if you look at Canada, Canada has universal healthcare, and Canada pretty much sucks because Canada has
what? Canada sucks because of what?
No, their healthcare policy. There's literally like 6 month waiting lines and everything just because
for what?
So many
6 month
people
waiting lines for what?
Surgeries, doctor's appointments. Just because.
So you think in Canada it takes 6 months to just get a doctor's appointment?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what specific doctor's appointments.
Yeah, how about you do some research and then you look into it? And then
Well,
like
actually, I
speak to Canadians because like that's
I do.
ridiculous. Also, I just want to let
Actually,
you
I do.
know. I just want to let you
I
know.
have I have family in Canada, and they literally told me they had to wait 6 months. It was so stupid, and they're actually moving to America.
Okay, they had to wait 6 months for a specific type of surgery or something.
It wasn't. I mean, I guess it was kind of a specific type, but all surgeries are specific types. But they had to wait 6 months for a surgery
Are they in a rural
when
area?
no,
No, they were in a big city.
yeah,
Okay, a big
not
city.
exactly.
Good.
Well, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what led to the problem or whatever, but just the wait over there is pretty crazy because what they have is oh their Medicare or whatever version of universal healthcare. It's just not functional
The
for.
fact that you can't reference what it is important because if it's an elective situation, obviously
Well, no.
elective
It's not. It's
situations, if
not
it takes
elective.
obviously elective circumstances, if it takes a little bit longer, that can be understood given that there is preference and there's a lot more care for people who need it and it's urgent, because it is the case that there are a lot of people in the United States that die, right? 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance, especially because they don't get access to preventative health care because it is the case that it costs so much. There are people
Well, I'm not.
in
I'm
this
not.
country struggling with medical debt. I don't want people to have to struggle with medical debt. I want people to be taken care of. Healthcare should be taken care of in the same way that like firefighters are there to help us. In the same way that we have police, in the same way that we have so many other aspects of the government that are meant to ensure the health and safety of citizens. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. Absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't an elective surgery. They had to have it. It was a cancerous tumor. The reason I didn't say what surgery it was is because I don't know the exact type of surgery or whatever. But it was some type of surgery to remove a cancerous tumor from the thyroid. And I'm not exactly sure what type of cancer it was, or sorry, what type of surgery it was. Something to remove the thyroid, but they had to wait like 6 months for it, and they were just fed up with it. And yeah, so in my opinion, if universal healthcare could work, like at a scale of hours, but I don't think it'll work in my opinion, and the cost of trying is not something I want to pay, especially because I don't really trust any of Congress like at all.
So, are you referencing an elective surgery?
No, they had to get it, otherwise, the cancer would spread throughout their body. They would have to they had to get their thyroid
For
removed.
thyroidectomy, 50% of cases completed within 5 weeks,
Okay, well, there must have been something terribly wrong going on.
and 90% of cases completed within 32 weeks.
Oh,
So,
something must have went terribly wrong.
most cases are completed within like a month.
Oh, that's not what happened to my family member, and that is why they were so fed up with the system. And they said it was a constant source of stress for them.
Okay. I mean, it would yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be addressed. Now, do you think that they would have preferred to have to pay for it?
Well, I'm sure. I mean, they definitely had the resources to, and I'm sure like if you didn't have resources, you probably would have opted for the 6 months. But yes, since they had resources, I'm sure they would have
No,
liked to pay
10% likelihood of waiting less than 6 months.
10%.
A 10% likelihood of waiting less than 6 months. Yeah.
It's a better chance than zero.
And it's about a 50% chance of waiting about a month.
Well, those are a lot of statistics that I do not have with me right now.
I'm looking at them right now from British Columbia.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, if universal healthcare could theoretically work in the states, I think we need to have a whole lot more trust in the politicians than what we do have.
Well, we
Because
need we need better politicians. So what do people need to do? We need to educate and inform ourselves. We need to critically think. That takes us as people doing stuff, right? We need to be involved in educated citizens, and that takes a lot, right? So we need a movement. That's what we need, of people who want to educate themselves, who want to critically think. We need an intellectual revolution within that respect, right? And by revolution, I just mean like plenty of people think differently. That's all I mean. Is that like people care more about critical thought. They care more about, checking up sources. They care more about verifying information. That's the type of culture that we need. Or we need a rigorous culture, right? Of questioning and critical thought. That's what we need. Conversation, debate. I think it's incredibly important.
Right. I agree with that. I'm a fan of the debate, which is why I do not particularly like. I guess it's on both sides, but I don't particularly like, leftists usually, because usually they come at you with the emotional argument, and there's the occasional one that'll come at you with the theological argument, and I'll be like, okay, well, at least you're being honest and you can debate me on the points.
Ben,
But this is on both sides. I'm just saying I see it more commonly with leftists.
Think about it this way: emotions don't necessarily contradict logic. Our emotions are incredibly important in the context of morality. I think that morality is an emotional state. Like when we're talking about what we should do, what we shouldn't do, it's going to be an emotional state that I have, right? When I'm expressing to you about like how I think people should act. So like I don't think there's anything wrong with addressing that there's an emotional like response to something that is going to be relevant to like how people should act. I think that's probably one of the most fundamental aspects of it. But we're going to talk about building onto that, like how do we have a conversation based upon that?
Oh yeah, correct. Like everything is influenced by emotion and morality and whatever. But you'll probably have at some point people that come on here who are like, oh, I support Trump because I like Trump, and then they'll have no other reasons. And what I'm saying is, in my personal opinion, I feel like I've encountered more leftists who are like, oh, I support trans because I'm not homophobic or whatever. And they won't have any actual reasons besides.
That doesn't. I'm sorry, who said that? Because that if you're saying
lots of people actually.
Well, homophobia is relating to like bigotry towards someone's sexuality, right? And someone being trans, that's related to their gender identity. That's not relating to their sexuality.
I don't really get the categories or whatever, because
you don't get the categories. I just explained it to you. Did you listen to my explanation?
Well, inherently it's incorrect, because homophobic would mean you'd have to be afraid.
No, my God, no, it doesn't.
I'm not afraid. Yeah, because arachnophobic, which means
wait,
you're afraid of spiders.
Do you know what hydrophobic means?
Let's see, hydrophobic.
How there could be hydrophobic properties to something. Do you think the
water?
Do you think the water is afraid of it? Do you think the water is afraid? No, the water doesn't have an emotional state of being afraid. Okay, so obviously phobia can mean something different depending on the context. So in this context, we're referencing like bigotry, aversion, right? Things like that, right?
Well, then, what would you classify as? So homophobic, right? So homo is referencing the homosexuality, and then phobic. What would that mean then?
You don't have to think of a term homophobic as you have to split up the term, right? You could just think of the term as just one word, homophobic, right? And what does that one word mean? That one word means bigotry against gay people.
Okay. I guess if you put it like that, I guess it makes a little bit of sense. Never heard it.
It makes it very clear. Yeah, you don't have to think of it in two different words. Think of it as one word.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah. So I support Trump because I believe
would you agree that like bigotry against gay people is bad?
Well, I believe anyone's entitled to their own opinion. I'm also a Christian, so I believe hating anyone or anything is bad, except for the sin. I'm supposed to hate the sin, not the sinner.
You do agree that bigotry against gay people is bad then?
I believe disliking someone for who they are is bad. I do believe disliking the bad thing is bad. So the murderer who murders the guy, I'm not going to hate the murderer. I hate the act that he's done, because I'm a Christian. So I'm going to love my enemy, because that's what Jesus said to do.
Okay. All right. Well, here's my question. I have like something I can go into in terms of this. You say that you're Christian, right? Do you think that Jesus would like approve of the actions of Donald Trump?
Jesus wasn't a politician.
I'm not asking if Jesus was a politician. I just asked if Jesus would approve of the actions of Donald Trump. The obvious answer is no.
Well, actually, you're incorrect. Do you know what Romans 13 talks about?
What you just said, everyone's a sinner. the logical conclusion of that is that Jesus does not approve of the actions.
Okay, do you know what Romans 13 says?
Go ahead, tell me.
So Romans 13 says, there is no authority on earth that has not been predetermined by God. And that's what I believe. I believe that every ruler on earth has already been predetermined by God. God already knows who's going to be,
Really?
what they're going to do, what's going to
Predetermined.
happen.
So God predetermined Hitler to be a dictator?
No, because God exists outside of time.
I thought you just said
So,
that he predetermines all leaders.
well, from our perspective, yes, because God is eternal, and therefore you can't put him in a place in time. God already knows something's going to happen before it happens.
What do you mean by predetermined? Do you just mean like he knows it's going to happen before it happens?
Yeah, basically. So it's like, if like an apple falls from the tree, right? You didn't know the apple's going to fall the tree. Well, I mean, you do know the apple's going to fall from the tree because of gravity.
I'm confused what your point is. What do you mean by predetermined?
Like it was always supposed to go this way.
It was always supposed to go this way. So, does it mean he caused that, or does it not relate to the idea of causation?
No, humans caused that. I mean, I guess God indirectly caused it by giving us free will.
Okay, indirectly causes it by giving us free will. Okay, well, I guess I'll ask you this question: Do you think that like it's moral or immoral to give pedophiles the free will to rape children?
Well, my morality is dictated by God, and I was not there when God.
Because like I would argue that we should put pedophiles who rape children in prison, and you're arguing that you should give them free will because God gave them free will to do those things. People are saying my mic. What's happening with my mic? I'm confused. My microphone seems completely fine. Mic died? Why is it? Oh, there we go. It's now working. All right, go ahead, Ben.
Kind of spaced out there for a second where we were somewhere on free will and pedophilia.
Yeah, what I was essentially arguing is that like we think that like pedophiles should be put in prison, right? We think that they should have a restricted free will, right, in doing that because those actions are so horrible, right? God doesn't believe
Right.
that. God believes everyone, even knowing what they're going to do, is like that. You should give them free will. Like for example, if you knew that someone was going to grape a child, right, and you could restrict them from doing that, would you do so?
Well, yeah, but I'm not God, so
Okay. So, well, I'm
okay. So
asking in that scenario, given that you know that it's happening and you can restrict it, what should you do?
well, it's in my moral duty to obstruct them and to intervene.
Yeah, you restrict that from happening. Given that you can, right? So God can. It's not going to hurt God at
Yeah,
all, and God chooses
correct.
not to. Isn't that something that you would typically consider immoral?
Well, and I'll give you at least my reasoning or my explanation. I don't know because I worship God and I believe in Him, but with God there is mystery. Just like with anyone, there is mystery. There's stuff that you do not know why they do it. So here's my explanation. Say, do you have a girlfriend or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Do you love her?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you love her?
Why do I love her?
Yeah.
Biological responses. We've had a lot of experiences together, spent a lot of time together. We have a lot of similar interests. She treats me amazing. Like she's a caring person. She's a lot of attributes about her that I
Yep.
love that are great.
So would you say it was your choice to love her, or were you forced to love her?
I think it was my choice, and it was
Yeah. So,
also like a biological reality.
well, if God forces
A little bit
everyone
of
to
both.
love Him, if God forces everyone to love Him and forces everyone to do everything that He wants, do they actually love Him, or is it just an illusion?
What? Restate that.
So if God forces everyone to love Him and to do the right thing, are they doing the right thing because they are good or because they are forced to?
In that circumstance, it would be because they are if no one has free will because they're quote unquote forced to within certain respects. But like
Oh, yeah, correct. So,
I don't think that you need the ability to murder someone in order to be able to love someone. So you wouldn't be forcing to love, you'd just be forcing them not to murder each other. Does that make sense?
well,
Like
well, yeah, that'd be a
God did not have to force you to love him. God just had to force you to not murder other people, right? Like the same way that we have
well,
laws. We believe in laws where people are restricted from doing those things. We believe that you have the free will to do a bunch of things, but you shouldn't be able to do certain things. Does that make sense? So
that
God
does
could
make
give you the
sense.
choice to do all these okay things, but if something's bad, God doesn't give you that choice.
Well, I guess I'll have to take that up with God then. But what I like to say is sometimes I don't know because I'm not God. And what I do believe is the
Ben,
reason the
Ben,
reason He's
Ben,
given the reason He's given us
I don't
free
mean to cut
will.
you off, but I want to give you a way to visualize this. Heaven. Why couldn't God have just sent you directly to heaven? Because heaven's better
Well,
than earth.
just because,
Good.
correct. Well, I was going to say, because to separate the people who truly love Him from the people who do not truly love Him. If you want to spend your life here on earth separate from God, then you will spend eternity separate from God. He's letting you have that choice.
Okay, I don't want to make this
And so,
totally religious, but I just want to say he's omniscient. We already established that in this conversation. He's all knowing. He knows whether or
correct.
not someone is going to be like someone he allows in heaven or not. So he could just only choose to create the people that he's going to allow in heaven. But because he already knows all of those facts. But to get back into like the typical conversation, I don't even know how we got into that. I think this is probably related to your pro-life beliefs. You could at least establish the view that you believe in separation of church and state.
Yes, I believe in the separation of church and state.
Okay.
I
So
believe that the church should not have any influence on government.
okay. So if it is the case that we believe in separation of church and state, well then you're going to clearly agree that like your pro-life tendencies shouldn't be influenced by your religion. So then I'll ask you, why are you pro-life?
Uh, well, first of all, that's a logical misstep there because it says there are no law shall be made because of the church. So if the church says we get all such and such and such benefits and whatever because we are the church and because religion, you can have multiple different religions, but you can have religion to support a law saying, I support pro-lifers because I am Christian, or I support the overturning of Roe v. Wade because I am Christian. That doesn't mean you can make a law saying abortion is illegal because of the Bible. You can't make a law saying it's illegal because of the Bible. It has to be something based on natural law. Something outside of religion is what it's talking about. It's not talking about, oh, I'm
Yeah.
Christian, so
So
I can't believe such and
can I
such.
restate the question? Why are you pro-life?
I'm pro-life because I'm Christian.
Okay. Why do you think that abortion should be illegal?
I believe that abortion should be illegal because life begins at conception. That's a scientific fact. And I am a Christian, and I believe that killing all life, or killing, is one of the 10 Commandments. You said, "Thou shalt not murder." This means uh, killing out of greed, killing out of motivation for inconvenience, or killing out of motivation for power.
Well, I just want to inform you, one of the 10 commandments is also thou shalt not commit adultery. And Donald Trump has cheated
Correct.
on every single one of his wives. Should he be in prison?
No, because the 10 Commandments is not, I mean, you already said separation of church and state. So if we made the 10 Commandments the law of the land, that would be against the Constitution.
But I asked you the question, why should abortion be illegal? And your claim was that you are Christian, life begins at conception, thou shalt not
Also,
murder, right? And I was
so
just
you're
saying
at,
that the same reasoning, right, would then indicate Donald Trump should be in prison because of adultery, and then you backed off of it. So what is the reason why you think that abortion should be illegal?
also, you're telling me, give you a reason outside of Christianity.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you said the reasons outside of Christianity.
okay, so if someone is on a hospital bed and they have heartbeat, and they have they're breathing and they have heartbeat, every single medical doctor is required to keep them alive unless they're in the womb. That's first off. Second off, I believe life begins at conception. It's a fact that
Well,
life begins at
Okay,
conception.
okay, hold up.
And
So
I believe,
you're not really giving me a reason why abortion should be illegal. You just said that, like, if if they're have a heartbeat and they're on a table, the doctor should take care of them. If a
or they're
family,
required to by law.
no, not necessarily. Like, for example, right, a family pulls the plug
No,
on an individual in their family that's brain dead. Are they murderers?
well, I don't know. It depends on the situation, but in my opinion, yes.
Yeah, they're murderers. They should go to prison because they don't go to prison under the law. So you just lied when
Well, under,
saying that, like, it was currently the law that like people that you were like you have to take care of. No, if they're brain dead, you
no,
don't.
hold on. That's not what I meant. The doctors. The doctors are legally required to,
Appreciate the future encounters. Thank you so much.
not the parents, or the whoever
I
has
don't
power of
think that
attorney is not required to.
if they no if there is doctors and say that there's no family, right, and they become brain dead, I don't think that they are obligated to keep them on. I think that they can pull the plug legally.
I don't exactly know the specifics of that, but from every scenario that I know, like if someone's on the operating table and they have a botched surgery or whatever, they're legally required to keep them alive until the person with the power of attorney arrives.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're talking, but that would be like in the case that they are sentient, right?
Um, well, it depends.
Because if they're brain dead, then I don't think that,
Correct.
because it would be, because that's why DNRs exist. But um in terms of being brain dead, like I don't know what you're saying for that. And even if it did exist illegally, that doesn't mean it should. So here, let me say thank you to a few people, and then I'll get back into this point with you. Christian, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. They said bring the mustache back. We'll see. We'll see. Band Invader, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, that's actually kind of true. Sabrina, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much as a Canadian who voted Liberal. The problem is we do not have enough doctors for the growing population. Nothing to do with universal healthcare. I've also heard from people say that it's related to like the level of rural communities, or I mean no, not rural communities, geography. That like rural communities, it's obviously it's hard to get like like healthcare out to those areas, which is also true in the United States, but it's especially true in Canada. So it's not even related to the healthcare system in that respect. It's related to just like geographical reasons. Kim, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I will try to speak up into the mic. I got you. I got you. Alchemy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Alchemy. I appreciate it. My wife had to wait 4 months for endometriosis in the United States. The out of network cost was over $100,000 starting. We wait so long for specials here. That's very true. Alchemy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Determinism via providing free will is a wild argument. If God was real, why did he allow for the suffering of Jewish people in World War II or Palestinians today? True, true. Mew, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. There is also James 2 26, for as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without works is dead also. Sorry, I wanted to say that. I keep hearing so many people say we have got to have faith, but if no work, then nothing happens. Sid, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much, Parker. Yay. So happy to see you. Hope today's been well so far. It has been well so far. Been a decent day so far. I'm having a good time. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see you. And Alchemy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for why do your beliefs determine what others must do. Do not preach. Do you not preach freedom, my dude? True, freedom. And then also, Talia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Oh, I will actually. Evie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Calvin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will. Thank you. Julie, thank you so much for the $5. All right, I did just see that again, and I was gonna do that. Briley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Maybe we will here pretty soon. I was thinking of maybe one day doing a religious live. We'll see. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Trump admin proposed giving families $5K a child, not democratic. He did say that, but he's obviously not upholding that. And then, oh my gosh, can we say, Susan, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. For some tumors need radiation first to shrink the tumor before surgery. That is very true. But thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Susan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Susan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as McKenna, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. For as a Christian, Ben is just wrong. Okay. Ben, how do you feel about that?
What was that? Hold on.
They said as a Christian, you are just wrong.
Wrong on what exactly?
Well, that's what they just said. I don't know what they specifically were referencing. I think it was probably abortion law.
Well, I do not believe that I'm wrong about abortion because.
Oh, I have a perfect question for you. Can I ask you the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you heard about the case in Georgia, specifically where it is the case that there was an individual that was brain dead, and it was the case that they were still pregnant, and their body, against the will of their family, was forced to stay and keep the fetus alive, right, in a state of pregnancy, right? Do you think that by law the family should have been forced, right, to keep keep them on life support, right, given that they were brain dead, against the will of the family?
Well, that's an interesting predicament. Legally, I'm not exactly sure. Morally, yes.
Wait, morally, yes. Yes, what?
Well, the Bible tells us that we are to protect and preserve life at all costs. And if there is a live baby, if the baby didn't die with the mother, if the baby is still alive, then that's still alive. Killing the baby is just because it's an inconvenience, makes it against the 10 Commandments by inheritance.
Again, if something's against the 10 Commandments, that doesn't mean it should be illegal, right?
Well, yeah, that's why I said by. That's why I said by law or not.
But morally, under your view, that's also wild that you're saying that they should be forced, right, to keep the individual that has become brain dead, right, on life support as if you see them as an incubator.
Well, morally, also, it feels wrong that you should love your enemies, but Jesus tells us to love our enemies. Morally, it feels wrong to love your enemy. You want to hate your enemy because you don't like your enemy, right? But Jesus tells us to love our enemies, and the Bible also tells us that we are to preserve life at all costs.
I have a question. Do you love everyone?
I try my very best.
Do you love Hitler?
I love him as a person. I do not like the actions that he did.
You love Hitler did you just say you love Hitler as a person?
Hate the sin, not the sinner. He was made in the image of God.
You don't hate Hitler?
Well, you could bring this up with any mass murderer or any.
Yeah. And I would say that I hate mass murderers, right?
No, what you should say, in accordance with the Bible, is I hate the act of mass murdering. You don't hate the person because the person was made in the image of God.
Why not hate both?
Because then you are hating a person in the image of God. He was created in the image of God, and so are you. So you to him are equal in the eyes of God. The sin is what corrupted him.
So you're saying that God calls you to love Hitler? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Not his actions, but the person.
Yeah. Don't you see that as a bit of an issue there?
Well, I'm sure you might, since I believe you are not religious. But me, as a religious person, I try my very best to love everyone because they are all made in the image of God, and I believe that everyone is capable of good and everyone is capable of evil. So,
I have a question. I have a question.
correct,
Let's say like that you knew someone who was assaulted. Right? Would you say that
correct.
the person who assaulted them, right, like you should love them?
Well, here's what I'd say to them, and this actually happened to one of my friends who is a Christian, and she believes this too. And so here's what you want to comfort them. You want to say, hey, this is a terrible thing that happened to you, but in time, I believe that you should forgive him for what he did, because we're all sinners to some level.
So you would tell them that you should love them.
Correct. That's what the Bible tells us.
I just think that's an insane perspective. And Ben, I don't think that's something I want to engage with anymore. By the way, I just want to let everyone know on TikTok, the lag, I can't control it. I can't fix it. And I would just recommend to go over to the YouTube channel. If people in the TikTok live could tell people to go over to the YouTube channel, Parkergetajob, I would really appreciate that. For people who are joining in on the YouTube stream, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. It seriously helps push it out to more people. I apologize. TikTok has been horrible recently. We lost like over 1,000 people because it is the case that we have lag, and like I'm not lagging myself at all. There's zero lag for me. It's literally just TikTok. It's super weird. Super weird. Trinity, can you leave me alone? Can you like leave me alone at this point? Trinity, like genuinely. All right. I might try to hit a restart on TikTok because it's just brutal. All right, let's see. Let's see. Only send a guest request on TikTok if you did vote for Donald Trump. Is there currently lag right now on TikTok, or is it okay on TikTok currently? Because I might just hit a restart right now. It's only your live that is bad. You know what? It's probably TikTok throttling me, bro. See, part of me wants to think that, and then the other part of me is like, it's not happening to Dean. You know what I mean? Like, if it was going to be happening to me, it would happen to Dean too, I don't know, dude. And now it's lagging again. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm 12.
Um, uh, w- um, fetus? All right, let me hit a restart. All right, everyone go over. What the heck just happened? Go over to YouTube. I'd recommend it. Alchemy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Go over to YouTube. Seriously, would be way better. Someone literally put in the comment section, Parker, you make it lag on purpose for money. What are you talking about, bro? What are you saying? All right, I'll be right back, everyone. Let me hit a restart. Why would that make me money? Like that doesn't even make any sense. Everyone go over to YouTube. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. It helps get out to more people. If you're on YouTube too, make sure to like the stream. Bria, thank you so much for the $2. Let me hit a restart on TikTok. What was it? It seems like I have 40%, 41% following. So it's like the following is like cooked, kind of. But also, it's not just the following that's cooked. It's also just like giving me random lag. Dude, it's so amazing. I love TikTok, man. So brutal. But what's up, everyone though on YouTube? I really would appreciate if you like the stream. I know I say it so many times, but like I really cannot stress how much it helps push out the stream. Like I really like I can't express how much it is. Indicative of that, I tell you. But yeah, we're gonna see if we can get some debates here on TikTok. I want to be able to fix my audio here pretty soon. That'd be great, where I could have better audio. But we'll see. It's just not very reliable on that. If I talk close to it, I think it'll be a bit better. I need to find a way to like make this closer. I gotta figure it out. Local internet outage, maybe. See, the thing is, there's no local internet outage because I'm currently on YouTube and it's not lagging at all. So it's like, I don't know. Oh my gosh, Trisha with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Trisha in the comment section right now for the $50? Thank you so much. Leave some W's for Trisha. Thank you. Holy shit, Trisha. Thank you so much for the $50. That is actually nuts. W's for Trisha. W's for Trisha. Alrighty. Parker, you have requests off? I actually don't. I have requests on. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to again. I'm not gonna say it again. I'm horrible. All right, let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. See if we can get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I vote Trump.
No, you
Women can't control America.
Hey, Raymond. What state do you live in?
Texas.
Really? Can you name 3 cities within Texas?
Yes, California, Mississippi, and New York.
Wow, dude. Those are some great cities you got there, Raymond. Great cities in Texas. I never knew California is a city in Texas. That's great to hear. Incredible to hear. Just hit a restart on the live on TikTok, everyone. Make sure to tap the screen, share the live. TikTok's been acting up and making my shit lag recently. So I would appreciate if you go over to YouTube. Seriously, it would just be way better. It would be way better, I'm telling you. We're going to see if we can get some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 15.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. TikTok rules. 18 plus. All right. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey, Parker, how you doing?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
You know better than that. Now, listen, I want to thank you for your videos that you do. They're excellent. And today's a sad day in America with that terrible bill. Thank you. Burn them, cook them, chew them up. Thank you
So much. I appreciate it, Dean. W Deans in the comment section right now. Let's get some W Deans. W Deans in that comment section, I tell you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40, but I just want to say I love your shirt. It's a nice shirt.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Alrighty. Let's get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Helps push it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 27 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
He's the fucking greatest president of all time.
And why is he the greatest president of all time?
Just because he's fucking not following your liberal stuff.
Okay. What's so bad about my quote unquote liberal stuff?
All this LGBT stuff, BLM,
What's wrong?
immigrant stuff.
What's wrong with the LGBTQ community?
For an example, I'm in the military, right? I'm just glad that they kicked out all these transgender off the military.
Why do you refer to people that as why'd you use that as like a negative connotation? Like you were trying to like refer to trans people in a negative connotation there. One, two,
What do you mean?
as it two, yeah, you were like, so transgender people.
Oh,
One, two, is it
transgender people. I'm sorry.
two, is it related to this? Like you thinking that trans people should be kicked out of the military is really weird. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because of, for an example, right? I'm in the infantry. I've been serving for 6 years.
Mhm.
Women joined the infantry as well. That's great. And both sides, right? Men and female. When we go to the field, trans people don't want to go to the men's they don't want to go to the men's side when it comes to sleeping and all this stuff, or like pissing, shitting, and all
One,
this
men
stuff.
and female. Two,
I'm talking about trans women. And the women that are in the military, they don't feel comfortable with these trans people being in their fucking.
Really? So I know a trans man that was in the military for
Okay.
longer than you are, almost double the time that you've been in the military. You're telling me they should be
Thank you,
kicked.
sir.
You're telling me as a trans man they should be kicked out. He should be kicked out.
Yeah.
Okay. What if he wanted to be on the side with all of the other men?
What was his job? What was his MOS? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't have all of that information.
Okay,
I'm confused. Why like you think they should be kicked out in that context? I'm asking you why. Because the criteria you just listed.
Because the trans people, right? Mostly the trans people that join are men transitioning or female transition into men. Usually those are the people that are in the military that I've seen from experience. They don't want to be in the men's section when it comes to being in the field training, being in the restrooms, being in the tent.
So you think trans
And the
men,
women.
wait to clarify, you think trans men, right, should specifically be like on the side with the other men?
No, what I'm saying is that
No. So then I'm confused what you're saying.
What I'm trying to say is that those trans men, right, women that transition into men, they don't want to be with men, and then they're trying to be with women, and the women that are in service, specifically in the infantry, because that's where my experience is at, they feel uncomfortable with that. They don't want those trans men to be in.
Could you give me any good evidence to believe that? That people within the military have an issue with trans men being in the military.
Just my experience. You can't like
Would you like to provide me any evidence? I have a question. Do you have an issue with trans men being in the military?
I specifically don't, but like.
Okay, so then why do you want them to be kicked out?
Because of the women that are in service. The woman, because like the only
like again, if you don't have
the only experience I could give you,
I want you to like actually like give me something that's relatively like something I can base it on. If you don't have anything, it's just gonna be like it's a trust me, bro. Like I'm not gonna have anything that I can base this on.
Okay, like yeah, I'm not a debater. I don't have these fucking statistics and all these crazy stuff that you like to fucking say and shit. Like all I have is my experience, my fucking life experience and all that stuff. Like I can't fucking bring up all these fucking statistics for you. Like
yeah, but someone else could claim that they have life experience with the military that people didn't have that position in the military. So then how do you differentiate? Well, you're going to differentiate based upon statistics.
I guess so, man. But like at the same time, like what's the purpose? Like, and most of these people that are trans that join the military, they only cause problems. Like, let's just keep going.
Wait. What makes you think that trans people are causing problems, but no one else is causing problems?
Like, what other problems are you talking about?
What problems are you talking about that trans people cause?
Just that I have to fucking refer them for their fucking
You have to be nice. Everyone has pronouns. You have to do that for everyone.
Those pronouns. Women have to accept the fact that they're in their fucking restrooms or in their tents in the field. They have to accept it.
Wait. So which restrooms should trans men go into?
I don't know. We don't have them in the army, so they should just get kicked out.
They shouldn't go into any restrooms.
They should just not be in the army. That's what I'm saying.
This is why we say that you're bigoted, because you don't have any good reasoning for anything that you're saying. You just don't
It's
want
like-
them. You just don't want trans people to be in your areas. You want to
Like, you
segregate trans
want-
people out of the rest of society.
Parker, you just want all these fucking statistics. Like, we don't have those. Like, you're debating people from TikTok. Like, all we're fucking saying is our.
I need what I'm asking is for like evidence or good reason to believe what you believe. If you don't have good reason or evidence to believe in what you believe, well, then obviously I'm going to point out that it's baseless.
So my
Like if
thinking-
someone argued that they should kick you out of the military, right? Would you ask for reasoning why? Or would you be like, oh, it's justified for them to believe it just because they decide to believe it?
Yeah, it's just like what you're
It's
saying.
justified. So that everyone
No.
in the live right now that wants you to be kicked out of the military, you're telling me that they have justified positions that you should be kicked out of the military?
But we're talking about the president. We're not talking
I'm
about.
just asking, is it justified for everyone in the live right now to say that you should be kicked out of the military?
No, because I'm a great fucking service member.
Okay, well, the same thing is true for trans people that are in the military. They're great service people. They should be able to serve the country in the same way that you're allowed to serve the country. They're putting their service
and then
right
like
out
just
for the
simple
country,
shit-
and you're saying that you don't want them to give service to the country?
just like simple shit, like for example, the ACFT, right? That's the fucking army fucking PT test, right? They fucking have male testosterone. They
You just cut out. Are you Christian, by the way, King?
test out in that shit, and like they do fucking crazy numbers in the fucking army because they're fucking men that are doing the females PT test,
Okay.
the physical training
So-
test, basically.
So again, use the can you be respectful? Actually, could you just be nice?
What am I
right?
saying
Instead of
wrong?
and s-
What am I saying
what
wrong?
what are you saying wrong? You're specifically referring to their identities wrongly. Like you're specifically saying that they're men when they're trans women.
Okay, I'm
I believe
sorry.
trans women are women. Like, to be totally frank,
And
and
that's where we
like,
disagree. That's where
well,
we
you
disagree.
can say that you disagree, but the point that
I
you're
have-
not
I have-
addressing is
I
that
have a
if we're
wife-
referencing
have a
trans
wife
women, if we're
and
referencing
two
trans
daughters.
women, they're not going to be on testosterone. I don't know what you're talking
Look,
about.
I have a wife and 2 daughters, right? Like,
Good for you.
like besides the fucking army, like fucking, let's just give an example of fucking high school fucking sports. High school sports. Like, I wouldn't want, like, if my kids are young, right? But like in the future, like if they ever join high school and my fucking daughter gets second place because of a trans woman, whatever you want
Oh,
to
I just
call
want to
it.
let you know, so you can have this like, oh my god, I have this horrible possible scenario where like a trans person is going to win some sport game.
That's
right,
what happens with
against
people's
my child,
daughters
right?
all the
Against
time.
my
That's what happens
child,
with daughters all
right?
the
So here,
time.
how about this? How about you look at the fact
Not just
that
my scenario. I'm talking about real
King?
things.
How about we look at the facts? How about we look at the facts? It is the case that there are less trans athletes in the NCAA than there are literally SA allegations against Donald Trump. Did you know that? Did you
There-
know that? If you want to
one-
talk about
one
what's more
trans-
harmful to your child,
One
it is
trans
more likely.
athlete is enough.
It is-
One trans athlete is enough.
It is literally more likely that there's going to be like a type of society that exists in which people are assaulted, right? Given that you put someone in a position of power who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. The very idea that you have in terms of you have an issue with like men going into women's restrooms, that's Donald Trump, the guy you voted for. The only guy that's doing that you're referencing that you should be scared of is Donald Trump. Is people who are committing violent crimes are cis white straight men, right, that literally are committing these types of things. But you don't want to address any of those characteristics, but you want to address characteristics such as people being trans. But if we address those characteristics, it's not going to look too great for the white cis straight men. It's not, to be totally fair with you, because overwhelmingly, disproportionately in this country, where a lot of the bad things coming from. And that's as a cis straight white man in America. I can acknowledge that. How about we look within, look into a mirror for one fucking second in our lives? It'd be great. What happened to like being objective about things, facts over feelings? You there? Hello? Hello, it's me.
Oh, sorry, my shit went fucking mute but like, who cares if one fucking, like, what I'm trying to say is like one transgender doing bad things is enough. Like we shouldn't
Transgender
have
person.
transgender person. I'm sorry, whatever.
One transgender person doing bad things is enough, but not one presidential candidate sexually abusing a woman and bragging about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, or saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, or saying he has sex in common with his daughter, or saying yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, or
Like,
saying he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, or saying
Yeah.
that the reason why that he wouldn't have sexually abused Eugene Carroll is because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition
Yeah,
mistaking her with his ex-wife.
like we're talking about the LGBT community, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and like you're willing to say all of these things that are harmful about the LGBTQ community because of things that are more prevalent for straight, white, cis, heterosexual men like Donald Trump to do.
but like, let's be real,
Like
Parker,
literally,
why
like
do
he
we
has the
want- why do
infinity
we
stones
want all
of
these-
bigotry and harmful like characteristics that towards
Like-
marginalized communities, and you're like, oh, that's somehow like my guy. Orange guy's my
Let
guy.
let me talk. Like,
ahead.
why do we want all these? Like, let's keep it real. Like, why do we want all these men in women's restrooms or women's fucking?
Yeah, yeah. Why did you vote for a guy that literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA?
I haven't seen that, so I'm not sure about that.
You haven't seen that? Do you want me to play the audio of Donald Trump bragging about doing that?
Have you ever
And
heard
would you support him after hearing that?
Have you ever fucking heard of fucking?
I'm asking, would you support him after? Would you support him after hearing that?
Have you ever heard of Lager? Like,
I'm quite literally asking the question. Would you still support him after hearing that?
Okay. Have you ever? Let me answer this. Have you ever heard of like fucking locker like talk, like being in the fucking like in the gym talking, like everybody says fucked up shit. Like, who cares? Like, everybody, like, that's what's wrong with you guys liberals. Like, everybody says racist fucking stupid shit all the time. Like, that's what guys do.
No. Do not just write off saying racist and misogynistic shit, right? As just, oh, guys do it all the time. Boys will be boys. That's a ridiculous fucking thing to say. How about you acknowledge? How about you acknowledge your harmful behavior? How about you acknowledge? How about instead of saying that, like, oh, people just need to accept the harmful behavior, how about you acknowledge the harmful behavior as being bad? Stop condoning it, and then argue that other people not to do it, and continue to hold yourself to a standard that you don't do it. Instead of accepting that sort of harmful society that's going to negatively disenfranchise people, literally that will be within your life. If you decide to have children, do you want a society that's going to be more likely to? Oh, okay. You have daughters, right?
I have 2 daughters.
Okay, you have 2 daughters. Do you want a society that's going to be more likely to harm your daughters?
Of course not. That's why I voted for.
Of course not. So then, why would you perpetuate a culture, all right, of men acting in such a way in which is harmful towards women?
Because men talk like
men talk. That's not an explanation. That's not a justification.
You can't lie to me that you haven't been in a fucking locker room or anywhere else and you just say some.
I haven't played sports since I was literally in middle school, and no, I've never heard that.
Okay, like, have you ever heard veterans talk or service members talk or fucking firemen?
If they are talking in such a way in which is harmful towards women, that is bad. And we should try to get rid of that type of cultural treatment of women.
It's not just women. We all have a dark humor. Like, there's such thing as dark humor, right?
The normalization of dark humor that is harmful towards marginalized communities is still harmful.
Like, for an example, right?
You
like,
calling it dark humor doesn't make it not harmful.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? I'm gonna give you I was born in Mexico. I came to the United States. I served the military. I'm here for 6 years. I have white friends, right? Like, and like, we fucking talk shit to each other all the time. Doesn't mean that he's racist.
So Diego, if you are excusing white people saying racist things because it happens within your friend groups all the time, you need to question things and be like, maybe the things that are happening within the friend groups aren't good and are harmful. Maybe we should question that for a second.
No, dude, like, it happens all the time. Like,
it happens all the time. Wait, listen, Diego, it happening all the time does not justify it happening. Like, let me give you an example, right? Throughout history, child marriage has happened all the time. Does that mean it should happen?
Of course not.
Okay, so just because it is the case that it happens all the time doesn't mean it should happen.
And it's just like the debate with, like, like I've heard the transgender debates, like they always say, like, well, in other communities they have fucking 3 genders and all this other bullshit. Just because they have 3 genders or other fucking bullshit, other fucking cultures and community doesn't mean it should be a right thing, right?
What?
Like,
what? All we're saying is that gender in this context is socially determined. Other societies and other cultures have different depictions of gender, and that's completely fine and coherent. That's all we're saying.
it's not though. Like,
So when you say how many genders there are, you're referencing, right, the typical norms of our society. You're not referencing you're not referencing, right, any other society, any other culture, which is bad in terms of your reference.
Okay, so the Mayans, right? They fucking sacrifice people for I don't know how many fucking years. Does that make it right?
No. Wait, what?
Exactly.
Wait,
exactly.
wait. That's actually against your argument. Your argument is in the context of your friend group, the culture within your friend group. It is the case that you think racist jokes are okay, right? And that's why you were justifying racist jokes. And I was saying that's not a good justification just because it's the culture of that group. The same way that you just said that just because the Mayans were doing something doesn't mean it was justified that the Mayans were doing that thing.
It's okay though, because like at the end of the day,
It's
like
not okay.
We're best friends. At the end of the day, they would die.
Being best friends doesn't mean that it's okay to make racist jokes. Like, if you want to treat people better, why would you make racist jokes? That seems like you want to treat people harmful.
It happens, dude.
Do
Like,
you think it's okay to make misogynistic jokes?
it's okay to make any joke.
It's okay to make any joke. If someone made a joke about assaulting your mom, would you be okay with that?
It's a fucking joke.
You think that's okay?
It's a joke.
If someone made a joke about assaulting your children, would you be okay with that?
Obviously, if it's a random fucking person that I've never met.
No. If let's say one of your good friends, quote unquote good friends, joked about assaulting your daughter, would you be okay with that?
That's different.
I'm asking you, would you be okay with that? Would you stay friends with him?
That's different.
No, I'm just asking, would you stay friends with him?
That's different.
Because I can tell you very clearly,
It's
right?
like,
If someone did that to my daughter, I would fucking cut them off immediately. Absolutely immediately.
Of course I would.
You absolutely would. Okay, so then
that's
you
attacking-
saying so this is the issue, Diego, is you're not willing to acknowledge that there are harmful jokes. There are harmful things that you can do in the context of relationships.
Okay, for an example,
you essentially were not acknowledging boundaries on the.
No,
on those types of
I
behavior.
get you, and I sort of agree with you. I'll give you that. I'll sort of agree with you. But like, for an example, I'm brown, right? I'm Mexican American. And let's just say, I'm just giving you a scenario. If I'm Mexican American and there's a white guy, right? And we're making jokes, and then he makes a joke about a random black guy that's next to us that we don't know. Of course, that's wrong. Like, bro, we don't know that guy. But if we're joking within each other, that's completely different because we're friends. We trust each other. We fucking know each other. Like, it's completely different. But if you make joke of someone else that we completely don't know,
Diego, I have a question. Do you think that if you had a friend that was black, it would be okay for you to call them the N-word?
Yeah. If we have that fucking trust within each other, yes.
Do you think the N-word is harmful?
No.
No, you don't think the N-word is harmful?
Wait. What N-word are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about? Dude, I'm not gonna say the word, obviously. You know what the N-word is. Like, what are you talking
The A or the
about?
R?
Does that matter?
It doesn't matter, Diego.
It literally doesn't matter.
Did you know that it's actually the same word?
The A or the R?
Did you know that it's a difference in like pronunciation based upon the geographical region of where people were located in typical?
Yeah. In the military, I have a bunch of friends that I like.
Did you know that it's the same word?
Okay, it's the same word, but different context.
Both wrong, right? For you to say, right?
Not really.
Not really? You don't think it's wrong for you to say?
If like, for an example, because this actually happened, right? If I have black friends, right, in the military, because that's the only experience I have, and like we say it to each other, right? The A, we say it to each other, and he's fine with it. Who gives a fuck?
Hey,
You're
Diego.
next, like, for an example,
Diego.
Wait, hold on.
Diego, hold on. No. I need you to stop. Seriously, I need you to stop. Listen, find better friends. Period. Just find better friends. Like, if your friends are telling you that it's okay to make racist jokes with each other, then your friends suck.
if your friends are letting you actually, call them the N word, no matter if it's with the A or the ER, then your friends suck. Like, just in general, your friends suck. Like, I have all types of friends, and I don't make racist jokes with any of my friends because racist jokes aren't funny. And for you to sit here and have to make a racist joke shows how unfunny you actually are. Like, I don't even understand what you're doing right now.
Here's my question: why do you have to make a racist joke to be funny? Do you lack the ability to be funny so bad that you have to literally be harmful towards marginalized communities to be able to dig out a possible way for you to try and be funny? Jesus Christ, there are so many types of humor. The fact that you have to gravitate towards that type of humor, right, that is harmful towards people, right, shows exactly how little you care about that harm.
He doesn't know he's muted.
Yeah,
You're muted. You're muted, Diego. You have to unmute yourself.
My bad. You could clearly see that you've never been with service members or firefighters or EMTs or anything
Who,
like.
me? Wait, me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Okay, cool. My best friend has been in the military since I was 18.
What
Not only
service?
him, but the Army.
Okay.
I have
MLS.
friends, people that I grew up with in the Army, the Air Force, the Marines, like all of my family. My father was in the military. My uncles were in the military. So yes, I do know what you're talking about. Yes, I do understand the toxic culture within the military. Yes, I do understand exactly what you're talking about. And I'm still sitting here telling you, find better friends. Period. Find better friends.
Even if my friends mostly are African American, like you're telling me
It doesn't matter. Listen, no one can give you an N-word pass. I don't care what they say.
it's not
They
about a
can't.
pass.
It's
Not about a pass. It's about friendship. It's about like we fucking been in the field for fucking months and we fucking trust each other. Like they understand that I'm not.
Can't you express that love and trust in ways that are not harmful?
Okay, we've been in the field sucking. For an example, I'm in Alaska, right? I'm in Fort Wainwright, Alaska. It's -40. We're in the field for a fucking month or two. We're sucking. We fucking trust each other with like our lives, basically.
You could be on fucking Venus. You could be on Pluto. You could be marching on top of fucking Mount Everest. Nothing of the sorts is going to justify you engaging in racist jokes or saying racist shit. I'm confused. Any conditions, you could be on a different planet. You could be in a different dimension, right?
It's not racist.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And the fact that you don't understand that speaks to your lack of understanding of the entire situation.
So my best friend.
So continue to tokenize your best friend. Go.
If I go up to my best friend, I'm like, "What's up, my N-word?" That's bad.
Yeah,
Yes,
cool. Hey,
yes.
so wait. So not your best friend, Santana. You walk up to Santana and you say that. What do you think happens?
Well, I don't know you.
No. I don't care that you don't know me. What do you think happens if you walk up to a random black person and say that?
I don't know you though.
What do you think happens if you walk up to a random black person and say that?
You're gonna tell me, "Hey, man, don't say that."
No, I'm gonna have you swallowing your teeth. I'm not gonna talk to you.
And that's assault. That's assault.
It is. It absolutely is. But the thing is, you guys don't get it. You don't get it. It's infuriating how you don't get it. It's not about your friends.
Where are you from, Santana? Where are you from?
I'm from the South. I'm from South Carolina.
South Carolina. Okay. I grew up in Los Angeles, California.
Okay. I've been all around the country, all around the world. What does that have to do with this racist conversation?
You can't fucking tell me that in LA or even fucking New York, right? That Latino kids aren't walking around with like, "Hey, what's up, man?" You know what I mean? Like,
I don't care. I've heard Joe say it a million times, and it was never okay when he said it. Exactly. Like, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Like, just because it happens within a culture does not mean that it's justified. Like the same example that you brought up with cultures in the past, right? Engaging in human sacrificing. Just because they engaged in human sacrifice doesn't mean it is the case that was justified. So, and same thing with child marriage. Child marriage is very prevalent throughout society and practically every culture, right? You're telling me that you think that's okay? No, obviously that's wrong, right? So just because something is prevalent within a culture does not mean it's justified, right? You got to have some type of critical thought.
I agree with you in a certain sense, but what I'm trying to say is like you can't dictate what me and my friend talk about. Like that's different. Like
I'm
you
not
can't.
saying legally. I'm saying as a moral person, if you care about things that are harmful towards people, you shouldn't do this.
I got a question. So you and your friend group you guys get to make jokes of, like racist jokes. You're good with that one, right? What about like sexist jokes? Do you make jokes about women?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. It just doesn't happen.
I don't believe you. I
Mm,
really don't believe you.
mm.
I so don't
No,
believe you.
I'm being honest. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't happen. Like, it's different, I guess. It's a whole
Totally
different.
false. Totally wrong. Bullshit.
You can say what you want, Parker.
No,
but
no,
I'm just-
I know it, dude. It's like I have the force, bro. I know
So
it.
you're saying all military service are pieces of shit.
No,
basically.
no, I'm saying I know. I've had a conversation with you, right? And I know based upon the conversation that I've had with you that it's very fucking likely that that's true. It's very
Yeah.
likely.
Like,
I've been
what do you
listening.
want me
I've
to say?
been
What do
listening
you-
to this conversation. I had no intention on coming. I was literally driving. I
What do you-
pulled over just to come up and talk to you.
What
Like
do you want me to say, Parker? That we're over here saying like fuck women, fuck every like no, Parker, we're not saying none of that shit, bro. Like, what are you talking about, Parker? Like,
If
what do
you think it's okay for you to say like racist jokes and for you to say racist shit, right? Then why
like,
wouldn't you?
nobody's
What, then,
saying racist
then you
jokes,
probably
though.
are going to think
Like,
it's
the
okay to say misogynistic shit.
The racist jokes that you're probably talking about, we're not saying those. Like, I'm not over here saying like, oh, this fuck.
Yeah, you saying the N word is enough. It's enough. It doesn't matter if you're saying the N word or any other slurs towards any of your friends. It's
When
not
I'm debating,
funny, dude.
He also said locker room talk earlier. You literally said like that
So you
defending
do make those
misogyny
jokes.
earlier.
What I'm trying to say is like you guys.
Because he was saying that about Donald Trump, who was talking about locker room talk, about the fact that he brags about walking the
This is
changing
facts,
rooms.
dude.
Girls
Santana,
Miss
you
USA
can't
because he quote
fucking
unquote
deny.
owns the place to expect that. Are you okay?
Santana, you can't deny that you haven't had locker room talk any fucking day of your life. Like you can't deny that, dude. We're like, happens,
So
dude.
what's locker room talk?
Just locker room talk, dude. What are you talking about? Like just anything. Like
You know what's
Wait,
funny
did you
about
just
that?
did he just slur? I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry, I just said that.
Wait,
word. If I
Okay. Okay.
What's wrong with these people, Parker?
I don't get it. I don't understand.
Oh.
And he was trying to make us believe that the idea that he doesn't engage in misogyny.
Like I knew that was BS. Like, come on now. I don't know.
Insane. I don't know what's been. Dean said like today was a bit wild, but we'll see.
I haven't been listening a lot. I've been so I'm still on the East Coast, and I've been with like my boys and my mom. So like this is the first time I've even been on today, and I just started listening, and I'm like, what in the world is happening?
Yeah,
So,
it's been wild. It's been wild.
anyway, I'm gonna drop down. I'll keep listening.
Always
See you later.
appreciate you. Always appreciate you. All right, everyone. We're gonna bring up another person real quick. Do tap that screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well.
Bring up another person real quick. Do tap that screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well.
Hello.
They have an echo. We're gonna go to the next person. If you want to support me, everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. You can support me Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm Irish.
Okay. For people
Fuck you.
saying he didn't say the slur, he said that he did apparently. So, and I was seeing comments on TikTok. Maybe the audio is different on YouTube or something. There were a lot of people saying he did say it in the TikTok comment section. So it's just probably maybe didn't go through to over to YouTube for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, bitch. You bitch.
Fuck you, fuck ass faggot. You a faggot ass bitch.
Okay. All right. That person definitely said it. I don't know what's wrong with people. All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. That's literally TOS and their PFP. All right, let's get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I did.
Yo, what's up?
How's
How
it
old are you?
going?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Why
Well,
so?
I'm just recently 18, but my family's Republican. So
why'd you vote
I
for
didn't
Donald
get
Trump?
to vote for him in November.
Do you support him though?
Well, I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Huh? Yes, I support him. But one thing that I'd like, in my opinion, I think that it's kind of absurd to have a president, including Biden, be above the age of 80. So I personally think I would rather have someone like JD Vance, or like I would be perfectly happy with a
So then here's to clarify.
educated, smart woman being president too. But some of the reasons that I voted for Trump.
David,
is,
can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Donald Trump is going to be older at the end of his administration than Biden was at the end of his administration. So then why wouldn't you have supported Kamala
get that.
Harris
That's
over
not
Donald
the
Trump?
point. I'm saying I just think it's crazy that the presidents are that old in general.
I understand, but so then why didn't you support Donald Trump or Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
You just ask, why do I support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
No, I asked you the question, why didn't you support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, given that she was much younger?
Because like just so much of the stuff with the Democratic Party, like it's, as a person, like I know it's a weird thing to talk about as a male, but I'm against abortion, and it like there's so many different categories of things that I can't like debate you on every one of them, but I personally think abortion is wrong, and all of the things with illegal immigration, I think that there's no reason that the borders should be unpatrolled and not being restricted, that people were just
It was being restricted. I don't know what your idea is, that there wasn't like a border when Biden was in office.
I don't know if you've seen the charts and the
I have
government reported graphs that it was at an all-time high, and then whenever he came into presidency in 2016, it was at an all-time low, lower than it's ever been before.
Okay, so when it comes to what was lower than what it's ever been before? You said
the illegal immigration rates were lower.
Okay, so
whenever Trump ended his term.
Let's talk about this. So in terms of
2020.
border crossings, the end of Trump's administration comparative to the end of Biden's first administration were higher at the end of Trump's administration. Are you saying
that's
that
not true at all?
That is true.
Can you pull up a graph for that, or a chart released from a reliable news source?
Yeah, I can. You could just look up. Do you accept Politico?
Do
you accept Politico?
Politico? Is that a news source?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read things from that before, but I don't know.
I got you. I'll just. What do you accept?
What do you mean? What do I accept? Like a news source?
Yeah, like what do you
trust?
accept?
Oh, I mean, personally, I trust Fox News, and I have my
Jesus.
reasons behind that. If you want to talk about it, I'd be happy to give you reasons for that.
Yeah, tell me why.
Okay, well, I was at the Trump rally where he had the assassination attempt on him, and I watched him get shot at, and I saw that happen. I was only like less than 100 feet away, and whenever we were looking on the news after everything happened, all of the main top headlines were like stuff like loud popping noises disrupt Trump rally in Butler, and just like noises disturb rally, or Trump escorted off stage after popping noises heard. The only news source that immediately said assassination attempt on President Donald Trump at Trump rally in Butler, PA was Fox News. That was like, and afterwards there's all of the liberal media saying that it was staged.
All of them, no. And the liberal media did not say it was staged. That's
ridiculous. I know that
ridiculous.
not everyone has said it was staged. There are lots of people.
The liberal media was not saying
But
it
what
was
I'm
staged.
saying
The
is
entirety of the media
Fox
was
News-
saying it was an assassination attempt from the very beginning. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that is a complete lie. Anybody like I was there, I saw it happen. We looked up the news to
There are people in the
watch videos
chat that
of
were
it.
there that disagree with you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, I literally
I also remember I was doing these lives when it happened.
well, all I know is I was at the Trump rally. I watched Trump get shot at. We looked on the news and I saw major headlines from CNN, NBC that said loud popping
Hold on.
noises.
By
heard
the
at
way, here
Trump rally.
the title is from Politico. Guess how much border crossing numbers plummeted after Biden put in a new policy.
Okay. Is that a liberal news source though?
If you want, it's literally based upon the data from CBP.
Okay.
That's just where you can find the information.
Well, can you give me numbers? 'Cause, I mean, I'm not
when
gonna
he
say-
implemented an executive order, there was a 40 to 50% decrease in the level of border crossings, which brought us to an average set of border crossings to below 1,500 for 7 consecutive days.
I'm not gonna
just
say that
what it was citing in the article.
I believe that just because you're saying that, but I'm not gonna like just say that you're lying. But I know that Trump has made it clear that that is a main goal that that's a lot of his campaigning. So he wants to stop illegal immigration. So why would he say that and then not do anything productive whenever he invested all of the tax dollars, not all of them, but a lot of tax
critiquing your
dollars
own
into
position.
building a wall in his first term?
He didn't build
Let me
much
finish.
wall. 23% refurbished wall, 3.7% new wall.
And then this is some I haven't read about this recently, but I know like I've talked to stuff like with my friends and dad and like even Mike Kelly because he lives nearby. And like whenever Biden went into office, they wanted to undo things that Trump did because I don't think you can deny that a lot of what the Democrats like to do is just deny what Trump says. Like anything that he says, they want to do the opposite of. And Biden invested lots of money into tearing down the walls on the border that Trump had put up. And
Yeah, so
that
did you know what
used
the
our tax
bipartisan border
dollars.
bill is?
I don't know.
There was a bipartisan border bill that came up like a bit. What's your birth year, by the way? What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
January.
January 2007. Okay. Chat. He's not a minor. Please stop spamming that in the comment section. What was it? What was I just saying? Because I was trying to respond to that real quick.
Something about some act.
The bipartisan border bill. So the bipartisan border bill had within it actually building more wall than Trump ever built under his administration. So it had funding to do that. It was going to get passed, and Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bill from being passed. It would have passed if Donald Trump didn't do that.
Okay.
So if anyone caused there to be less wall built, it was Donald Trump because they were willing to compromise on it. Democrats were willing to compromise on it in order to be able to make the immigration system go faster and to help the asylum process.
Okay.
It was literally a conservative border bill.
I'm trying to look that up right now. I just opened a computer.
Yeah, look up Donald Trump undermines bipartisan border bill. In the meantime, I'll thank some people real quick. Candace, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Yikes. Keita, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for calling out the beta snowflake bigots. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Gloria with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Gloria in the comment section for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Gloria. W's for Gloria in the comment section right now for the $100. That's actually nuts. Thank you so much, Gloria. They put no message, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Laura, thank you for the $75. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. When you find a racist, you've also found a misogynist. That's likely very true. I absolutely appreciate it. Always, literally. Chris, thank you for the $2.20. Thank you so much. But again, Laura and Gloria, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some fucking W's for them in the comment section right now. W's for them in the comment section right now. All right, David, did you find anything?
I just finished searching it, but my computer's taking over.
Okay, you can.
Why
mute,
do the
you can
Republicans
mute
turn
and
down the border bill?
You can mute, and
But
I can find someone else to talk to in the meantime.
walked away from it as early as urging of GOP presumptive presidential nominee Donald Trump. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You can just mute, and then you can come back when you're ready.
Okay.
All right, I got you. Just unmute whenever you're ready. I will get someone else up in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. The new Paul, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he's a better president than Kamala Harris.
And why so?
Well, let me tell you why I think Trump and JD Vance are better.
Are you driving?
I'm not. My brother is.
Okay. Can you say hi real quick?
What's up?
Okay. All right, go for it.
I think that JD Vance killed the Pope.
All right, alrighty. I think they're trolling.
Okay, can I just say real
people
quick?
keep saying you're 16. Are you class of
Sorry.
2027?
Can I just say real quick? I've listened to. I'm sure you take inspiration from Dean. You know who Dean is.
Yeah,
does listen from there,
I
yeah.
take lots of inspiration from Dean. Yeah.
So it just blows my mind to sit here and listen to these Republicans coming on and like they'll say like it's like they're representing the Republican Party so badly. Like, yeah, I don't know everything, but at least I'm not just like saying stupid stuff, saying that men are better than women. At least I'm not saying that women shouldn't have rights. Like it just is making me crazy.
David, the
Yeah.
fact that you kind of said that is kind of a meme. At least you don't believe women shouldn't have rights. You know what, dude?
No,
Bravo.
I'm saying it blows my mind that there's guys coming on here representing the Republican Party saying that men should be the only ones to be presidents and stuff like that because it's completely wrong. I think that that's messed up. I'm not against LGBTQ at all. I think that I don't.
David, I
like,
just
I'm not.
I
I don't
just want to
get
clarify real quick. Just to ask a question. People keep saying you are class of 2027. Do you want to respond to that real quick?
Okay. I would rather talk to you and say I'm 18. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I should have always trusted the chat. I'm sorry, chat. I apologize. I should have believed you. I should have believed you immediately. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
June 26th of 2004.
Okay. All right. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I had this conversation with Dean earlier, but it kind of got like heated at one point. But
interesting.
I voted for Trump just because my grandpa was a huge Republican guy. So he kind of told me one side, but I'm just trying to get from your perspective. Do you think that Trump did it? Do you think he did bad his first year around, like from 2016 to 2020? Do you think that was a bad, like, do you think he did bad?
Yes. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think the economy was doing good in 2016?
At that point, if here and there, I don't, compared to this economy, absolutely.
Okay. So we're currently under Donald Trump's economy, and in 2016, Obama was president. So are you saying that the economy was better when Obama was president comparative to Donald Trump being president currently?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to understand more of what is Trump's plan by the end of his 4 years. You know what I mean? Like I'm not understanding why. Like I know I voted for him, and just because my grandpa told me to, and I didn't want to make him mad at that point. You know what I'm talking about? Just because he's my grandpa, but I agree with Trump on some stuff, but some stuff, because I'm a Christian, so I don't agree on 50% of what Trump has done or did. Like with the felons, I don't agree on that at all. And that's one of the main parts I never really voted for him.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you would vote for someone who released violent criminals into the country?
Release or come in?
Like released violent criminals into the country.
No. Well, isn't he trying to get rid of them?
I just asked you, would you vote for a candidate that released violent criminals into the country?
No.
Well, did you know that Donald Trump pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Or is that with? Wait. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Did you know that Donald Trump pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
No, but the only reason I didn't vote for Biden Kamala at that point. Kamala, sorry. The way I say it's a little different. Sorry, it's just the accent. The only reason I didn't vote for her is because I didn't really hear her policies at that point in time. I guess it never came by me, but every policy for Trump, I always came by across. So for me, it was just easier to vote for Trump since I knew what he was doing. And for me, it was just easier, like deporting all the illegals. That was a huge vote towards my direction or for his direction.
Okay, so one, you shouldn't call people illegals. Two, deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes is bad. Like they should be allowed to stay in the country if they haven't done so, because the whole process and reason why you want to restrict people from coming to the country is because you want to restrict violent criminals from coming to the country. Again, if you wanted to restrict violent criminals from coming to the country and you didn't want them to be released in the country, well, then you wouldn't have voted for a guy who literally pardoned violent criminals, right?
Okay, and another one was I know you said you didn't want me to call them illegals, but there is a process of coming to the United States.
Hold up, Bladen. Can you give me 1 second? For the people
Yes,
that
sir.
can hear me in the TikTok chat, just tell people to go over to YouTube because there's nothing I can do. Like I literally can't fix the lag. I did already hit a restart. There's nothing I can do. TikTok is horrible. It's a terrible platform. The fact that it keeps making my streams lag when it's not lagging for us at all and it's not my internet is ridiculous. Like, why does this keep happening?
But I'm just trying to get to okay, so all these migrants, or is that a better word for you?
Undocumented immigrants, yes.
Okay, immigrants, sorry. Why was Kamala never active at the? I'm sorry, I can't say it like that. It's just that.
Just say Harris.
Harris. I'm sorry. Why did Harris? Why did she not ever go down to the border? And why did she never? I'm not saying she didn't care at that time, but I'm just asking more of why did she not seem more passionate to feel the need to stop all the immigrants from coming in without any without any proof of being I'm trying to word this so I don't make you mad, but not illegals, but not coming in legally, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, what's the reason why you want to restrict people from coming into the country? Like, what's the whole reason for a border security?
So I watched one of Trump's things, and I was watching that he was nominating parents that have lost their lives to immigrants that weren't from the United States. And it kind of just made me think, because I have a son, I have a 2-year-old son, so I couldn't imagine how I would feel if, you know what I mean, if an immigrant came here illegally. I mean, granted, it's still the same if somebody did it in the United States, but if we could have stopped the fact that we could have people not come in here and commit crimes and more crimes, because crime rates went up ever since the border's been more open. And I'm just trying to figure out, do you think that JD Vance will do any better than Kamala did?
Bladen, can I address what you just said, Kamala?
Yeah,
Again, when
Harris.
it comes to this, you're making the assumption that more people coming into the country who are undocumented immigrants is going to increase the crime rate. Did you know that undocumented immigrants commit violent crime and property crime and drug crimes at lower rates, multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens? Meaning that if there were more undocumented immigrants in the country, as per percentages of the population, the crime rate would decrease. So this idea that undocumented immigrants are bringing lots of crime is one, false on a statistic basis, and then secondly, no one's disagreeing with deporting people who are in the country have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, right? The issue is that we don't want people to be deported if they haven't committed violent crime or bad crime, right? Like just because they come into the country and they violated a law of immigration, right? When our current immigration process takes 5 to 7 years on average, so it's an unjustified law, right? Doesn't mean they should be kicked out of the country, right? If it is totally okay under my books to violate an unjustified law, the immigration law that takes 5 to 7 years on average in order to be able to get in the country, I believe it's okay to violate it. One, because there's not any harmful implications, and two, because it is the case that again, it takes too long to get into the country through the typical legal immigration process. That's why I think that we need to make the typical legal immigration process faster in order to incentivize people who are coming through the undocumented process, just coming for a better life, to be able to go through the legal immigration process.
Right, and I couldn't agree with you anymore, man. And I had just had 2 more questions for you, if that's all right.
Go for it.
So, my next question would be, do you think Kamala Harris will run next election?
Harris?
Harris, I'm sorry.
Probably.
And my second question would be, because I talked to my mom earlier after Dean, and she kind of said that she wasn't too left or right-sided. It just depends on who's running and who she sees more fit. So what do you see for the future for the United States under Trump? Like, do you see success? Do you see debt coming off of the United States? Like, do you see us going into the recession? Because
under Donald Trump, I see a possible recession. I see cutting ties with our allies. I see us stepping away from the world stage, right, internationally. I see protectionist behavior, right, on trade. I see isolationist behavior, which is going to lead to, again, us, right, not engaging with the world and international community to what we need to, which would be relevant in us addressing climate change and other sorts of issues, right? So I think that there's going to be lots of issues.
Okay, and I know this is gonna sound weird, but I was just wanting to get 30 seconds of your time to pray for Joe Biden. Do you think I could pray for him real quick on your live, or if not, it's all right.
I'm good. I appreciate you coming up, but I am just gonna get
Have
the
a good
next
day,
person
brother.
up here. Appreciate you. All right, is it lagging for people on TikTok right now? I might try one more restart, and if it doesn't work, I'll give up on TikTok for the night. We got 2,700 people over on YouTube. I'd really appreciate if you like the stream. If you're on YouTube, it really helps push it out to more people. Seriously, it really helps. So I'd really appreciate it if you like the stream. Is it still lagging right now? Yeah. All right. We're going to hit one more restart on TikTok. I recommend if you're on TikTok, go over to the YouTube stream. I would really appreciate it. Go over to the YouTube stream. It's not lagging there. So go over to the YouTube stream. I would really appreciate it. Right now, Parkergetajob. Go through my link tree. That's the best place you'll see. I'll be right back. Okay, all right. All right.
We have some big news while
All right, let's start it up. What's up, everyone on TikTok or on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream. I seriously would really appreciate that. What happened in Dean? Dean already got off for the day. We currently have 1,000 likes. Everyone's trying to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate that. We got 2,800 people almost in the live. It always helps send it out to more people. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up. All right. Do give it a second for people to join up here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, as always. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, just in the description of the YouTube stream or in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Do the hearts do anything? The likes do, yes. Burning, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Love from Montana. Thank you. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for. Thank you for always being such a genuine person, and it shows. Autumn. Oh, thank you so much, Autumn. I appreciate it. LOL. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. And then Yoshi, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars for keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can get some debates here on TikTok. If not, I will end the TikTok stream for today and probably just go over to my maybe I'll go over my other account and just try to get people to go over to the YouTube stream because it's just horrible today. Chris, thank you for the $2.22. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. It's better. Yeah, it's better for now, and then it probably will get worse because it's like once I add people up, it starts usually getting the lag. All right. Alrighty, let's see if we can get someone up here. You, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Well, here's the thing: is for one of two reasons, and one of them I like is because of his border laws. It's specifically the illegal immigrants. Now, I saw on your live earlier,
What state
and
do
it
you live
makes
in?
it. Chicago.
That's a state?
No, not. Oh, shit.
I didn't know Chicago was a state. That's new. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sure did.
Why so?
Yeah, I mean, mainly because he was a whole lot better than Kamala. And
Kamala.
also,
Why so?
why is he better?
Yeah.
Because we saw what she did with the border, for one. For two, well, I don't exactly remember what it was called, but her policy towards trying to give $15K for new or first-time home buyers, that didn't really sound like it was a good idea.
Why not?
I mean, from my understanding, if you pump the market with basically $15K, it would only cause the prices to just kind of.
No, because not everyone gets it. It's only for people for first-time home buyers for new homes, right? And it would specifically be applicable to new homes, those that just got built, right? To incentivize the building of new homes, which will mean that there's a greater level of supply of already built homes.
Okay,
Therefore,
so
lowering the price on already built homes. So it doesn't
yeah,
make it less affordable for people to buy new homes because it provides people a tax credit for that. But then at the same time, it doesn't make it more expensive for already built homes because there's a
yeah.
greater supply. It makes it less expensive.
I feel like you're conflating two things. From what I understand, she was trying to incentivize construction companies to build new homes, but the $15K wasn't the only related to these new homes being built.
The $25K for first-time home buyers for
Okay.
new homes. It's just a tax credit. And
Okay,
I'm
so
confused. What do you mean? It's for first-time home buyers for new homes. It's for the buying the house. What are you saying it's for?
for buying a house for the first time, not buying a new build for the first time.
A new, yeah, it is. It's buying it's for first-time home buyers for new homes. New homes.
Okay, so where can you show me?
That was within our policy on our website, which is now not here anymore.
You're kind of pulling it out of thin air.
No, I'm not. It was on our website.
Okay, can you direct me or show me some type?
The
Something?
website's not there anymore.
There should be some type of remnants of it.
Look up Kamala Harris a tax credit for new homes, and you'll probably find something.
Okay, and so yeah, so I guess there's a potential that I'm misinformed, and I didn't see that. But what do you have to say about the border?
Okay. Oh, that's a good point to address. In terms of the border, she wasn't a quote unquote border czar. That's just a made up label. That was never applicable to her. She specifically was given some authority by Joe Biden for like raising private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. That's about it. And she raised over $5 billion in doing so.
Okay, so she raised $500 billion and did
$5 billion is not half a
Oh,
trillion.
you said 5 billion. Sorry, I didn't hear that. So yes, so she raised $5 billion. I mean, either way, what came of that relating to our border?
That's to prop up their economies to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. That was the specific authority that she was granted by Joe Biden. Otherwise, she didn't have authority.
Oh, okay. She had no authority.
Yeah.
As vice president.
For over the border. Unless she
Okay.
would be
Do
able
you hear
to be a
yourself?
tie-breaking vote on Congress.
So you're telling me the vice president had no authority over our border? That's what you're actually trying to say?
Unless granted by the president.
Okay. I don't.
Would you like to provide me what authority she had?
She is the second in command of the country.
Yeah, but like what authority does that grant her?
It grants her I would assume, I'm just assuming at this point, that she
Exactly.
has national security authority. Am I wrong about that?
What is national security authority?
Okay, security. I mean, authority to protect the security of the nation.
I would ask what authority over what to protect the nation.
Okay, okay. Again, if she is the second in command, I don't understand how.
Okay,
Especially
so then why are you granting responsibility for her when you don't even know what the vice president does? You don't even know the authorities of the vice president. Can you name me one thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
Lay them out for me then.
Can you name a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
What do you mean?
Can you name a single action done by a vice president in U.S. history?
Okay, I can name a whole bunch, but can you be a bit more specific?
Name me a single one.
Okay, come. She goes on to, well, not she, but Kamala specifically.
Kamala.
Whatever. Did you anyway? Whatever.
No, you will say her name correctly, or I'll kick you from the stream.
Okay, buddy. You're funny. So, say it again. How do you say her name?
Kamala. You can say Harris.
Okay, so Harris, she went on to do a bunch of media. She did a media campaign to she's done. Vice presidents do a lot of things. Okay,
she did a media campaign. Is not.
This is why I'm asking you.
This is painful.
You be more specific.
Give me any specific action a vice president engaged in U.S. history. That's it. Give me any specific action from a vice president in U.S. history. And if you can't name me that, then how are you to say that you're qualified in determining whether or not she has responsibility for doing something about the border? Because clearly you don't know, one, anything a vice president has done in U.S. history, or 2, right, the authorities in which they hold. Ella, think of the description. You swiping out of the app in order to Google things is kind of funny.
It could be hilarious. I don't care. Yeah, I'm Googling up something. Yeah, I'm Googling something. What's the problem with that?
So you at least admit you don't know a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history. So that's
Okay,
my
no,
point. You don't know the
it's
authorities of the
simple.
vice
I mean,
president.
it's
You don't
simple.
know
It's
anything they've done as vice president. How are you able to determine whether or not she's responsible for things about the border if you don't know the authorities or anything she's done?
Okay, so it's simple to me. Okay, generally the vice president, if something happens between the with the president, they'll be the successor, which has happened before. Do you want me to point to-
Really? No, I didn't know that.
Okay. You just asked me to point to anything any VP has done.
That's not something they've done. That's just that's a role of authority for the
So
vice
you're
president.
telling
So
me
you gave me
vice
one role
president
of
has-
you gave me one role of authority that's not related to immigration.
Okay, that's why I just asked you about what do you mean? You just said to say anything about any vice president. That's why I asked you to be more specific.
Name me a specific thing they've done.
Okay, they have became president when the other president has died.
Who? Name me a single vice president that became president.
I believe after JFK got shot, I can't
And who
remember
was
his
it?
name. I just said I can't remember his name.
Lyndon Johnson.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, well now you know, but you didn't know before. So
Okay,
you
what
couldn't
is
name
your-
a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history.
Okay,
So clearly
I
you
pay-
are
I
not
pay more
able to
attention
determine
to the
whether or not she's
president.
responsible
I pay
for
more
anything
attention.
relating to the border.
Okay, I pay more attention to the president rather than the vice president. For one,
Interesting.
why is that interesting? I think that's what just about everybody else in the country does.
Yeah, but like the reason why that's interesting is because it demonstrates that you are not able to determine whether or not she deserves responsibility for things that relate to the border, because you don't even know the role in which she partakes relating to the border, and you also don't even know a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history. So please, at least acknowledge what I'm referencing.
Okay. Well, you're referencing something that's not true at this point because I just told you something a vice president's done.
No, you didn't. You didn't tell me any
Oh.
specific thing a vice president's done. I told you the person who did it.
Okay, what is your point? Did I not just say that that Kennedy's VP took over control
And
after
you
he
didn't know
died?
who that was, so you couldn't name a specific thing a vice president did. You needed me to fill in the blanks.
Okay, I didn't because it would have been exactly right if you didn't tell me his name. I could care less. I could have fucking said
All
like, I
you
could have
said
I
was
have
that
no
a
clue.
vice president assumed power after one got assassinated. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. That's all you said. You didn't give me a specific thing a specific vice president did.
Okay. Well, you for one, you didn't ask for a specific vice president. But
How many
okay,
branches
we're
of government?
going
How
off
many
on
how
a
many
tangent
branches of
that is
government are
away
there?
from what I want to talk about.
How many
So,
branches of government are there?
There's 3 branches of government:
And what are they?
the judicial, executive, and I don't remember the other one. Congressional? I don't remember.
Legislative.
Legislative. Sorry. So, okay. So, do you want to? So you're saying that she had no responsibility for the border?
America, fuck yeah. Yeah, she had no responsibility.
Okay, so it was
other than the one I mentioned specifically with Central America, where she raised over $5 billion in private funds for, which was great. Can't hear you, by the way, Anthony. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It will help get it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in the live? What's up? What's up? What's up? By the way, everyone on TikTok, it might just start lagging at any point in time. If it does, I recommend go over the YouTube channel, Parkergetajob. But otherwise, you can stay over here on TikTok and enjoy the stream. Yeah, Anthony, we'll see when he comes back. In the meantime, everyone tap the screen on TikTok, like the stream on YouTube.
All right. So you want to let me finish?
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe I remember Biden explicitly saying that she'd be responsible for the border in like a press conference or something.
Go ahead, provide me that. In the meantime, we'll get up someone else to help him out. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
So all you're saying is she wasn't responsible for the border, therefore therefore she has no culpability in what happened at the border.
I would just say one, even if she did, it's not indicative of anything bad, right? And then two, right?
How?
She didn't because she didn't have authority.
Okay, so I think it's a little bit dishonest to completely say she has nothing to do with the border.
Then tell me, what did she have to do?
Okay, I'm saying, can I finish my statement? Okay, so I think it's a bit dishonest to say that if under Biden's cabinet, which she is the second in that role, that there's record number of border crossings. Biden literally told people to come across the border.
No,
But you're saying she has nothing to do with that because
she actually told people to leave. And now in terms of the country under Biden, in terms of immigration, right? That was because of the economic insecurity that exists around the world because of the pandemic. Inflation led to more people coming to the country where it was more economically secure, and the United States, which saw less inflation than plenty of the places around the world.
Okay. So, you're saying that
the border, right? You're referencing the bipartisan border bill would have addressed a lot of the concerns of the border. Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill. It would have passed if Donald Trump didn't call for people in Congress to not pass it.
Again, I mean, I'm sure you've heard this plenty of times. That was not the only thing in that bill.
What was in the bill that you thought was bad?
I haven't in a long time. I'd have to take a look, but I believe it was a bunch of money also going towards
foreign countries. So yeah, they separated the bill from the foreign assistance aspect of the bill and the border aspects of the bill. The border aspects alone did not pass. The foreign assistance by itself did pass. So try again. Keely, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so you're saying
for foot's sake. Thank you so much for the $10.
So you're saying they did
Of
this
course.
after?
What's up?
So you're saying were they proposed as two separate bills in the first place?
No, it's after.
Oh, okay. So after Trump
After Trump claimed that.
Okay, so what's your point then? Because you just said that
they called him out on his bluff, and they proved it.
Okay, but I'm saying you just said that
he didn't want the bill to pass because he didn't want Democrats to get a win on the border.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean,
he cares more about being elected as president of the United States than he cares about actually addressing the conditions that he said were bad at the border.
Okay, so why is the border doing a lot better now?
So when you say the border is doing better now, within what measures?
The amount of illegal crossings per day.
Okay, so did you know that the border was doing better at the end of Biden's administration compared to?
Okay, what about the 3.5?
I just would love for you to listen to this fact. Is that okay?
All right, let's hear it.
Did you know at the end of Biden's administration there were lower levels of border crossings than the end of Trump's first administration? So are you saying the border was better off at the end of Biden's comparative to the end of Trump's?
Yeah, I can concede that fact. I have no problem doing that.
Okay, so then why are you to say that specifically the conditions of the border right now are caused by Donald Trump, given that at the end of his administration, right after he implemented his policy, it was worse off than at the end of Biden's when Biden implemented his policy?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Yeah, if we're comparing the end of the administrations, right, that's when they've implemented the policy already. So if it's when they've implemented the policy already, you're telling me that, right, we have best reason to believe that's like going to be representative of them specifically. If it's likely to be best representative of them specifically, well, then it's going to be the case that I'll ask you the conditions at the border right now that exist. What makes you think they were caused by Donald Trump?
Okay, so why is that the only thing we're looking at? You're saying because of policy?
Why is what the only thing we're looking at?
That at the end of their terms.
Because it is the case that their policy was implemented by them.
Okay,
I'm
and I
saying
think
it's giving us reason to question whether or not Donald Trump actually caused the set of conditions that were at the border, or as if it was a trend that was coming prior. Push that mustache.
Right.
And even if he did have some level of influence over the decline in border crossings, right, that doesn't at all prescribe whether or not that's a good outcome. Actually, I would argue that's a bad outcome.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think that personally, I could be wrong. I don't think there really needed to be much policy for anything to happen currently.
What do you mean?
I mean that I don't know of any new policy at the border that has caused it to have to have the least amount of border crossings.
Hmm.
Do you?
So that's exactly my point.
Okay. So why are you saying that there has to be a policy?
Because that would show what they did to cause the set of circumstances. Otherwise, they didn't do anything to cause it.
I think that's not true. I don't think so.
Then what could be indicative of something that they caused to occur if it wasn't a policy?
Telling the Border Patrol to do their job.
You think Border Patrol wasn't doing their job under Biden?
In the sense of not letting people come? No.
So to clarify, you think Biden just told Border Patrol to stop doing their job, and you think Border Patrol just stopped doing their job under Biden? That's laughably insane, and Border Patrol agents would laugh at you.
Okay. I think Border Patrol agents would also laugh at the fact that they had to accept people coming across the border. So I don't understand what's your point.
What's wrong with accepting people across the border?
Because they're supposed to come through a legal
push that mustache. No, see, but the thing is, you saying that they weren't doing their job is insane. Like, we know that's not true.
We know it's okay.
Ben, thank you so much for the 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said U.S. citizen, Australian resident, registered Dem 40 years. Wish you would debate some of your international callers. Yeah, maybe sometime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of people across the globe that support Donald Trump. Maybe sometime I will. Shell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so allowing people to come across the border as opposed to not allowing that. Like, why do you think that's what the Border Patrol should do?
Because a lot of the people coming to the country have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, and they should not be kicked out of the country.
Okay, well, so I don't think that entering a country and the first thing you are doing is breaking the law is a good sign.
You voted for a criminal.
Okay, what is your point?
If you cared about crimes, you wouldn't have voted for one.
That's not true.
Really?
Have you never committed a crime?
No, I'm not a convicted criminal.
Okay, but I bet you.
Are you a convicted criminal?
I'm not. I'm a firefighter.
Convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Okay.
Is that typical?
What do you mean? Is that typical?
Is that typical? Is that indicative of an outstanding citizen? Like, if someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally immigrate into the country?
Okay, if it was civil, that's the burden of proof are completely different between civil and criminal cases.
So I'm just asking you the question.
If I was made aware, probably not. But
no. So if you wouldn't allow them to legally immigrate to the country, why would you allow someone with the very same set of criteria be president of the United States?
Because he's already in the country. And that's not how our law works.
What? Because he's already in the country? Aren't undocumented immigrants that have come into the country illegally already in the country?
They're already no. I mean, yeah, they're
Yeah,
already
they're
here.
already in
Yeah,
the
but-
country. I thought they were already in
Okay,
the country.
I misspoke. Donald Trump is already an American citizen and is afforded the same rights as everybody else here in the country. All American
Okay.
citizens.
But you're saying that there's harsher qualifications for becoming a citizen
Yeah,
compared to
yes.
becoming president of the United States. So do
Yes.
you think all citizens
Because those people can
to
then
clarify,
become
do you
president
think
of the
all
United
citizens are qualified to be president?
Say it again.
Do you think all citizens are qualified to be president?
Of course not. That by default.
Actually,
that's
you
not
know what this sounds like? This sounds like DEI.
how. Okay, I don't even know.
Because you're not saying that the person with the most merit should be the president of the United States. You're saying
That-
that you should
okay, that's
require
not-
you're saying that you should require more merit to get into the United States legally rather than becoming president of the United
No,
States. If you were actually were merit based, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, that is completely false.
What do you mean? Well, what's false about what I just said?
Okay, there's probably plenty of more people in the country who have more merit than Donald Trump. Like, that's not true. So I don't even understand
That's
your
the
point.
point
They're
that I
not
was
on the
making is
ballot.
that Donald Trump specifically doesn't have the merit to not only become a U.S. citizen, but also to
Okay,
become
do
president of the
you?
United
Do you
States. Like,
think
think
you'd
about it
be
this
able
way.
to pass
Think
a
about it this way.
citizenship test?
If it was the case that you spawned,
Do
right?
you think you would pass a citizenship test?
Yes. Would you?
I completely disagree. I don't think you would.
Really? Really?
Yeah, no.
I've taken one in my civics class in high school and passed it.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair.
I got
fair.
every question right. So Anthony, I bet if you took it, right, you would argue that this is a ridiculous exam to have people take to get into the country, because typically when you hear the questions,
Why?
you're like, why would you need to know this to become a citizen? It's a ridiculous question to ask, and that's what I thought when I took it. I could answer the questions. I was proficient in answering the questions, but I obviously saw them as ridiculous.
Okay, so okay, I do largely feel that way already. So we agree about that. Yeah. So again, so I don't think. So yes, I would say that the burden to get into our country, there should be some type of standard.
Yeah, obviously, but there should also be that same standard placed upon the president of the United States. Because I would assume
how is it
well, think about it this way. I would assume that there's harsher qualifications for becoming a president than just becoming a citizen. I don't think all citizens are qualified to be president.
Okay, by default, of course, that's not true. You have to be 35. Like
Exactly,
even
exactly
talking
my
about?
point. Exactly my point. There are more qualifications for becoming president than there are for becoming a citizen. And if there are more
Okay, but you're
qualifications
saying
for
you're
becoming
arguing
president than
both
becoming a
sides of
citizen,
that.
if you require more merit to become president than just to become a citizen,
Okay, you just argued the opposite by saying Donald Trump has less merit than the people coming into the country.
yeah, that's exactly what my point is.
Okay, so which one is it? Do you have to have more or less? Which one?
You have to meet the set of criteria of merit in order to come into the country. The set of criteria of merit in order to come into the country is simply just that you have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime. Given that you have not done those things, you said you meet the set of criteria
saying-
and merit required to come into the country. I think there should be more merit for becoming president of the United States, as I think it's more rigorous than just being a citizen, right?
Okay.
So, for
yes.
example, if there is something applicable to becoming a citizen, it should be also applicable to becoming president of the United States. Do you agree?
Generally speaking, but not in full, no.
So why should
Because-
something be applicable to the pathway to citizenship, but it shouldn't be applicable to the pathway to presidency?
Because I think there's a difference between trying to become a citizen and already being a citizen.
Wait,
For example,
say that one more time.
I think there should be a different set of standards for somebody trying to become a citizen rather than somebody who is already a citizen.
I understand, right? I think that that's a ridiculous one thing. Why? Actually, here's my question. Why should that be the case if we're referencing a job? Why should the set of criteria be any different for a job, given whether or not they were located in one area comparative to another?
So, okay, so just to make sure I understand your question, you're saying if this was for a job,
as long as they're a citizen, they should be.
yeah. So you're saying if it was for a job, why would the criteria be different for one person as to the other based on their geographical location?
Yeah.
Okay, so one, there's different. There's for example, the minimum wage is not the same across the whole country. We have a federal minimum wage, but states have their own. So I would say that's one. If somebody doesn't want to work for,
I don't think that responds to like what I'm specifically arguing.
Okay,
Because
well,
I'm talking about federally recognized standards, not state recognized
okay, well,
standards.
okay, so you're also asking about a job, and why would there be a different
Yeah,
set of criteria?
from a federal perspective. Like, do you think if we had a job for a federal employee, that whether or not someone lives in Wyoming versus whether or not someone lives in California is going to matter to you at all, given that location isn't relevant to the job?
No.
Yeah, obviously it's not going to matter because location isn't relevant to the job. Location,
but citizenship is.
when you're establishing the merit for a person, right? Obviously, what's going to be relevant in terms of being president, right, is going to be characteristics in which they have, such as how they treat people, like their personality, the policies they advocate for, etc. Right? Those are going to be relevant qualities towards being a president, right? And again, if we think that there should be more merit acquired to be president compared to just being a citizen, if it is the case that we apply a standard to being a citizen, like you cannot become a citizen if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, well, then I also believe the case that you should believe the same thing to be true for president of the United States.
Again,
so if you can identify, right, an Xing out characteristic for Donald Trump, but you can't identify an Xing out characteristic for Kamala Harris, wouldn't that indicate that you should vote for Kamala Harris?
Okay. Okay, can we get back to okay? So say that again. Can you ask your question again? Because I feel like you just kind of jumped to Kamala Harris again. So say it again.
Someone being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, X's them out for being eligible.
Okay.
Given that both sides would have the X, right, it wouldn't be a relevant quality to bring up. But given that we can establish that that quality exists for Donald Trump, but doesn't exist for Kamala Harris, what quality of Kamala Harris does she have that disqualifies her from being the candidate?
To me, I think how bad the Biden cabinet did would disqualify her. That's what I think.
Okay, like what did the Biden administration do that was so bad that disqualifies Kamala Harris?
Again, the record number of border crossings for one. For two, the unemployment. While I understand you said, I was watching I think it was yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. You were talking to somebody about how in 1 month the unemployment rate was 3.4 compared to Donald Trump's 3.5%.
Yeah, 2 separate months under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, yeah. So, and it also, I mean, if you look at if you look at that trend, it started trending up. So
What started trending up? The unemployment.
The unemployment
because of the increase in interest rates because of global inflation. So it has nothing to do with what the Biden-Harris administration caused. Now, if you want to reference specifically like the
so let's only look at their best moment, is what you're saying.
Okay, well then, do you want to look at Trump 14.8% unemployment under his administration?
We can look at the exact same thing under Biden's.
There was not
10% or something.
No, there wasn't.
The
highest point of unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration was the day that he got into office.
Yes, which is
Did you know that?
Expected.
It's to be expected. Well, the highest rate of unemployment under Donald Trump's presidency was not the day that he got in office.
Okay, which is still to be expected because COVID-19. What are you talking about?
Okay, so now you're able to identify external causes. So COVID can cause there to be unemployment issues for Donald Trump's economy, but COVID can't. But COVID can't cause there to be economic issues under the Biden-Harris administration.
No, they sure can.
Okay, so then you said that I was but I was the one making up all of these excuses when it came to acknowledging COVID-19's effect on the economy that related to the Joe Biden. But when you did
No.
it with Donald Trump, then it's not an issue.
That's not true. All I did was say that you want to look at the best moment for Biden's
Well,
cabinet.
that's seemingly what you were doing. First thing, lads.
You're saying that's what I was doing for Trump?
In that conversation, we were talking about the fact that he said the lowest rate of unemployment in the past 50 years happened under Trump, which was wrong because there were 2
Yeah.
months of 3.4% under Biden comparative to Trump's 3.5%. Right? So I was
Yeah.
just acknowledging that that person was wrong.
No, yeah. And all I'm acknowledging is that there was an upward trend after that.
After the 3.4%?
Yes.
Okay, what's your point? There was also an upward trend after Trump's 3.5%.
It didn't, from what I looked at, it didn't look like it. It looked like it was going down and then COVID.
Wait, say that one more time?
I said from what I was looking at, it looked like it was a downward trend and then COVID happened.
Yeah, the downward trend existed before he got into office. And it was also on a downward trend before that trend up happened related to COVID-19 under the Biden-Harris administration.
So are you saying that we can't attribute any of it to each president then because it was happening before?
Because both of those related to COVID. Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, no, that's okay. I don't think you heard me correctly. So you just said that there was already a downward trend before Trump got into office, correct?
Yeah. I was talking
Okay.
about COVID-19, the effect on unemployment relating to COVID-19.
Okay, COVID didn't happen before. Oh, this year you're saying.
I'm referencing the 14.8% unemployment under Trump comparative to the effect on inflation under Biden. That
Okay. So you're saying, okay, what I'm asking is the downward trend that was already happening before Trump got into office, are you talking about 2025 or before that?
I'm talking about his first administration.
Okay, so I'm asking now then, are you saying that we can't attribute any of the unemployment numbers to any president because it was happening before them?
No, I'm saying that Donald Trump's presidency doesn't make any sense to assign any level of unemployment decrease to specifically him, as it was a trend that was already occurring, and there's nothing we can identify that he did that specifically would have benefited that's unique to him that Democrats wouldn't have done.
Okay, so you think that there would have to be one specific catalyst for it to then be attributed to that president?
You could identify multiple.
Okay, so you don't think that the overall
It could be one or multiple, but you'd have to provide those examples.
Okay, so I'm saying, do you not think that the overall stability of the country would go towards the unemployment?
What? I'm confused. Restate that.
So do you think that the overall so yeah, I would say, do you think that the stability of the country in terms of economic growth, in terms of housing, everything that's going on in the country as a whole would not have anything to do with the unemployment? You think it would only have to be related to a specific set of identifiable actions that happened?
Try one more time.
Okay. So So you think there has to be one or many specific actions that are related to unemployment for it to be connected to that president?
No, you could provide one. Just provide anything. I'm asking for anything.
Okay. My point is that I don't think that there has to be one or many, either one, specific thing.
So there doesn't have to be anything?
No, because I think that
Couldn't I use the same standard then? To say the
Well,
inverse
yeah,
of what you're
if
saying?
you want, I think you can. I think you could say either way. If the country is doing well as a whole or the country is doing bad as a whole, that would affect the.
So the likelihood that you're wrong is just as likely as the likelihood that you're right.
No, not exactly. So I'm not doing the best at explaining my point right now. So all I'm trying to say.
Then how do you
is-
differentiate to say that there's better reason to believe that it's right comparative to that it's wrong?
Yeah, so I would say if you look at the country as a whole, what is going on in the country? For example, how divided the country is right now, or how we're involved in a lot of stuff in other countries. I would say these could be indicators as to the overall well-being of the country, which would then mean the economy, I mean, the unemployment could be going up or it could be going down. If a country is more stable altogether, then I would assume the unemployment would be going down. And if it's less stable, the unemployment would be going up.
Okay. So that's not necessarily true. But
Okay.
you understand that like we can point towards, how about this? If GDP goes down, is that indicative of the economy doing worse?
I would, yeah.
Okay, well, GDP in the first quarter of 2025 has gone down when for every single month and quarter prior, it was increasing.
Okay. So you're saying that, okay. Go on.
That was it. Do you want to respond to that?
Okay, yeah, and do you think that our country's in a good spot right now?
No.
Okay, so that goes to my point.
How with Trump's president?
Okay, my point is not about Trump's president. I'm saying that if the country as a whole is going up on an upward trend,
I said it's not.
Okay, and again, that was literally my point also. If it's going down, then I would assume unemployment would be going up.
Okay. That's
But
what
you
we'd
said that's not
probably
true.
I actually haven't looked at unemployment data, but if you want to look at it, GDP has gone down when prior it was going up every single quarter.
Okay. And so that would okay, I see. So you're saying even if GDP is going up, unemployment will fluctuate however it's going to fluctuate.
Unemployment has since Biden left office, it has gone up by 0.2%.
Sorry, say it again.
Since Biden got in office, Biden left office, it's gone up by 0.2%. So unemployment has slightly gone up.
Okay. And I would so I would think that would make sense if GDP has gone down.
Okay.
Broadly speaking.
So then what is Trump doing good for the economy? Seems like
Okay.
he's doing stuff that's bad for the economy, right?
I mean, it's been what 4 months?
Yeah, and the economy is in the shitter.
Okay. So I think you're right, but I do also think that it's fair to acknowledge that in essence, this between China and America, what he did with the tariffs seems to have worked out exactly how he's expecting.
How so? What have we got? The
Okay,
GDP's down, unemployment's up. What did we get?
Okay, I think it's been within the month that China in America have agreed to lower tariffs on each other. He's also
not lower than what they originally were. Just pause them and lower, and again higher than what they originally were still. So lower than just like what Trump raised it to, which was like 200 something %. Like, of course, dude. Of course, it's not 200% anymore, man. Bravo, dude. Can we get a bravo? Can we get an art of the deal, everyone in the chat? Art of the deal. Look at the art of the deal. He took the tariff from 250 to 150 or lower, right?
Okay,
but like he originally was the one who raised it to 250. So why would I credit him with like reducing it if it is the case that he's the one that is the reason why he it was raised in the first place?
No, yeah. Okay,
so
yes.
unless
I'm
we got
talking about
something
the
else
opposite.
other than just the tariff decreased, then it's not art of the deal. It's a complete and utter con.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking. So you're saying we are getting tariffed 150% by China. because from what I understand, I thought there was a pause that brought it down to like 15% or something like that.
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
So the tariffs that China has imposed on us, I thought there was a pause where it went down to like 15 or 25% or something like that.
The pause means it's just not in effect. So the current average rate of tariff on imports from China is around 30%.
Okay, and before
So
that,
it went from as high as 145 to 30.
okay, so that's my point.
What's your point? I don't 30 is high as fuck and higher than what it was, right?
So you're saying, okay, so what were we getting tariff?
It's no lower than what it was, right?
Okay, what were our tariffs then before they got jacked up?
Let me figure that out. Can you give me any reason to believe it was lower? Because it's still...
No. I think it was higher. I think
or higher.
China
Wait,
was
can you give me any
tariffing
evidence
us-
that it was higher? People are saying 10%.
See, so okay, you're saying China was tariffing us 10% to import into their country? That is false.
China's doing 10 and we're 30.
Okay,
According to
and
Reuters.
okay, and my question is, what made Donald Trump do this quote unquote tariff war in the first place? What were they before that?
What were they? Can I just give you an article and you can go read?
Sure, sounds good.
The article from Reuters is what's in China-U.S. trade deal, tariff cuts, and key details. Pre-deal, post-deal, 145 was pre. I don't think it tells me specifically. It's just that like 30% is higher than what it was. But yeah, I can grab someone else. A lot of people are saying 10%. I do just want to say, if it's retaliatory tariffs to China, it wouldn't make sense why we have a higher tariff than they have on us.
Say that again.
Wait, here we go. I have a timeline from here we go. I have a timeline from AP News.
Because from what I understand, it was like an astronomical amount, and that's what made Donald Trump.
No, it wasn't. We have higher tariffs on them than they have on us
now, which I
Yes.
think is just fine.
Okay, that's what we had prior. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, here. Do you want to go to the AP News article, and I want you to just read through this one? A timeline of U.S. China tit for tat tariffs since Trump's first term. That's the title. Brian says it was 21% in the chat. I would just go to those articles. I don't think it specifically grants anything, but it does go through the specific outline of them, and the decrease in tariff is smaller than the original increases. And for the people who are experiencing lag, I recommend to go over to the YouTube stream. It seriously, I can't fix it. And I'm probably just going to go to my third account here pretty soon and probably just get people up on StreamYard. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going there?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald
I stood
Trump?
in line for 2 hours to vote for Mr. Trump.
What'd you say?
I stood in line for 2 hours here in the Bay Area.
Why?
Liberal.
Why?
And I stood in line to vote for Trump. Why? Because he was the best president we've ever had.
What makes you think that?
Well, he does things that other administrations are afraid to do.
What?
Stand up to the man, stand up stand up to Red China and the communists?
Stand up to China? How is he standing up to China in a manner in which others are not?
You understand that this is a power play, the tariffs and everything, as you guys were discussing.
What'd you say?
I believe it's a power play by Mr. Trump.
What power play?
He's putting the when the tough get going, the going get tough, and Donald's one of the toughest presidents we've ever had.
Yeah, that was just completely gibberish.
I apologize. Would you think Biden would ever stand up to China?
He did.
If I may, could you explain to me? I don't mind listening to some facts, if you will.
With Taiwan, global influence, with manufacturing jobs, an increase through the Chips and Science Act, renewable energy production through the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill, right? These were actually manners to literally go against China, to compete against China, and Donald Trump has cut back on a lot of those.
Did you happen to see the 60 Minutes piece last Sunday?
No, I did.
Oh, well, how many spies are we going to allow, to come onto our land and, find out secrets of our government? How long are we going to allow that to happen without getting this wall built?
I don't know what spies you're referencing, but the only way that's likely to happen is through a leaked Signal group chat that they randomly add like a reporter to.
That's a fair point.
Who said trade deficit? Trade deficit. What do you think a trade deficit is?
This is why my friend here, he can articulate it, I believe.
Well, I guess, sorry, that was my friend there. Just he wanted to say something. I personally didn't vote for Trump. He did. Just wanted him to have the conversation, the ability to talk to you for a few minutes.
Oh, for
But,
sure.
I mostly probably agree with you. I don't really agree with anything Trump's doing with the tariffs or anything. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. And I know, we obviously are largely indebted to China. And I know probably some of this is a ill-guided, misguided attempt, by the Trump administration to correct that. Could you see any validity in that argument whatsoever?
No, because a trade deficit is not indicative of any debts that we have to China.
Yeah.
A trade deficit is simply, right, like when imports exceed exports.
Right. So what do you,
So like if it is the case that wait, hold up, go ahead.
So what do you think Trump's goal is behind these tariffs? Like actually,
The goal behind the tariffs, I don't know. I think that's very vague. I think it's either renegotiation for trade deals or it's he wants to bring back domestic manufacturing. Either way, I think it's a horrible idea.
Yeah, I think so too. It's probably going to just honestly lead to stagnation of wages in this country, I would think. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand how it would be beneficial long term in any way. Like even in the short term, it's catastrophic, and then in the long term, it is just going to destroy our country even more too. I agree with you.
It sounds like we agree. Maybe I should talk to your friends.
Yeah, maybe you want to talk to my friend.
Yeah, I'll keep talking to him.
All right, here you go. He's back on.
Howdy, partner.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Your friend's a lot smarter than you.
Well, that's why I'm paying attention to your channel. I want to educate myself on different views.
I just thought to poke fun.
Yeah, we have.
It might be true, but it hits a little home, So like, yeah, is there anything that you have that's redeemable about Trump? Because it doesn't sound like it.
Other than he's making America great again.
How so?
Well, how about this? He did beat Vince McMahon in a wrestling match.
Oh boy.
Okay, I know. I'm actually serious. Like, what? Like, tell me, what is he? What? How is he making America great again?
Yeah.
He's throwing the Taliban over the top rope.
He's what?
Oh.
He's gonna throw Putin over the top rope.
You said the Taliban, which he actually signed an agreement with the Taliban to give them 5,000 Taliban fighters, so he made them stronger. And then with Putin, he also made Putin stronger because he specifically cut our funding to Ukraine, which reduces the West's ability to be able to contain Russia.
You know what they say: keep your enemies close.
Okay, so do you
I think you're a
it's-
troll at this point. I think you're trolling.
You think it's America's responsibility to be the the national police?
No.
The superpower that we are. I know that they're trying to come for us.
So
And we want
you want to cut the military budget and reduce our presence worldwide?
I'm actually disappointed in the Democrats that they were too lazy to find a good candidate to run against.
Really?
Mr. No.
Can you name one characteristic of Kamala Harris that was bad?
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go
I
there.
do agree with my friend. I think we could have done a lot better than Kamala. I don't think she was a terrible candidate, but I definitely think the Democrats could have benefited from it.
Sure. The thing is, we can say that as Democrats, is we have ideological leanings towards that way. He doesn't even know anything bad about Kamala Harris. So I don't know what the hell he's saying.
Actually, I knew her when she was the DA here in San Francisco, and the law enforcement that I care so deeply about.
I
our
just want to
hero,
let you know, Donald Trump literally gave her money for her
our first
campaign.
responders.
Did you know that Donald Trump supported her as DA?
I thought he hated women.
He does. He does.
I have heard. I'm from San Francisco. I have heard from a couple of SF city cops. Only terrible things about her character. Look, I know that that's a small sample size, but I do know that at one point there was like exculpatory evidence in like a certain trial, and she did not, as the DA, she prevented it from seeing the light of day, and that is actually that's a fact. You can check that. So
yeah. I mean,
it does speak to her character to some degree. Now, whether or not you think that speaks to someone's character more than losing a civil trial for being a rapist, I don't know. That's up to you. But I would probably lean towards more the rape part's worse. But I think they're both pretty bad.
Yeah, so you can acknowledge that. You can acknowledge that you
course.
disagree with the history specifically that Kamala Harris had specifically with law enforcement, but those same types of critiques are going to exist for Republicans to a greater extent. That's the point that I would make. Is that I have plenty of disagreements with Kamala Harris and with the Democratic Party, but all the disagreements I have with the Democratic Party and with Kamala Harris are worse with the Republicans and Donald Trump. Every single one, every single characteristic, and that's why it makes it very easy for me to be able to make a distinction. Although I can still acknowledge that I disagree and have huge disagreements with Democrats and especially Kamala Harris.
I 100% agree with you. Unfortunately, in this country for the last 10 years, our choices we've been stuck between a rock and like a thermonuclear bomb, metaphorically speaking. You know who the thermonuclear bomb is.
Yeah, well, I mean, your friend supports him apparently, right?
Yeah, I just raised his fist actually.
I feel like he's trolling though. I feel like he's running devil's advocate.
I don't know. I've seen him wear a MAGA hat out, so
I'm like, he should listen to my platform more. Maybe I'll convince him.
maybe. Anyway, man, we'll let you talk to some more serious people. Okay.
All right. See ya. I'll see ya. Anthony, you have anything else?
Thank you.
I do still kind of want to. I do.
Oh, did I kick the wrong person? No, I didn't. I thought I kicked the wrong person for a second.
Yeah, I was looking at the article, and
Wait,
it
hold
seems like
on.
it was,
Before you do, by the way, everyone, I just want to tell everyone it's lagging for people, so I'm probably going to go over to my other account here pretty soon. I recommend everyone who's over here on TikTok right now to go over to my YouTube channel, Parkergetajob. I'll probably be getting some people on my other TikTok account here very soon because it's the lag is just horrible on this account. So yeah, go for it, Anthony.
yeah.
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It helps push it out to more people. Yoshika Jane, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much because you continuously deal with people with brain rot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nicola, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. God damn it. I'm so stupid sometimes.
During
Nope,
Biden,
it's lagging. Anthony, is there anything else you want to talk about before I go and restart the live?
no, I'll just request again.
All right, I'll see you then. Parker,
Yeah.
Get a Real Job is the account I will be on. Parker Get a Real Job is the account I will be on. If you're on TikTok, I recommend go over to YouTube. It's better. I'm serious. Like YouTube, it's way better. You don't have to deal with this lag. It's horrible here. I'm telling you. User for the other account is Parker Get a Real Job. Otherwise, I'll be on YouTube. All right. Let's see what everything was like. I think we had following issues. We also had lag. Like, dude, it's fuck TikTok, dude. It's so horrible. It's so horrible. It's so horrible. Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm caught up with everything on YouTube. Slice Brownies, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yes, everyone go check out my video on the self-proclaimed alpha, Andrew Wilson. Yeah, it is hilarious. I made like a reaction type video. So if you like reaction type videos, I'd go watch it. Alrighty. It's got 10K views right now. Over on YouTube. Why is TikTok like that just for Parker though? I don't know. They hate me. Yo, Tyler, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I actually do not. Thank you so much, Tyler, though. I appreciate the $25. We'll see if we can get some people over on TikTok. Otherwise, I'm going to open up the request over on StreamYard. And maybe you'll be able to get some people there. I don't know why it's been lagging for me and only me recently. It's been really weird. All right. Any progress in creating a call line? I'm just going to do the StreamYard stuff. I actually pay for StreamYard, so. Wait, what? It's myself, and I literally can't. Oh, I gotta go on to normal YouTube. Jeez. I was so confused. I was like, am I about to ban myself on accident? Oops. Alrighty. There we go. Pin message. There we go. All right, it should be pinned, so you can go do that. Otherwise, we'll try to get to people here on TikTok real quick. Suing TikTok right now for the lag? I hope so. Alrighty. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You can send one on YouTube, and you can type in the private chat MAGA. That would be great. Show comments on stage. What is this? Whoa, hold up. Oh, it does show it on the screen. Does that pop up for everyone else, or is it just me? Because if it's just me, then I can just like full screen this. That'd be great. All right, let's see if we can get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You saw it? Okay. We could see it. Yo, it's a Mason. How old are you?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
Hey, I am 20 years old.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
I actually have never voted before.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So I don't really know. I'm in the military currently. I'm like very fresh into it. And I come from a very conservative town in Florida. And my parents are very conservative, but I've never like tried paying attention to it. And I didn't know if you could just give me advice on like how to find proper news outlets that aren't so biased and how to like educate myself more from a liberal standpoint, I guess. I mean, not too like biased, but
I got you on independent stuff. So the places I go to, PBS, NPR, AP News, and Reuters. Those are the
Okay.
typical places that I go to. And you can cross-reference those, see what they say on different sides. And you can look at all the other media sources, but the ones I would trust the most are those four for media sources. And then also you can watch videos. You can watch what people have to say on things for independent media and, stuff on the internet. But always keep a question out for every single thing that you hear. Always try to fact check and check with those four original sources.
okay. And I just had like one more
ahead.
question. So Bernie Sanders is like the only politician, in my opinion, that's just made logical sense to me when it comes to like I don't you could fact check me on this, but I believe he like proposed some number where like if we took some portion of like the military's budget, we could pay for like everybody's college tuition in America.
Yep.
So how accurate is that, and what does that mean?
It's very accurate. We spend around $900 billion per year right now on the military, and it would cost, based on the last estimates that I saw, which might need to be updated, was around $70 billion.
Wow. Okay.
Right, per year for free public universities.
Hmm.
So we could easily afford free public universities in this country. We just choose not to do that because we choose to put more money into weapons of mass destruction and war in military bases around the world that we don't need to be involved in.
Yeah. And do you think like we spend way too much on our military, or do
Oh,
you
yeah.
think it's okay? And like, how is that a bad or like a negative thing, considering like we, I don't know. Does that make sense? Like, how could that be a bad thing, having the best military, I guess?
Yeah, we could cut our military budget in half, have the biggest military in the world by $100 billion more per year, right? And we'd have a lot more money to be able to put into our people. So I'm not saying not have the biggest military in the world. We can still have the biggest military in the world.
Yeah.
We just have way too big of a military budget. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm not gonna say like my actual job, but I am in the Coast Guard.
Mhm.
And what do you know anything about like how they've cut money from the Coast Guard?
So here's my thoughts. I don't want to cut people's jobs. I want to
Yeah.
I want to cut all of like a lot of the funding that we have for like bombs
Yeah.
and weapons of mass destruction. We have mutually assured destruction because we have nuclear weapons. I feel like a lot of the money that we're putting into that specifically is misused.
Gotcha.
And then waste and fraud. Like why can't we account for a lot of the money? Why
Yeah.
why haven't we passed audits? I think that if we have to, as individuals, pass audits, our government needs to pass audits, which includes the Department of Defense.
Mhm. And so do you think like do you think it's a bad thing to put so much money into like border protection, sorry, and like migrant interdiction and all that? Like, do you think that's a
I,
bad thing?
I think it's good to put money into border protection because I think border protection would involve, making the legal process of immigration go faster, right?
Gotcha.
That would be a part of it, making the court system go faster for asylum seekers who are already in the country, things like that. That's involved within border security.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I really don't have any other questions, but I just wanted to ask a few things and kind of get some knowledge about it.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
If you are on YouTube in the guest box on YouTube, put in the private chat if you are MAGA, and I will debate you there. And we'll try to get people over from TikTok. Otherwise, I got some people on TikTok I can try and debate. Let me say thank you to some people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Unfortunately, I could not because I was out of the country. But
do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I was going to say if I were in the country, I think I probably would have voted him.
Okay. Sage, thank you so much for the $5. Great. Hope you get elevated. Mallory, thank you for the 7 Canadian, as well as Bia. Thank you so much for pushing the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much, as well as Patton. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think mainly because of two reasons. First is the overturning of Roe v. Wade, returning the power to decide abortion laws to the states. And second is the whole COVID thing with Biden and Harris. There's pretty good evidence that they did censorship and pressured Meta into censoring information regarding COVID.
What is censorship?
Not allowing certain information to be posted if it doesn't align with a certain agenda.
So from the government, it would be like legally not allowing certain speech.
It would be like legally not allowing certain speech or pressuring certain types of speech.
Or pressuring? Because pressuring is different from legally not allowing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry? It lagged. What did you say?
Is pressuring the same as legally not allowing?
I mean, I guess it's not.
No.
But I think both are pretty harmful.
How is pressuring censorship when it has no legal implications?
Well, if the administration is telling you that you should stop a certain thing or else, I think it's
They didn't
pretty
say they didn't
reasonable
say or
to-
else.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think what did they say then?
All they did was pressure. Like seriously, like Edward, if Donald Trump pressured me to agree with him, I would just say I disagree. Okay.
Well, they were like pretty angry remarks, right? I mean, you wouldn't want to not align with yourself with the most powerful person in the in America, right?
Okay. So like, but you don't have to. They weren't forced. There was no legal no legal implications if they didn't do so. It was just they were telling them to delete it. That's it. There's no legal implications. They did not have to follow.
And you don't think that action is harmful in and of itself of an administration?
No,
of a presidential
not
administration?
at all. Absolutely not. Because all they're doing is advocating for better public safety and health provisions on social media platforms. I think they should be advocating for that. That's the role of the government.
Well, it's at the cost of.
No, it's not.
It's at the cost of not you're like not. You're at the it's at the cost of not being able to post certain information on there, right?
What do you mean? There's no legal implications. All it is the government saying, right, delete this information. You don't have to, but you can delete this. I would prefer if you delete this information because it's misinformation.
But I don't think it happened like that, right? It was my understanding that it's like very angry remarks. It was like repeated pressure.
So repeated pressure. It's literally just saying, delete this, right? It would be better if you deleted this. Whereas Donald Trump specifically,
I'm not sure
hold up.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Whereas Donald Trump specifically, right, called for people, right, to be what's it called, put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which was determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment.
Okay, fair enough then. I don't know the exact language that the administration took, but okay, on that point then I will concede. Yeah, I got you on there. Can we talk about then the overturning of Roe v. Wade then? Because I think this was the right decision because it upheld the Constitution, and that the federal government shouldn't impose like moral laws that aren't explicitly protected in the Constitution.
Okay. Then here's my question. Then how do you feel about Donald Trump calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
He's calling for the termination of all rules in the Constitution?
Yeah, he called for the termination in a tweet. The termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
But I think he's also said that he supports all parts of the Constitution as well.
Okay, well, I'm asking you him specifically calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Seemingly, you would disagree with that, correct?
That is correct. But I mean, like, I think his actions do not support that. And also, I don't think we should take like everything he says to be quite literal, even on his Twitter, because he says contradicting statements. So like,
well, now that he contradicts himself, that's not a good an indicator for a presidential candidate. Okay, let's talk about Roe versus Wade. What's preferable about Roe versus Wade being overturned?
Well, firstly, do you think other presidential candidates never contradict themselves either?
You could say that they contradict themselves, sure, but that you could can you provide me an example of Kamala Harris doing so?
I cannot, but I've seen meme videos where like she says one thing and then in a later speech she says another. I mean, I can't point to the exact instance, but I think you know what I'm talking about, right?
You want to address Roe versus Wade, then something you can talk about?
Sure. Go ahead. What was your question?
Yeah. So with Roe versus Wade, what specifically about overturning Roe versus Wade is good?
It's not. Well, I think one, it upholds it's the correct interpretation of the Constitution, regardless of like the material effects of it. So, for example, if like it's the correct interpretation and we are guaranteeing the liberty of all the humans and rights in America, and the implication of that is that 500 more people die, I think we can then make amendments to that. But like that reading of the Constitution is originally correct.
I'm really confused. I'm asking you for Roe versus Wade. What's good about overturning Roe versus Wade?
Well, letting the states decide on that.
Why is it better to let the states decide on abortion rights prior to viability?
Well, I just think it's the correct reading of the Constitution.
Do you think it's preferable?
On like consequences level, what's
Do you think that is preferable for abortion rights to be left up to the states?
Yes.
Do you think that women who have been assaulted should have access to abortion?
Yes.
Do you think that should be federally?
Pro-choice.
Do you think that should be federally protected?
No.
No. You don't. You don't think great
Well,
victims'
I think
access to
well-
abortion should be federally protected,
I
yet
think
you're pro-choice
don't
and you
think
believe in
that
the right.
is- well, no, I don't think that is the question about Roe versus Wade, though.
What do you mean?
Like, it can be true that Roe versus Wade is overturned because that original reading of the Constitution is what it means. And then also later you can make amendments to it to make it so that some parts are federally guaranteed and some parts aren't.
The thing is, that's not going to get federally guaranteed in that particular manner. So I'm asking you,
Yeah, but
do you
okay, yeah, sorry, go
do you believe that it should be federally protected, that you can get access to abortion if you're a great victim?
Yes.
Okay, well then if you do believe in those federal protections, well those federal protections existed with Roe versus Wade being in place, but they did
Yes.
not exist without Roe
I agree
versus
with
Wade
you.
being in place.
I
Vaughn,
agree with
thank
you.
Thank you, Vaughn.
I agree with you on that point. But I do not think that overturning Roe versus Wade to make it so that they are federally granted is the correct decision. I think making amendments later to it and having that correct reading of Roe versus Wade is number one correct, and making the amendments later is the correct way to go about it.
Even if it leads to more women dying, even if it leads to great victims not having access to abortion because of their state's abortion laws.
Well, for example, do you think then all like questions of moral complexity should be federally mandated, even if it's not in the Constitution?
I would say that abortion rights should be federally protected, or human rights should be federally protected, regardless what the Constitution says.
Well, like let's say because you're saying this on like a consequential level, right? Because you're saying like a lot like more women would die if we had not overturned Roe v. Wade, right?
Yeah.
But what if then more
women
suicides
did die, by the way.
Okay, no, okay, but like let's say we overturned then another amendment of the Constitution, let's say like a free speech one where you can't say like idiot to people because that causes suicide. And if you didn't say idiot, that would increase the number of suicides in America. But like
you have no data indicating this. One, two, as it relates to this, those
it's
are vastly different standards. We're talking about human rights. I don't necessarily think there's like a human right to not be called an idiot.
Well, free speech is a human right. You're saying what I'm saying is
I don't care about everyone's human rights for free speech being protected. For example, right, if someone is a serial unaliver, right, I don't care about their free speech laws being protected. Like, I just genuinely don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, you understand the analogy, right? Like, if another human right were to be overturned, it would cause like more suicides, i.e., more deaths. And in that case, like you would not like you would prefer to have your free speech, right? Like you would like, is that not a right that you think that humans should have under a government rule?
If it was the case, you could give me evidence that like engaging in a certain type of speech led to like more people dying, right? And it is the case that if we restricted that type of speech, we would limit how many people die, right? I would probably think that's a pretty convincing argument.
Well, why do you think free speech is? Why do you think hate speech is harmful then?
well, again, if we can extrapolate evidence that this particular type of speech is harmful, right, and it leads to people dying, I actually genuinely think that it is the case that it would be reasonable to believe that like there'd be a case to ban that type of speech. Now I understand the point that you're making in terms of should this speech be protected regardless of the fact that it leads to this higher level of people being harmed. That doesn't necessarily relate to the point specifically about abortion, though, as like you're trying to say that there's some other quality that we care about. Prior to sentience, there's not a quality that we'd care about, so there's no reason to restrict the woman from getting access to an abortion.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Is there anything else you have there?
No, that's it. I think you provided a pretty solid and convincing argument. I think I'm pretty convinced.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, appreciate the time. Thanks.
Alrighty. Let's try to get someone else up here. If we can't get someone else up here on this account, I'll try to get someone. What I would really like is to be able to stream the audio from. Wait. I might be able to do that. Actually, I don't know. I don't think that's possible. Yeah, I'm thinking I don't think it's possible. Unless I had a different, I guess I could plug in a different audio device to my computer. But I don't really have one right now with me. That could be a way to fix that, actually. I'm trying to think. Yeah, that could definitely fix that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep,
What's your birth year?
2007.
You voted for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Nice math. All right. I mean, I would love to be able to get my audio from TikTok, from YouTube onto TikTok. Is there a way I could do that, chat? I don't know if there's a way I could do that right now. I don't know. No, there isn't. Is there a way? I don't know. Because there's some guests on YouTube that I should be able to get to here in a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you
So,
vote for Donald Trump?
yes.
Why so?
I'm a fucking idiot. I'm uneducated. I'm unconstitutional.
That makes sense. First reasonable point today that we've heard. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just turned 18. I would have done.
So you support him?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support him?
He's the only viable option.
How is he the only viable option?
Kamala Harris, I just don't like any of her policies, for example, abortion.
Okay. What about our abortion policy?
I don't like how she's radically pro-choice. I think pro-choice is morally indefensible.
Okay. The pro-choice position is morally indefensible. Okay. What's indefensible about my position?
I just think that it's going to be morally wrong to get the abortion.
That doesn't mean it's indefensible.
Can you demonstrate how it can be defensible?
Yeah, for example, if I hold to a sentience view that like there's no value of the human zygote.
Sure. Can you break me down? So like, for example, why don't you value future sentience? What could be?
I wouldn't value future sentience alone, but I do value future sentience in conjunction with past or present.
Sure. So, if they miss one of these conjuncts, do you think you can just like unalive them?
They wouldn't meet the set of criteria for rights. So, like a family, for example, with a brain dead individual, would have the right to determine like whether or not they would pull the plug.
Sure. Do you think there's any limitations on what you can do to this fetus? Do you think they have any moral quality to them except for the right to life preceding the woman's bodily autonomy?
None more than I would apply to brain dead
None
individuals.
more than you would apply to brain dead individuals? How would you ground this moral since you value sentience? How
What do
would
you
you
mean
ground?
by grounding? Are you asking for my meta-ethical view?
No. I'm asking you how you would ground this moral principle to anybody that doesn't have sentience.
Yeah, what does ground mean? Are you asking for my meta-ethical view?
No, it's not exactly meta-ethical.
Then what are you
So,
asking for when you say ground?
so why do you value them? I guess I should say. Why do you value brain dead individuals if they don't have sentience?
Why do I value brain dead individuals? What? Say that again?
Why do you value brain dead individuals even though they don't have sentience?
It would just be the case that I value like dead humans. Like I value their bodies. Like I
Why?
don't think you should be able to mistreat them. That's a base intuition.
Why?
That's a base intuition. That's like if you asking why do you value human beings?
Why do you value human beings?
Yeah, and then you give some
Forgive
trait, and
me
then
if
I'll
I'm
ask
wrong.
you why do you value that trait?
Sure.
It's going to infinitely regress to a base intuition.
Infinitely regress. So, forgive me. I've never really argued base intuition. So, like, do I just like posit a hypothetical now?
Yeah,
So, like,
actually, that's exactly how you would respond. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Like, I
So-
can give you a hypothetical. Like, do you think it would be murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Do I think it'd be murder? It depends on the circumstance, but most of the time, if they have no hope for
It would be.
if they have no hope for experiencing any future eudaimonia, then I'm cool with that.
Okay,
Human
so
flourishing.
is it just future alone, or is it future in conjunction with some other trait?
Some other traits.
What other traits?
What other traits? For example, a flow. That's just future though. So
Okay. Well, then can I ask you a question? Do you think
What's
it's murder for women to have IUDs?
no.
Not only can it prevent the fertilization, right, but it can also prevent the implantation, meaning it would be killing a conceived cell.
I just don't think abortion is murder though.
What?
Yeah. I use different terminology. I think.
What is murder?
What is murder? The unjustified, predetermined, unlawful, unaliving. I don't argue pragmatics, so like I don't really see murder.
When I refer to murder, I'm just referencing the unjustified killing of a person.
Unjustified killing of a person.
Do you accept that definition?
Do I accept that? Yeah, sure.
Okay. Under that definition, would it be murder?
Under that definition, would it be murder?
Yeah.
It specifically prevents implantation, right?
Not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation. So yes, it prevents the conceived cell from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing the zygote.
Yeah, sure. I personally, I only value it when it's implanted.
Why?
Because that's when I think, active potential increases. For example, I'm just using flow in this example. So like active potential in this case would just be what? Sorry, hold on.
Wait, active potential being higher? At what threshold of active potential do you then grant rights? Because couldn't you use that same argument as like a reason to why like you don't value it until sentience? Or viability even? But yeah, we'll see what's going on with them. They sounded like they
My bad.
Yeah, what's up?
Somebody yell for me. So I value it in the sense that it's gonna have active potential to achieve a flow. So like for example, a sperm. This is how I get around the contraception, objectives, stuff like that. The sperm they want to have active potential. Have you ever heard that argument?
Yeah, yeah, of course. So when you're talking about the threshold of active potential, right? Isn't there a higher threshold of active potential like later on?
Higher? Can you?
Sorry,
can you
not
elaborate on that?
threshold. Higher active potential later on.
Higher active potential. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, do you think that the point of implantation is the highest point of active potential?
A point of implantation? I see no reason why I would think that there's any other higher potential. Like again.
Wait, so
are you talking about
can we clarify what you mean by active potential?
Active potential? I just mean that there's no major or radical extrinsic values that need to be set in order to reach this flow. So for example, they're just like not for example, I don't know why I said example. They're just on track. They're on the developmental track to reach a flow.
Oh, just on the
Can you hear me?
developmental
Can you hear
track.
me right?
Okay. So when you say on the developmental track, do you mean like they are on a set of occurrences that will lead, if naturally left to those occurrences, to a state of flow?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that same thing would be true for the zygote prior to implantation comparative to after implantation.
What's the argument? Wait, hold on.
There's no distinction in the probability 0.1 second prior to implantation and then 0.1 second after implantation.
You think so?
No.
I'm gonna have to rethink that then. Hold on. That's a good point that you bring up. I like your nose. No homo, but I like your nose.
Okay, the fact that you said that is diabolical.
What?
The terminology there is diabolical. I don't like that type of terminology because it's like you're saying it as like a it's bad to have, had that type of preference. Also, you can compliment someone without having it be like if you just said you like my nose, like I'm not gonna take that as like you have sexual attraction for me or something, bro. Like that's not the way I'm gonna take it. It's called a compliment. You can give compliments to your straight friends if you have straight friends, you know what I mean, and you're a straight guy. Like that's possible. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to. It's so weird. Like I don't know why they did that. But yeah, I will see if I can find some people in the guest box. If not, we're gonna go over to the YouTube guest box because we have some people in the YouTube guest box I could go to. Let me know if you're MAGA in the YouTube guest box right now. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How do you?
Parker, after your debates, can you watch the Charlie Kirk versus Cambridge students, please? I really want to get your thoughts on it.
I saw some parts of that. That might be a good thing to react to. So I'll think about it.
All right, thank you very much.
Of course. That's actually like decent content to respond to. All right. Chat, I might just tell people to go over to the YouTube real quick and we'll try to. Yeah, I say we do that. I say everyone go over to the YouTube. I'll keep this up so you can still hear me on this side, but you're not going to hear me through the microphone. Let me put on the background because we just have reduced push on this account too. So I would do this real quick. Go over to YouTube. I apologize, everyone. Go over to YouTube. We're going to be debating over there. I love y'all so much. There's 1.3 thousand people there here. If literally everyone joined, we'd have 3.5 thousand people. Get a mixer and some adapters, and you want to have this issue? Yep. In the future, I will. I am sorry, everyone. I gotta get audio next time. I just need to get audio. Yeah, I'll have to try and fix that. Yeah. I'm sorry, everyone. Give me a second. I'll be on YouTube, everyone. Parkergetajob on YouTube. Alrighty. Let me turn on the audio. All right, what's up, everyone? Do y'all hear me? Everyone on TikTok, go over to YouTube. YouTube is where we are. YouTube, Parkergetajob. All right, I know Patrick has been here for a minute. Yeah, what's up, Patrick? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why'd you do that?
I think it kind of revolves around something that happened quite recently, specifically related to your community. And so what I mean by that is I'm going to pose to you a question that I think kind of puts it all into perspective. So what did Z say that was so irredeemable that she had to be publicly ostracized as a racist in front of thousands of people?
Okay. One, this is not related to the election at all. I
No,
can
it is.
respond to
It
this,
is.
but
It
it's
is, though.
simply not related to the policies of either candidate. Neither
Right,
of
but
the
it
candidates
relates
talked
to my
about.
overall
Hold up,
argument at large.
Patrick. I'd love to respond.
Yeah, for sure.
either candidate didn't even reference microaggressions. So racist microaggressions, right, are going to be what we're referencing. If you've watched the video, you can reference, particularly whether it be tokenization or whether it be like associations of people not understanding like organizing, right? You know, certain things like that we would point to, that we would be like, you know, this is a reason why someone did something wrong. And then it's going to also be the response that they had to this, the fact that they aren't willing to address the behaviors as being bad, right? They aren't willing to move on from those behaviors. Instead, they act like those behaviors aren't harmful. Those are going to be the types of qualities that I see as, right, not redeemable insofar as that I'm not going to engage with them further because they're not willing to acknowledge fault, apologize, and try to do better and be a better person.
Right, but this ties into my like larger perspective where it's like, it seems impossible for me to sometimes pass these like litmus tests where, you know, you can't even like make a optically false statement and not get ostracized by the entirety of, you know, all of these really left-leaning communities. And so I think as a result of that, you have a lot of people who are very hesitant to join your perspective on the world because so much of it is surrounded in like virtue signaling and just purity testing. And so, like, again, I'm going to pose to you the question, like, what did Z say or do?
I already answered that. I answered that question.
Right, but can you at least say what it was, just so we can all get a better
I
understanding?
did say what it was.
What
and
was
I
it?
also gave you it was specifically, we can reference the not understanding of the fact that people can have understandings of organizing. She assumed the people on that panel had absolutely no understanding of organization, right? Relating to like electoral organizing or any background organization. I think those are particularly microaggressions, right? That are racist behaviors that she needs to acknowledge and deconstruct, right? Her acknowledging and deconstructing those things are the most important faculty when we're talking about whether or not we're going to engage with someone, as if it was the case that they were willing to engage in literally taking accountability, apologizing, and addressing these types of behaviors, then they would have been redeemable. So if you want to ask specifically what makes someone unredeemable, it's the unwillingness to be able to take accountability or address behaviors that are harmful. So this is my issue. It's not that we're going to make it or ostracize you for anything. It's that if you don't address your behaviors as being bad or even harmful in the first place, you will be ostracized. And can I give a good example of like of someone on that has been involved with things recently? There's a person called Ray that specifically engaged in this TikTok filter of a gorilla and called himself and said my cousin Shaq. So he was trying to portray himself as a black man.
Can this be equivocated to Z at all?
Hold up.
Like she was wearing a gorilla
I'm not
mask?
equivocating.
You kind of are though.
I'm not equivocating. Can I just address this?
Sure.
I'm not equivocating. I'm saying that in response to this, what is his response to being called out for this on a live? His response immediately is to not address the behavior as being bad. He immediately addresses the behavior as completely okay, fine, and not racist. And similarly, that type of response is similar to what we've seen. So it's the type of response to being called out for bad behavior that I consider to be harmful insofar as that I think it would be bad for messaging for the movement. I think it would be bad for engaging with them. And I don't think it's type of behavior that we should accept.
Okay. And again, I'm going to pose to you the same question I've asked you like 3 times.
Can we talk about the topic yet or no?
Well, I'm not actually MAGA. That was bullshit. I kind of just wanted to poke holes in your very audience captured perspective.
You didn't do it though. You failed.
Well, I'm not MAGA, so it's kind of hard for me to advocate for MAGA.
Well,
what I am saying is that my argument is all the same, regardless of what I said, of whether I'm MAGA or not.
Patrick, I understand. But like I'm saying, in the response, in the point that you're bringing up, right? You weren't defending the position in a manner in which would make me look bad or anything like that. Everything that I've done makes sense. If you listen to what I just said, right, it makes sense. It's about the way that you respond to the harmful behavior. That's the most important thing.
Okay, but again, wouldn't you expect someone to get relatively defensive when they feel as though they never engaged in behavior that can make them labeled as a racist, right?
I understand how someone could be defensive, but someone being defensive doesn't take away from the fact that I view the actions as harmful, and I think that someone needs to take accountability, address these things. And if you're going
just to be perfectly clear, the actions that you think are so irredeemable that they need to be ostracized in front of thousands of people was that they assumed that a certain group of people on a TikTok live didn't have the relative understanding.
The irredeemable aspect was not you're not listening. The irredeemable aspect was not addressing the harmful behavior and dismissing it as if it's something that doesn't need to be addressed, right? That's the if you I've had to say this multiple times. Now, is there anything else you'd like to add before I do go on to the next person? I think that I've explained this sufficiently. Like,
No, man, I
don't
just think
this
you're
is-
really audience captured, and I think you kind of lost the plot. But that's just me.
Okay, you
So
can
just
think
like
that
do
I'm,
better, bro.
you can wait. So how does that have anything to do with audience capture?
Because I think if you weren't here in front of a microphone, you could so easily and readily realize that whatever Z was saying or doing wasn't racist in any capacity. But because you're in front of your audience, which is incredibly left-leaning, you are audience captured in the sense that you have to make this position when I think you're a smart enough guy to realize that this is pretty ridiculous.
Patrick, I don't think this is ridiculous. You're just saying that you don't understand what microaggressions are, which is fine. You can do the education. You
Dude,
can look
again,
into that,
I'm a
which is
liberal.
totally
Like,
okay.
I
Patrick,
understand what
can I please
microaggressions
finish
are.
my? I'll let you finish. I would love to be
Okay,
able to
yes, sir,
finish
yes, sir.
myself.
Yes, sir.
Right, you can go in and you can look into the claims that we're making specifically about this behavior, but that's not what you're doing. You're deciding not to look into it, and you're just claiming that it's not bad at all. You're also claiming that, like, I don't have the positions that I do. I do have these positions. You're assuming that, like, if I were offline right now, I would be giving you a different perspective, which is not true. This is the genuine perspective that I have, and that's why I'm defending it on live right now. Also, I just want to let you know there are literally vast communities that literally, right, don't hold the same beliefs that I have. If you think that I would have been ostracized by social communities because I held the perspective that you're referencing right now, you are heavily mistaken. The reason why I hold the perspective I do right now, and I'm explaining it on live, is because I do genuinely hold this perspective. I could have easily held a perspective otherwise than the perspective I'm holding right now, and I wouldn't have been ostracized by communities across the board, right? Because it is the case that vastly people don't understand these particular types of things that I'm talking about, especially when it comes to other platforms outside of the context of TikTok.
So I guess just to kind
Is
of
that
like
sufficient
reiterate my
so far as I can go
perspective.
talk to someone who is actually debating the topic?
Well, I feel like this is a pretty pressing issue regarding your content at large, but if you want to move on to the next person because you can't validate it, that's okay.
I did already, and I've
I
already
mean, you
responded
really
to it. The
didn't,
reason,
because
Patrick,
again,
Patrick, my debates, these topics are about me having conversations with Trump supporters. If someone else came up on my live and wants to talk to me specifically about things that they consider to be valuable to talk about, that's fair, right? But it's not relative to the conversations that we're having on my live stream right now, because it is the
and
case
that's
that
a
these
really
are the
convenient
conversations I'm
cop
having
out
right
for
now.
you, but I'm giving you
No, it's
legitimate
not a
criticism that I
cop-out.
think is way better than what anyone else has given you on this live.
Patrick,
And
and
so I
Jen,
see this as kind of like a way of you to obfuscate from the point at large.
so a leftist might think that it is the case that they would provide better criticism to my positions than any of the Trump people on, as they would argue anti-capitalist positions. So if they decided to come up because they want to argue anti-capitalist positions against me on a live where I'm debating Trump supporters, wouldn't that be antithetical to the whole reason why I'm debating this in the first place? They might believe that they have valid reasons specifically to argue against my position, as they think that it's better to argue from a socialist perspective comparative to a social democratic position. But that's not necessarily relative to the live right now, as we're specifically engaging in this live right now, as we're allowing specifically a Trump supporter to be debated against by a liberal, and I'm the liberal, right? So I'm the one that's going to be debating against them, not you in this specific context. If you want to bring up other concerns that you have, particularly about left-wing politics, or whether or not you consider certain things to be racist or not, you can run your own platforms where you have conversations about those particular things. And the fact that I even engaged with the perspectives that you brought up right now, insofar as that we're having this dialogue in the first place, rather than just kicking you off, which I would have been totally justified to do, shows you that I am willing to engage with legitimate criticism of what I am talking about. Right. So the idea that you're saying that I'm not willing to engage with legitimate criticism, I think is ridiculous.
I don't think
The reason why I don't engage with people who are typically center left, on these types of issues, is I think it's more productive for me to engage in the long run, specifically against MAGA. And I do think that you engaging particularly with people on the left, might take away from the fact of doing so. Right. But I don't think this is an explicit example of just liberal or left wing infighting. I think it's understanding what racism is, right? What microaggressions are, how they can be applicable in these circumstances. And
But again,
that would be a relevant thing to talk about.
of what Z
right?
did. This is a complete mischaracterization of what Z did. She went into a live panel and she had the conclusion that there were a certain group of people who were making large sweeping criticisms of the entire group at large. And so as a result of that, she criticized them for not fully understanding what or how to organize at large. And so to attach this intrinsic vile
Patrick,
perspective
you
onto
misunderstood my
what she was saying.
perspective. You misunderstood my perspective.
Well, I didn't, because you were talking about
she assumed no organizing
for
understanding.
thousands of people.
Yeah, she assumed no organizing understanding of an entire group of people. Why are
But
you
do you
going to
think that's
assume that she has
racist? Do you think that's inherently racist, or do you think
it
she
was an
might just
entire
be coming at it from a
with a
perspective of
panel?
like, oh, these are people on a TikTok live. They don't actually have jobs, right?
Wait, so if you assume an entire group of people have no organizing experience, I think that's typically out of the ordinary. And if it's referencing specifically a panel of
I feel
Black
like it's a
women,
very
I think that's
niche
obviously
aspect
going
of.
to like have other types of implications within it. And again, you can say that she didn't have the intention to be racist. That's totally fair, saying that she didn't have the intention to be racist. That's totally okay. That doesn't take away from the fact that it was microaggressive and in behavior that she needs to address. There are unintentional behaviors that you engage in that are harmful that you can address and acknowledge that are harmful, and you can be redeemable as a person. But if you don't address these harmful behaviors, even if they are unintentional, well, obviously people are going to disassociate from you. But Patrick, is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, and it kind of just ties into what I was earlier talking about, where it's like this behavior of these like irredeemable behaviors that are incredibly ambiguous in nature, they keep people from actually joining our perspective that me and you both agree on, because they see it as an impossible litmus test to pass. Because when you go outside and you breathe in the fresh air and you touch some grass, you'll realize that most people don't approach situations like this at all, because they're normal and they're
This
not
isn't an
audience captured
insane
and they're not
litmus
incredibly online. No, but it is, bro, because
How? Me saying
because
acknowledge bad
because
behavior
you think that she
and
should
do
be able to
better.
assume that any person on a TikTok live is actually like relatively experienced in organizing. So no, it's not an unrealistic perspective to have. And so to attach their racial identity to that entire construct of the conversation,
I wouldn't assume an entire
doing
panel
a
of people have no
disservice.
electoral organizing.
Okay, can you repeat that?
I wouldn't assume an entire panel of people have no electoral organizing.
I mean, that's kind of silly, but whatever. I feel like electoral organizing is a very niche job description. Like, I don't think you can find many people who are
Okay.
engaged in
Don't
that.
you think debating things in politics is pretty niche? The fact that someone's engaging in a debate, political.
Why are you shifting the goalpost?
Patrick, they're engaging in political discourse and debate. That's obviously niche within that field. So if it is the case that there are people that are already niche within the field of political debate, it's likely, or at least to a significantly greater extent than average people, right, within the United States, that they're going to be the ones that have electoral organizing, because it is the case they're more likely to be engaging with politics. So just this idea that we assume people without electoral organizing is probably the issue in the first place. Maybe if she brought up concerns specifically with organizing and said, how do we address those concerns, it would have been a better way to address this. You understand that it is the case that I can address that she engaged in non-optimal and harmful behavior, while also saying that she could have addressed that behavior and then literally could have been redeemable if she addressed it, held herself accountable, apologized, because she wants to engage publicly, did so publicly, right? Because
But would
it is
you
the case
really
that she
want
was
her
the
to
public.
apologize for something that
Yeah.
she personally doesn't see as like an adequate critique of her position?
If she doesn't see it as an adequate critique of her position, well, then I'm not willing to engage with that, because she's not willing to acknowledge that it's harmful. I think that's okay as me as a
This is the
person
thing, is like
to
it's
choose not
not
to engage.
harmful in nature. Again, you can't
It
point
is
to any
harmful.
specific instance
It
where
is
you can think
harmful
that
in
this is
nature, and I can
objectively
point to it being.
racist. And if you were to afford any charitability to this person, you would realize that maybe for whatever reason, what they were saying, while you could definitely misconstrue it in an optical sense, ultimately the intent behind the words that she was saying was not maliciously racist. And it's ridiculous.
Wait, Patrick. I just acknowledged this.
This is an entire human being that you
Patrick,
put on blast in front
are
of
you under?
thousands of people.
I just addressed this. You didn't listen to me. I acknowledged that she didn't have the intent, right? Yet it was the case that I still consider it microaggressive and harmful. You cannot have the intent to do something harmful, but still do something harmful. Are you, Patrick? Do you have a significant other?
I do not right now.
Have you, in any friendship, ever unintentionally done something harmful?
Sure, of course.
So how can you not understand that I'm addressing something as that she did that is unintentionally harmful, while you just respond to it and say, oh, because she didn't intentionally decide to do this, it is the case that you're not going to hold her accountable for the
because
harmful
the morality of her actions is largely dependent on the sensitivity of the person that you're talking to. So
okay. So the same thing. Wait. You can say the same thing. Yeah, Patrick, you know, the same thing is said by misogynists, right? That are particularly saying that we shouldn't take into account the fact that it's harmful, that Andrew Wilson, for example, engages in misogynistic jokes, right? That's the same fucking shit that they argue.
Like, I don't even know who that is. I'm talking
You don't know
about
Andrew
the
Wilson?
person that you ostracized in front of thousands of people for an incredibly ambiguous statement that doesn't necessarily have to have any
Ambiguous.
vicious
No, it's not
racial
addressing
intent
it.
behind it.
It's not addressing the behavior, Patrick. You're not acknowledging it. It's the harmful behavior that you're not willing to address or acknowledge, right? As being harmful, right? Which is going to be relative to the types of movements that we build. If we're not willing to address, right, things that you can do as harmful, right?
I just think
Like,
you're
for example,
smarter than this,
Patrick,
bro. Like, I really
Patrick.
do. I really think you are more capable of intelligent thought than just approaching the situation. in such
Patrick,
a
me
black
not
and white
agreeing
way.
with your position does not mean I'm not intelligent.
Well, I'm the most intelligent person you've ever talked to. So
Patrick, you are incredibly egotistical. Patrick, I'm going to be totally honest with
It's
you.
a joke. Calm
By no
down.
means are you the smartest person I've ever talked to.
No, I am, but that's okay.
Okay,
But
I'm going
again,
to kick you. What a waste of time, bro. What a waste of time. No way he actually believes that. That's actually diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? CRST, are you there? All right. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I put something in the chat. I wanted to talk to you about something else, but if you don't want...
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep, we were talking on TikTok.
Oh, I remember you. Welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah, I definitely would. I'd want to get into the abortion topic also.
What about abortion?
Yeah, I think, it's generally a good idea that Roe v. Wade was overturned and it was put back to the states.
Yeah, and we were just going over the fact that there are harmful implications that come specifically through the fact that you want to leave it up to the states because you think certain things should be federally protected, right?
No, you or that was somebody else actually. But yeah, you guys did talk about that. I have a bit of a different viewpoint than him.
Okay,
So I think, abortion is wrong just about on all fronts, whether it comes to the extenuating circumstances of rape, incest, things like that. I would still kind of say that it's wrong. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so here's my point. You're arguing that it's that Donald Trump's position is preferable, correct?
Correct.
Why is Donald Trump's position preferable?
Because I think that abortion should be decided decided within the community that it's applying to, rather than a federal law.
Why shouldn't it be federal?
Because I think this exact reason people in Alabama compared to people in California have two completely opposite ideas.
I'm confused. So wait, restate that.
I said I think that it should be decided within the community because essentially this exact reason about why it was turned over to the states, because people in Alabama and California have complete opposite views. I don't think that a federal law would serve those communities best.
Federal law would serve those communities best. Okay. How is it serving the community best to leave it up to the states? Wouldn't it be better to leave it up to the districts or leave it up to the people?
Okay, so I think it would be better. Are you saying leave it up to the people as in what? What do you mean? As you said, did they have the choice?
Yeah, you said specifically like it would be best or more representative of the community to leave it up to the states. And I'm just saying that wouldn't it be more representative of the community to leave it up to a district or a city or a even smaller area or a neighborhood or a household or a person? You know what I mean? Like it's going to inevitably go back to being federally protected under that notion.
I disagree. Yeah, I disagree, but I do see the logic you're following and how. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I disagree because I think if the state was to decide, then that would be instead, yeah, that would limit the amount of dead babies, as opposed to if we let the individual decide, it would.
Okay, well then I'll ask you this question: do you think that we should have gun control?
What do you mean by gun control?
If gun control saved the lives of children, would you support the gun control, like restricting guns to save human life?
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Can you define what you mean by gun control?
Yeah, so gun control would just be restriction of guns, right, or anything that is relating to guns.
Then certainly not. It's our Second Amendment for a reason.
Oh, okay. You don't think there should be? You think there should be miniguns that are legal?
Minigun? Oh yeah. I personally, I don't see a problem. Why not? To be honest. And
Are
I
you
mean,
trolling? You got to be trolling, bro.
No, I'm dead serious. I mean, there's plenty of people who have fully automatic machine guns. People like, I don't see why that would be.
You think that should be legal?
I do, and it is.
Okay. Did you know banning that would save lives?
Okay. Potentially. I mean, yeah, that's not even necessarily true.
Really?
Most violent
You don't think banning fully automatic weapons saves lives?
Okay, let me know of the last time somebody took a fully automatic weapon and killed a bunch of people in America. I don't think that's happened anytime recently.
Because they've been mostly banned.
Okay, and that's essentially my point, is just by making something illegal doesn't mean that it would then limit the loss of lives in the sense.
Really? You just said that never happens and it's mostly illegal. So are you saying that the restriction of it isn't what led to it being less likely to lead to deaths?
I'm saying that if you make it illegal, then that does not mean that it's going to lower the amount of people doing it. Like, yeah, I don't think that if it's illegal, then you're just full stop going to have less people dying. Because if that was the
Really, do you think that making murder illegal will lead to less people dying?
Okay. I would say yes. Generally, yeah.
Okay. Do you think if less people had guns, more people would die?
Okay. Again, so I don't think it being illegal means law-abiding. I mean, yeah, I don't think that law-abiding citizens, to protect themselves, should have their rights taken away because of criminals.
Okay, so you think that U.S. citizens should legally be able to get access to nukes?
Okay.
Just a real question. Should Elon Musk be able to buy a nuclear weapon legally?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think one person should be able to end all of humanity.
One nuclear weapon doesn't end all of humanity.
Okay, you didn't say one. If he's good, like if he bought
okay,
one,
so he should be able. So he should be able to buy one nuclear weapon.
Again, I still don't necessarily think he should be able to. Because
Okay,
what are you going to do with what are you going to do with a nuclear weapon as a private citizen?
What are you going to do with a fully automatic weapon as a private citizen?
Shoot it in your backyard. That's what you can do. You
drop
can't
the
shoot a nuke in your backyard.
drop the nuke in my backyard.
Okay.
Nuke town.
Okay. Do you not? Okay. Do you not see the difference?
Yeah. Well, I'm confused what your point is.
My point is that
let's just say that I just wanted to drop a nuke, dude. I just want to drop a nuke.
Okay. If you just want to drop a nuke, I don't know how you can just drop a nuke.
Here, how about this? Mr. Beast wants to drop a nuke in the middle of the ocean. Should he be allowed to do that for a video?
I mean, yeah, if he gets permission, sure.
Permission from him?
From whatever government owns that part of the ocean.
Okay. If he should Mr. Beast be able to buy a nuke and drop it in the middle of some person's place that he gets consent from, right in Las Vegas in the middle of the desert?
Yeah. To be consistent, I would say, yeah, I don't really see the problem.
Yeah, you don't see the problem with him being able to get a nuclear weapon that he says he's going to blow up in one area, but then could just decide to blow up in a different area.
Yeah, and I think that you're
Yeah.
assuming malicious intent, though.
No, I'm acknowledging that in reality there is malicious intent with certain individuals, and that it is the reality that malicious intent will go through with if it is the case that you allow it legally to occur. So I'm just saying that like certain gun control laws are actually very effective at mitigating death.
Okay, I mean, I guess that could be true. However, again, back to my original point, I still don't see why law-abiding citizens who don't have malicious intent should not be able to
How about
have
this?
automatic weapons.
I got you. If you knew for a fact that mitigating people's access to fully automatic weapons reduce the likelihood of children dying, would you be in support of that?
Okay, the likelihood of children dying.
So less children die.
If more people don't have fully automatic weapons, yeah.
Yes.
Not necessarily. No, I don't really see how that tracks. I said again, I don't really see how that tracks for a law-abiding citizen.
To clarify, banning and restricting something, right, in order to save human life, you wouldn't be okay with it? But then you're pro-life, right?
I am. Yep.
So you want to restrict bodily autonomy to save human life, right?
Yep.
But you don't want to restrict gun usage to save human life.
No, because gun does not equal death.
I just gave you a hypothetical where it is the case that you know for certain that more people will die.
You didn't. Okay, no, you're saying the likelihood as opposed to 100% guaranteed.
100% guarantee more people will die.
Okay. So my point is that babies are guaranteed dead. They're 100% going to be dead if they get aborted.
Yeah, I gave you an example.
Okay, yeah, and I think your example is kind of, I don't understand how it tracks at all to reality.
I referenced it. I said you know for certain that it is the case that you will literally what's it called? Fuck, you're literally catching me off. You know that it will save human life if it is the case that you restrict access to fully automatic weapons. In that instance, right, would you restrict access to fully automatic weapons?
No, because it saves more human life than it does take human life.
Okay. I just told you. In this hypothetical, you know for certain that if you ban the access to fully automatic weapons, lives will be saved. In this hypothetical, would you be in support of banning the fully automatic weapons to save human life?
No. Again, no, I would not.
So again, you want to restrict bodily autonomy with women in terms of pregnancy to save human life, but you don't want to restrict gun usage to save human life, even if you are certain that it would save human life.
Yeah, because I feel like, okay, I mean, I think that guns are used to protect human life. They're not like, again, you're like, I don't think these are, analogous at all, to be honest. Guns and abortion are not analogous.
Yeah. It is the case that you're asking more of someone to give up their inside bodily resources comparative to someone giving up a gun. Yeah, like it's more of an obligation to give up your body and internal resources.
Okay, so what about the body inside this person's body? Like that, yeah. What about the other body that's inside them?
What about the children that would die at a greater rate, given it is the case that you don't ban the assault weapon? I mean, the fully automatic weapons.
Okay. All children wouldn't die. All children do die with abortion.
Anthony, I gave you an example that more children would die if it is the case that you do not ban the fully automatic weapons, and you still said that you wouldn't want to ban them. So it's not about the lives that you're going to save. It's about the bodily autonomy for you, about being able to keep your access to your guns. And if it's really about that, then you
not.
should be in support of the bodily autonomy of women to get access
It's
to
not
abortion.
about being able to keep access to my guns. It's about being able to protect my own life, whereas abortion is not protecting their own life. They're actively taking a life.
So okay, I understand. There are more lives that are going to be taken if it is the case that you do not ban the fully automatic weapons. So it really, the question is asking you: do you care more about protecting bodily autonomy, or do you care
Again,
more
I don't know
about
why you're
protecting?
reducing it to. I
Do you
don't know
care
why
more
you-
about freedom, or do you care more about life?
Okay, again,
You care more about freedom to get access to guns than you care about life.
I don't know. Okay, why are you acting like that's my position?
It is.
I don't care about bodily autonomy.
You don't? Okay, well then why do you think you should have the freedom to get access to guns, even if it will lead to the more deaths of more people?
I think I should, as a law-abiding citizen, have the access to guns because, one, to protect myself and my family from people who are criminals, and two, obviously against a tyrannical government.
Protect yourself?
Yes, from somebody killing me,
Okay, can't you protect yourself with other things?
not against a gun.
Yes, you could. You can use other guns.
Okay, that's what okay, sorry. So maybe I misunderstood your point. So
Yeah,
that's
you don't need a fully automatic weapon to protect yourself.
Oh, no, you're completely right. You don't need one, and I think that's generally.
So then you don't have a right to do that in the same type of way, because it is the case that you don't need it, because you can protect yourself with any other gun. So the
Okay,
example that I just gave you is still holding.
Okay, so help me understand I can concede that you don't need a fully automatic weapon to protect your life. However, I don't in everyday life. However, against a tyrannical government, can you help me understand that part?
You are not going to be able to fight against the U.S. government. If you think that you will win in a fight against the U.S. government,
Okay,
you are heavily mistaken.
Pause. Okay, but let's say I had a nuke.
You're still not going to win.
Help me understand that.
You don't have the capacities to drop the nuke in the same way that they do. They could drone strike you before you drop the nuke.
Okay, if I have a nuke, let's assume I have everything less than a nuke as well, just like the government. So help me understand that.
If you have a whole military,
that is the Second Amendment.
who's going to have a stronger military? You with your resources, or the government? Good luck. You're fucked.
Yeah, me. I have less resources than the U.S. government. Yes, of course. However,
so who would lose?
You said Mr. Beast. You said Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast has less resources than the federal government. He would lose too.
Of course they do. However, you don't need. Okay, so you think that the U.S. government collectively, has more power than the collective United States population?
If the only fight that we have against the U.S. government is convincing the people who are on the military or in the military to be on our side. That's about it. Like in action, if the military fought against us as hard as they could, we're fucked. We're totally fucked.
Okay, so help me understand that, because
the U.S. government could destroy the planet.
Okay, yes, but you understand they would be destroying themselves as well.
Okay, but this is obviously, like, we're talking about a hypothetical where it's the U.S. government versus every citizen, so they're already destroying themselves.
Okay, so does that not kind of go to my point that the government's not going to try to kill all of its citizens?
Yeah, I understand that the government's not going to try to kill all of its citizens. I get you when it comes to that. But you're understanding and running down the hypothetical that is the case that it's government versus people. I don't think the government's going to start mass murdering people in the street who are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I would hope not, but that is our Second Amendment. Our Second Amendment is to, granted, things have obviously progressed a lot bigger than when the Second Amendment was written, but our Second Amendment was explicitly written to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. I can understand, that ship has kind of sailed, and I think it's now more applicable to our everyday life. And I can concede you don't need an automatic weapon to protect against people in everyday life, but if there's bad actors with an automatic weapon, then I think it's fair to have good actors to have them. And also, automatic weapons are federally regulated. Like if you have an automatic weapon, generally the government's going to know about it.
You understand what my point is, though. The point that I was demonstrating to you,
Yeah,
is that
I understand.
that like there's either protection of freedom or a protection of people's lives. And in this circumstance, for some reason, you decide to pick not the lives, but you pick the rights to own guns. But with a situation where we're talking about abortion, you don't pick the right for a woman to have access to like controlling what happens to her body. You pick the life of the zygote or the embryo that is non-sentient.
Yes.
And I just don't get that. I really don't get it. Like, you care about freedom, right?
I guess the perceived thought of freedom, yeah.
Can I give you an example? How about this? Do you think that vaccines should be mandated?
Mandated. Like full stop.
I'm just asking if you think they should be mandated.
I could say generally, I could say yes if you can, but however, I do think that there are extenuating circumstances.
Okay, if you think that they should be mandated, then okay, well then you would be arguing, say, well, how about the COVID vaccine? I'll do that. Do you think the COVID vaccine should have been mandated during the pandemic?
Certainly not. No.
Okay, well, it would have saved human lives. So you wouldn't want to restrict bodily autonomy to save human life.
Sorry, say what was your question?
So you wouldn't want to restrict bodily autonomy by mandating the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, to save human lives.
No, it's not necessarily about bodily autonomy.
It is. It is. It's bodily autonomy in choosing whether or not you want to get a vaccine for your body. That's bodily autonomy by definition.
By definition, anyway. So yeah, I don't.
It's less of an obligation to get a vaccine than to go through a pregnancy.
Okay, so let's say you have an adverse effect from this vaccine and you die.
Let's say you have an adverse event from pregnancy. Which do you
Like
think
what?
is more likely? Do you think it's more likely that there are adverse events from the COVID vaccine or from pregnancy?
I mean, I think that's kind of hard to that's hard to compare because one is natural.
What?
So I think those two things are hard to compare because a vaccine is being.
No, it's not hard to
injected into
compare.
your
It's not hard to compare in the same way that the reason why we justify taking a vaccine is we compare the vaccine to the natural effects if we didn't get the vaccine. So I don't know what that argument is.
I'm saying that taking a vaccine compared to going through pregnancy, like I feel like you'd have to compare abortion to
Pregnancy. What? Pregnancy probably would have more negative outcomes than the COVID vaccine.
Negative outcomes.
Does have more negative outcomes. Sorry.
So you're telling me being pregnant opens you up to
more negative outcomes than the COVID vaccine. Absolutely. I would totally stand behind that. Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I would say broadly speaking,
Given
that's
that you
broadly-
medically can take the vaccine.
Okay, so that's okay. So there's that caveat, given that you can have a baby to term. So that's kind of
well, like there are specific examples where like someone, if they were to get pregnant, that could be harmful to them in terms of their health, right? And
Yes.
in those examples, right, we would say the harm rate for pregnancy would be higher than the average. The same would be true specifically in cases where people specifically have taken prior vaccines with certain things in them, right, where they're allergic to those certain things. If they took them again with this vaccine, it would harm them. So there are certain people that can't get vaccinated, and we know that prior. Obviously, with those cases, we wouldn't give it to them because the situation for risk has changed.
okay. Yeah. So I feel like you're kind of conflating those two. You're saying
I'm not
that
conflating.
Okay, so you're saying that
Overall, the pregnancy on average is a higher risk than vaccine on average. Is that fair?
higher risk for what?
On average person,
So I'm saying higher risk for what? Harm?
average person, harm.
Okay, I would like to see some type of statistic saying
Really?
that.
Okay, bibliography in my bio. Look at the link tree in my description of my YouTube channel. There's a bibliography, 25 plus pages of peer-reviewed articles that indicate sufficient evidence that the vaccines are safe and effective. In those specific articles,
I'm talking about pregnancy. I'd like to see some type of statistic saying that a healthy woman is more, will have more harm taking a baby to term than getting an abortion, which I think is kind of absurd.
wait, we're not saying then getting an abortion. We're saying comparative to getting a vaccine. And I can send you an article.
But I'm saying we're talking about pregnancy because I said that abortion would be that. I'm sorry, that I said abortion's wrong. So you're saying that pregnancy in itself is not dangerous. Like, I don't understand what are you talking about.
You think pregnancy is not dangerous?
No, a healthy woman, pregnancy is not dangerous. No.
I'm sorry. That is the most insane position I have ever heard. The fact that you believe pregnancy is not dangerous shows how removed you are from the process of pregnancy. For many women, pregnancy is the death of them. For many women, pregnancy can bring long-term complications for their medical health. For many women, pregnancy can create short-term complications for their health.
Yes.
Right? Things they're dealing with, again, for temporary periods of time, and then it goes away. But for many women, again, long-term implications, things that don't go away. And now, if you're not going to acknowledge that, right, I think it's really ridiculous.
Okay.
You said it's not. You said it's not a threat. It's not. Do you know that there's pregnancy-related mortality?
Is not. Yeah, and it's what? Okay, what are you exactly talking about? There are women who have died during pregnancy. That's for fact. But that number is astronomically low.
Wait, what number is low? Sorry, the women that die from pregnancy.
Yes, like what?
That's not low.
That can't. Okay, yes, it is. That can't be avoided through a C-section.
Wait. What do you mean avoided through a C-section? I'm talking about the mortality ratio. So they take into account other types of things they could have done.
Okay. Okay. So no, yeah, I'm saying that women who die from pregnancy, you're saying. Like, what are you saying, that women are just dying all the time when they're pregnant? Like, what are you trying to say?
Many women die every year because of pregnancy.
Can you give me a statistic or something aside from many women?
Yeah. Go to the CDC maternal mortality prevention. Data from the pregnancy mortality surveillance system. There are more deaths, significantly more deaths from pregnancy in America than there were from vaccinations. And there were more people that got vaccinated than got pregnant.
Okay, but there are multiple times more deaths of abortions.
We were comparing the risk of pregnancy versus the risk of getting a vaccine, because we were comparing being mandated to go through a pregnancy versus being mandated to get a vaccine. And I was saying that it's a greater obligation to be mandated to go through a pregnancy than to be mandated to get a
So
vaccine.
you're trying to point out an inconsistency in my logic, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I can concede the fact that it's probably not a 1-to-1 ratio. I haven't looked at that, but broadly speaking, yeah. And I also agreed that I generally would accept mandated vaccines. That was the first thing you asked me, and I said yes.
But I asked you the COVID vaccine, and you said no during the pandemic, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think that there was enough evidence to show
There
that.
is. I have a bibliography in the description of my
Now,
YouTube stream
said
that shows
now,
we had this evidence back then too.
okay.
A lot
So
of the
you think-
sources even come from earlier on. I have earlier on sources and later on sources in the bibliography if you'd like to go read it.
Yeah, I would love to see early 2020 statistics about
20
COVID vaccine.
Really? In 2020 when the COVID vaccine didn't exist? Really?
What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. What was it? Late 2020?
Yeah, it wasn't released to the public until 2021.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that makes a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, I would like to see that.
I'm pretty sure at least I can check. What do you,
I think
wanna
it was
see?
the end of I think it was the end of 2020, but I could definitely be wrong. But I want to see some type of evidence that the COVID vaccine at the time when they were trying to mandate it was saving all of these lives.
Actually, I might have been in 2020, so you might have been right. By June 2020, tens of billions of dollars were already invested. The vaccine wasn't already there quite yet. I'd have to check. Whatever. Yeah, but what were you saying, sorry?
All my point is I'm saying that when they wanted to mandate the COVID vaccine, I don't think there was sufficient evidence to be able to do that.
Why not?
Okay, if we look at just about every
What
other
would sufficient evidence look like? Sorry.
sufficient evidence would look like if you do X, then Y won't happen. For example, the measles vaccine.
So you're saying 100% you won't get the virus if it is the case
For
that
you
you get
to
the
mandate
vaccine?
me to take it, I would say yeah.
The measles isn't 100%, so you just contradicted yourself.
Okay, wait.
Not. It's not 100% for everyone. Isn't it like 99 to 100%? Like it's not 100% in all cases.
Okay. Okay. So you're okay. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's say 99%. How about that? I'll do 99% then.
What about it?
Then show me if I take said vaccine, I will not get this disease. Like they don't mandate the flu vaccine.
Well, like if I could say that, like, wait, so we're saying it's less likely that you get it, right? And it's less likely that you are going to develop severe illness from it. And it's less likely that you're going to pass it to other people. Those things are going to be very relevant towards us mandating a vaccine, right?
Okay.
And in this sense, the mandating of the vaccine is just demonstrating one simple point. The point that it's demonstrating is that you're not willing to restrict bodily autonomy for something measly as just going out and getting a vaccine, right? Even though it's going to save human lives. But you are willing to force women to go through pregnancy, which is a significantly harder obligation than going and getting a vaccine, right? Because it saves human lives. So that's the issue that I have with your position.
Mm-hmm. I would say generally, I accept vaccine mandates. How I do think there's a caveat where you need to show me that it's effective.
We did.
Okay, at the time.
How about this? How about this? With hindsight, will you say that they should have mandated the COVID vaccine?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sure. no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. They should have.
Should have. I wouldn't say should have. I don't think they.
Oh, okay. You're.
I don't think that they should have.
I got him. Got him.
I don't think they should have, but I think it would have been. I think in hindsight, it definitely could have. I can understand it if they did.
What does that even mean? So like, so you're saying that you would understand if the vaccines were mandated, but you would say that they shouldn't
At
have
this
been
point
mandated.
now,
So they shouldn't
I'm
have been
saying I wouldn't
So
go
they
as
so
far
okay.
as to
So
say
again,
this,
to
but
clarify, my argument was valid, and it was sound because it is the case that right. You were simply saying that. Wait, we already went over this. You heard me. What did I say? What was my argument?
at what point for what?
What did I just argue?
Okay, are you as it relates to the vaccine?
Yeah.
That I want to restrict bodily autonomy as it relates to abortion, and I don't want to restrict it as it relates to vaccines. That's your point.
Yeah, even though in both circumstances they save human lives. So it's completely comparable.
But one is guaranteed.
And in one case, the obligation is not as bad, not as hard for you to follow through with. And in that circumstance, it's the vaccine, the situation where you say it shouldn't be mandated.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I understand your point, and I could see how I guess they're comparable in that sense, but I do think there's a big difference between between pregnancy and eliminating a potential life than potentially saving people. Because I think potentially saving people with a vaccine is very different than guaranteed saving a baby.
Okay, guaranteeing saving it. It's not a guarantee though, because the baby could die still.
What do you mean?
It's not a guarantee because the baby could die still.
Okay, you said the exact same thing. Can you?
Yeah,
elaborate?
like I'm saying, it is the case that the pregnancy could yield a circumstance in which it is the case that like the baby still ends up dying.
Yes, but not by murder.
Okay, I'm confused what your point is with that though.
Okay, so my point is
that
that
we're talking about just whether or not they would die.
Yeah, I'm saying one guarantees death, abortion. The other allows natural process to happen.
Okay, so
if it was supposed to die, it will die. And because at this point,
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay,
So
you're
let
saying
me
that
go ahead.
you're saying that it's not guaranteed life. There's a potential for it to die at some point. You're right, but that's just like every human on Earth. And that would seem like you're saying we're all going to die at some point, so we might as well just kill each other.
That's not the argument. What was I bringing that up for? It was relating to specifically what you brought up.
Yeah, I said that a vaccine potentially saving lives is different from not murdering something.
It's not potentially, it's going to save lives. You know, mandated vaccines will save lives. We know that as a fact.
And you know,
so when you say potentially saving lives, I don't think that's a relevant difference.
Okay, but can you not concede the fact that abortion is guaranteeing to kill babies? Can you not concede that fact?
Oh, wait, say that more time.
Can you not concede the fact that abortion will guarantee killing a baby? Every baby involved will be dead.
It's not certain, but it's very likely. Yes.
Okay, so it's effectively assured.
It's not certain, but it's very likely.
Okay.
But the point that I would make is that again, we know for certain lives will be saved if you mandate vaccines.
I also know for certain lives will be saved if you outlaw abortion.
That's the comparison. Thank you for establishing the comparison.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point, I guess. Okay. So do you think more babies are aborted than people would die from mandating, let's say, the COVID vaccine?
Oh, so are you saying, do I think a comparable level of people will be saved
Yes.
with abortion comparative to, under your view, obviously, no, more people would be saved through the context of
Okay, and that's
of
broad. That was
abortion.
no, that was broadly my point.
But
So
like even in one individual case, to save one life, you would still think it should be illegal.
to save one life with the
Let's
vaccine.
let's say it only stopped one abortion from happening. Would you still support abortion being banned?
uh, yeah. I don't
Yeah.
understand what do you like. What's your point? Sorry, what do you mean?
Exactly. Okay. You just didn't get my point. My point is that even if it only led to saving of one access to abortion, or not one access to abortion, one person in abortion, you'd still think that there should be a law restricting. So the difference and the amount
Okay.
of people, right, that are killed per year doesn't actually like factor into whether or not you think it should be illegal within that context. Because we're talking about individualized scenarios, at least in terms of the hypothetical that I brought up.
Okay, so individually, I would still think that you should outlaw abortion. Again, this is also like relating to morality and ethical views. I definitely think you should. Like, I don't understand. There's so much less of an argument to dispute between so much less of a moral argument for mandating vaccines than killing babies on
What?
purpose.
Wait. We're not killing babies.
Abortion, you are. What do you mean?
No. It's dude. A non-sentient embryo is not a baby.
Okay. So it will be though, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, I got you. Let me ask you. Do you think this is a? Hold up. Do you think this is a baby?
Okay, that's a dolphin.
You think that this is a dolphin? I just showed you.
Are you trying to tell me you're trying to do a gotcha? I think if that's a human fetus, then yeah.
Do you know if it's a human or not?
I'm pretty sure it's a dolphin fetus.
You're pretty sure? You don't know? Do you typically mistake like dolphins for human beings?
Typically, if I just look at them, no.
Yeah, like do you think that this is a dolphin?
No.
No? You think that's not a dolphin?
I think that was probably a human fetus.
You think that was a human fetus? Are you sure?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I understand the fact they look really similar in their early developmental stages.
Are you sure that you're right about that one?
I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Are you reading the chat to try to see if you were right?
No, I actually wasn't.
Steeler Nation, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So,
Killer, thank you for the $10. Thank
are you
you.
saying-
Rose, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Scarlett, thank you for the five Australian. Thank you so much. As well as Jeremy, thank you for the $1. And then Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Jacqueline, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jeremy, thank you for the $5. Beauty, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you for the $2. Philby, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure I was correct about that. I'm not positive because I didn't, you know.
I'm happy I caught you saying that. You were right, but like the fact that you're not positive kind of just demonstrates to me that like if you were to go to like an aquarium, would you ever question that there were human babies inside of the aquarium when you saw dolphins? No, you would never, right?
No, but that's why they're in the womb, not in the world.
Okay. Well, how about this? Like, here's one better. Like a zygote, completely indistinguishable from any other zygote. They're single cell organisms.
For sure. Yeah.
Could you typically look at human beings through microscopes?
What Wait, what do you mean? Are
Yeah,
you saying
like have you ever looked at a human being through a microscope?
if you look at a zygote, you can.
Oh, so then you think that a person can be seen? Do you think they're Ant-Man?
No, I think they're a zygote, and if allowed to, they will become a
Yeah, but like
full-grown adult.
you're saying like Ant-Man is real. Like you can look at people through a
No,
microscope. You know.
you can look at a portion of a person in a microscope. You could
No, but I'm saying like a whole person.
no. Generally, you
like
cannot
what?
look at a whole person in a microscope.
Unless they're Ant-Man, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Like that actually has absolutely nothing to do with anything. I could have a camera with a macro lens where you can't see what the fuck it is.
I'm confused what that means. I'm just saying that like I typically think that I would have to see a human being like in a different context, you know, than seeing them through a microscope. I've never once, you know, thought that I could see people through microscopes. Do you think it's okay to freeze babies? Like put babies in freezers?
What do you mean?
Like, do you think it's okay to put babies in freezers?
No.
No? Okay, so do you think that it should be illegal to put embryos in freezers? Like to freeze embryos?
Actually, so you know, now that I think about it, if there was some type of if there was, because I don't necessarily know where we're at with that with full blown adults, but if I could put a baby in a freezer to stop its developmental process, freeze it in time, and like do something with it, like Captain America type of thing. Yeah, I don't see why that'd be a problem.
You wouldn't have an issue with like putting your baby in a freezer?
If it would
to
live after, yeah.
To like forcefully hibernate them? You think it'd be okay for me to put my newborn baby in a freezer to forcefully hibernate them?
No.
No. So then why is it okay to put an embryo in a freezer?
I never really said that.
Because typically when you're talking about putting babies in freezers, that sounds pretty abusive to me.
Okay, I never advocated for that.
But you think it should be legal, right?
Where are you getting this from?
Okay, so then it should be illegal. You think freezing embryos should be illegal?
No, not necessarily. No.
No, it should be legal, right?
Okay, but yeah, what's
like
the
typically
moral-
when I think of like putting babies in freezers, I think that's pretty abusive, right? Like I think that should be illegal to put babies in freezers. Like I don't think that you should be putting your newborn, you know, in a freezer. That'd be pretty crazy.
So can we do that to newborns?
No. I
Okay,
don't know.
so
I don't know.
maybe that's why.
I don't know of any state that currently allows for you to put your baby in a freezer.
Why?
Right, for an extended period of time.
Why?
Because it's pretty abusive to like put babies in
So
freezers.
why do you think it's legal for us to? Why do you think it's legal for us to have embryos in a freezer?
Why is it legal? Because they're not babies. They're not people. And it's good.
Is that actually why you think so?
Yeah. They're not babies. They're not people. And it is the case that like it's helpful for people to like have children in the future.
Okay, or is it because it's not killing the embryo?
Oh, it's not. Well, I mean, even if you did kill the embryo, we wouldn't care because it's not a baby. There are actually plenty of embryos that are tossed out in the IVF process. So under your view, not only do you think IVF should be illegal, but you also think it should be illegal to freeze embryos, right? Like people who just literally want to have children in the future, you think they should be restricted from doing that because for some reason, under your view, it's like abusive or like murder.
Yeah, I do. I do see an issue with IVF.
Mm-hmm. You think that should be illegal?
I would say just as illegal as abortion. Yeah.
Yeah, so like people who require IVF in order to have children, you believe that they shouldn't be allowed to go through that process to be able to have children? You think that their fight to have children, right, should be over because you think that's murder. You think it's morally equivalent to murder.
If you killed 10 babies to get one, yeah.
Well, they're not babies, they're single cell organisms or embryos. Like they're
Okay,
not babies.
You know, if they're allowed to, it would become a baby.
If they're allowed to, they would become a baby. What do you
If
mean?
they're allowed to develop, they will become a baby.
What was your point of saying that?
My point of saying that is that's why I think that it's morally wrong to
Engage
kill
in
a bunch
IVF?
of embryos. Yeah.
So are you saying that like if you had fertility issues and that you required IVF in order to have children,
I would say,
that-
damn, I shouldn't have kids. If I can't naturally have children, I don't think it's
let's say you could have it through IVF. Would you do it?
No. No.
Okay, all right. I mean, if you don't want to have, I mean, that's up to you. That's your choice, man. But like, I don't see anything wrong with IVF. Right? I don't see anything wrong. Like, do you think I should go to, like, for example, do you think I should go to prison for slapping a zygote? Say like a little petri dish and a little petri dish of a zygote there, right? And just for the fun of it, for YouTube and TikTok content, I decided to slap a zygote. Should I go to prison?
No, of course not.
I committed murder under your view.
Okay, how? But because you slapped a zygote?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't see. No, I don't think so.
Why not? That's literally a person. Under your view, that's a person.
Okay, I think. Well, if you slapping a zygote killed said zygote, then I would say, then yeah, it's I don't think you should go to prison. I think that there should be different levels.
Murderers shouldn't go to prison. What different level of murder do you think this is? Are you dehumanizing them by saying they're not as equal value of a person as I am? What the hell, dude? What is this level of dehumanization that he's advocating that like zygotes, people, single cell organisms deserve less moral value than other people like me? What is morally distinct about us? We both have DNA. We're both DNA distinct human beings.
I think it's okay to get back into reality instead of you trying to get clips. I think that
I promise you, I'm not going to clip you. I mean, this will be a YouTube video, so I don't need to look for clips.
Yeah. So I think that generally speaking, we should try to promote life, right? Do you agree with that?
Sentient life.
Okay.
I don't give a shit about cellular life.
How does a life become sentient?
Development.
Okay. Right. Okay. So by your standard, if we were to disregard all sentient life, all life that's not sentient, who's to say that we wouldn't have no more babies?
People want to have children. People are getting abortions because they don't want to have children. There are people out there that want to have children.
Okay, yes, but no, of course. But I'm saying if we
if we don't force people to have children, how are people going to have children? They want to. Annabelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Okay, so okay. Do you
Danny
think
Baby, thank you for the $5, and then Kim, thank you for the membership subscription, and then ask anything. Thank you for the $5.
You think we're having enough children currently? Then,
I think fertility rates are low. Yeah. Nina, thank you for the $5.
Okay, yeah, fertility rates
are low, so we're not having enough children now.
Okay, so
then we should ban IVF so that we have even less children, right?
No, we should ban abortion first. We could start there.
You mean force people to go through, right? You don't mean force people to go through pregnancies? How about we increase quality of life, provide access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, so that people then have the means to have children at a higher rate?
Yeah, of course. I'd like all that also.
So you agree with universal healthcare, childcare, housing affordability? That sounds like
No,
you're a
I don't. I
Democrat.
don't universally agree with it. Then I do not agree. I don't think by all means everybody has health care. By all means, everybody has cheaper housing. I don't think so. No, I think that there's of course a
Would
middle
you
ground.
support a child tax credit increase?
Yeah, like the one Harris proposed. Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about it? Oh, sorry, not what about it. I meant to say, like, so then you think that was a good, effective policy, right? To help out children, to
Yeah.
help out people in need. Okay, well then.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But I also think that we talked a little bit about this before, but I also think that her housing proposition was not effective.
What do you mean? Wait. We already went over this. This would increase the amount of houses that are new. That would increase the amount of overall supply of houses. Also, for people in the private chat, let me know if you are MAGA.
Okay, let me see. So from what I understood, there was two separate things. She'd give $25K to people buying their first house. And then something
it's a tax
separate.
credit.
I thought it was a down payment assistance.
Yep, tax credit, down payment assistance. You know, it being a tax credit helps with the down payment.
It does, but I guess. But so my point is that I think that would not be that. You don't think that would increase the market basically just by $25K, or let's just say half that by $12.5K.
That would increase the market by 25. No, it wouldn't, because it is the case that not everyone gets it. And even if it did, that would provide a greater incentive for suppliers to then produce houses in places where people want to live, because of the price of houses going up for new houses, right? Specifically. The Innovator, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So from what I understood, it wasn't only for new builds.
It was for new houses. I told you to do the research on this earlier? Did you not do the research yet?
No, you told me to do research on the tariffs.
No, I told you to do the research on this point. How long have I been talking to you, Anthony?
It's been a minute, honestly, and I think you've certainly pointed out plenty of logical inconsistencies, which I have no problem, accepting. I haven't really fully fleshed out my ideas with IVF, but I will say, generally, I do think abortion is bad. Okay, yeah, I would say.
Justin, did you vote for Donald Trump? Just 1 second, Anthony.
No, you're chilling.
Justin, are you there? You typed in the private chat, I'm MAGA adjacent. And the Patrick guy, why are you just sitting in my guest box, bro? What are you doing sitting there? You can't at least type in the chat. Sarah, did you support Donald Trump? I'll add you up if you did.
Yeah.
Justin, you there?
Yeah.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Just policy-wise, I agree with some parts, but I actually regret the vote.
Oh, okay. So then you don't support him anymore?
Not at all, because he's a staunch Zionist. We don't really need that right now.
All right, Justin, I appreciate you, man.
A staunch what?
He said Zionist.
Oh, yeah.
Saren, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
So you did. So you support him still?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I think one of the biggest things is they seem to be going after disparate impact. That would be huge.
What do you mean by that?
If they repeal disparate impact from its, basis in law, that'd be massive.
Explain what that is. I'm actually not familiar.
Disparate impact is basically like saying that like you can't have it's like saying you're hiring for a job and the job has like an IQ test. Well, because certain groups are better at it and certain groups are worse at it, the outcomes are going to be not representative. And so disparate impact basically says if it's disparately impacting different groups, it's inherently racist.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe that just because there's disparate outcomes that necessarily it's caused because of racism.
Correct.
Is that your view?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I mean, how does this change anything legally that's going to be relevant to you voting for Donald Trump?
Because if jobs can have IQ tests and I can just get hired based off my IQ, that's incredible. I basically never have to try again. And I would always have employment.
Okay. So you think that it would be better that you have the ability to have IQ tests for jobs?
Yeah, I mean, there's many things they can test for, but basically, instead of going to the job and saying, "Hey,"
is that currently illegal right now? And I mean,
yeah, correct.
Yeah, I mean that you do know that courts have determined that has negative outcomes, though, right?
Yes,
that are harmful.
Well, I mean,
harmful
in what way?
I have a question. Do you think that there should be able to be IQ tests for voting?
No.
Why not?
Because that's different than a job.
Why?
That's the government.
And what relevant quality?
That's the government. That's not a private corporation.
But why should private corporations be able to go against that?
Because they're a private corporation where the land
should
of the
private
free.
corporations be held up to certain federal standards? Why shouldn't this be one of those federal standards they're held up to?
Because I don't believe in it. I think it's saying that any outcomes that are not equitable are inherently racist is insane. It's an insane position.
Do you think that there should have to be IQ tests for McDonald's jobs or for Wendy's jobs?
If they want to implement them, sure.
Okay. So you think that so even if it has disparate outcomes.
Yeah, that's
what if they specifically what if they intentionally put it in place for those disparate outcomes?
I'm fine with that because the current way is basically saying that no matter what, it's inherently wrong instead of having to prove it. If they actively are going against civil rights.
So wait to clarify, you agree with due process?
You're such a debate, bro.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just clarifying. You agree with that, right?
For Americans? Is that what you're asking?
Just anyone in the country.
Americans, I do.
Well, the Constitution says anyone in the country.
Well, I mean, you're asking me. I don't care.
Do you think tourists deserve due process?
Tourists, if they're legally here, sure.
Okay. Wait. So, what do you mean by legally here?
I mean, did we allow them to be in for a certain period of time? I mean, there's visa-free time periods you can be in this country, right?
Wait. Okay. I have a question. Do you think without due process you should be able to execute undocumented immigrants?
Should we be able to execute undocumented immigrants
without due process?
Sure, why not? I don't care about them. Why are they here? Why did you break into my country?
Yo. Thanks for taking the heat off me.
I'm copying that person's name. What a fucking disgusting, horrible human being.
Wow.
How fucking dare you say that shit? That's actually so disgusting. That is actually the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. That right there actually is literally evidence of dehumanization.
Yeah.
That is fucking disgusting. That is absolutely fucking Nazi shit.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. But I'm looking at this.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
I'm looking at this. It says 25K down payment assistance, 10K tax credit for first-time home buyers.
What a fucking weirdo, dude. He just said lol, dude. Like, I don't understand these people.
Yeah, that was intense, honestly. Yeah. So.
What's his name? I'll literally put it in the chat.
I think it's Saren.
Yeah.
Solomon. The one and only. Jeez. Yeah, I think that's insane. I do think, yeah, there's definitely a difference between, human rights. That wasn't, yeah, that was something.
That was fucking actually really disgusting. That was really disgusting. I just want to tell people what he just said. He just literally said that it would be okay to murder undocumented immigrants just for being in the
Just
country.
cause, you know, that's crazy.
He literally argued it was okay to murder undocumented immigrants. Like, I don't want to like diminish that. That was insane. That is probably the most insane thing I've heard on live in a really long time.
Yeah, that is insane.
What a fucking weird.
I'd like to talk about Ukraine.
Go ahead.
So, do you think we should be involved?
I think that we should have been defending Ukraine.
Why?
He literally just types in the chat, shouldn't break into my country. What?
Yeah,
That's so fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, that's wild. That's pretty insane.
Like, there are literally undocumented immigrants in the country that did not intentionally come here, right? They came here as children. He thinks that you should be able to murder them without due process. Anyone in the country undocumented, he thinks you should be able to murder them, right? There are people, like, genuinely that, you know, like, imagine having, you know, just for a second, knowing people, you know what I mean? Like, I know people. Imagine knowing people, and they're like, it's okay to murder those people. That's just
no, yeah, that's crazy.
what it is. What a disgusting. Those are human beings that he's saying are okay to murder.
I agree.
Yeah, go for it though, Anthony.
But yeah, I don't think that we should be defending Ukraine.
You don't think you should be able to? You don't think we should? Why not?
One, I don't think America should be the world police. I think generally Trump is aligned with that. I also think.
I'm sorry, I have to address this. He literally put in the comments saying you said you should be allowed to, not would I execute all of them. You're saying you should be allowed to execute all of the undocumented immigrants.
And then continue to say, why shouldn't we? I don't give a fuck about them.
Like, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that isn't. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, go for it though. I'm sorry. That's just
you're chilling.
Stuff like that really is just crazy.
No, you're chilling. You know, there's certainly crazy people. But no, yeah, I don't think we should be obligated to defend Ukraine. I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I don't. Educate me.
I got you. So we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What was it called? Budapest what?
Budapest Memorandum. And Russia even signed that agreement.
When was this? 1994?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that was still valid?
Yeah, it's still valid. Here, I'm gonna ask the people in here. Yo boy and Justin, did y'all vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Justin, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay, so what do you both support Donald Trump still?
Yeah,
100%.
Okay, why so?
I agree with this America First economic stance. I know with the tariff situation is expensive. I don't really particularly agree with the symptom there, but I know that in the long term, many of the manufacturing facilities that are overseas seem to be built here, and in places of the Rust Belt where it's most needed. Of course, like economics, this is completely nuanced. It can go completely either south, or can go all right with us in the long run. But I do believe that in the long term, these tariffs would work.
Okay. One, I would say I don't think there's good evidence indicating long term that tariffs would be effective for the economy. And from a from a economic basis, right? It is the
Sure.
case that not only would we be harmed in other aspects of the economy in terms of production of services, as it is the case that we rely on aspects of goods that come from other countries, materials, labor,
Yeah.
certain
Yeah.
things like that. But that is also a fundamental aspect of our manufacturing process as well. Like what manufacturers in the country still rely on goods that come from other countries around the world as a part of their production process. And if their goods become more costly, that's going to make the manufacturing jobs in the United States less profitable. Therefore, it is going to be the case that we're going to expect to see even less of that within that respect. So not only would we see other industries negatively impacted, but it seems like we would even see manufacturing to be negatively impacted. So if we want to benefit manufacturing, I think something like the Chips and Science Act probably makes a lot more sense for benefiting manufacturing in terms of competition with the global market, or like investment in renewable energy production. I mean, manufacturing related to that. I think those are things that are going to relate to the global modern economy. And I think that Donald Trump's kind of just like gets us to like hold back onto the past, which I think isn't effective.
Well, by that rhetoric, I guess what he was going at is your average blue collar worker. Okay, this is where I also agree with universal healthcare and whatnot. But your average blue collar worker back then, I could manage to afford like a small, medium, like small, like one person household. Yeah. That's just your normal.
1 second. Sorry, I was just turning that off. I accidentally clicked on someone's comment when I was trying to ban the crazy person. But yeah, sorry, you were saying.
Yeah. So yeah, that voice got some issues, but so yeah, just your average blue collar worker could afford your single family household, right? This is from them either from working at a Ford factory or whatnot, but they could afford it. They were paying decently. Now, since the exception of NAFTA in the 90s, well, it actually happened before that in the 80s. This is when it started to like dwindle down. But what's really been seen is that during the introduction of NAFTA, many of these manufacturing jobs then moved south into Mexico, namely places like northern parts of Mexico, like I think it's the state of Chihuahua and state of Mexico, like central. But most of the manufacturing moved there for like cheaper labor, and in turn, many people were displaced of their jobs, and they either had three choices: either stay in their hometown and manage to start a business from that, or risk it all, immigrate to other states, which if proportionally this affected minority groups as well, or as the meme goes, right? The right used to say this a lot, like learn the code and stuff. Either they learned the skill and move to another sector. But bottom line is they were affected by this
natural occurrence in the market. And like this natural occurrence in the market was going to happen either way. And if you prop up their firms, right, they're going to be engaging in things that will be less profitable than they would have otherwise according to opportunity costs. That's the issue with tariffs.
Yeah.
And then also like you're going to be inadvertently harming those manufacturers as well, right? Because aspects of their production process come from countries around the world.
Well,
like
as a
they don't
business,
have, they're not integrated vertically or horizontally.
yeah, it could be a dent to capitalism, but that definitely could be an issue. Like if you're an avid capitalist, that could be like, okay, I'm not making any money because I'm getting punished here for something that's completely out of my control, right? But then that I like to think, like I said earlier, that this would motivate these companies to say, well, I'm not earning any more. My profits are lower than comparatively years ago, as opposed if I were to start trading within the U.S. or at least anywhere any close trading partners with them. So, with that said, my belief is that they would be motivated to conduct more business with the U.S. rather than just kind of do their own laissez-faire thing. What's been going on with this, as a result of this globalized world. But then,
Can I give one good reason to disagree with that? The reason why I see there to be less trade with the United States, given that we've imposed tariffs, is that if we impose tariffs, it increases the likelihood that they pose retaliatory tariffs on us, which will then disincentivize our firms from engaging in trade with them. And also we disincentivize their firms from engaging in us because we place tariffs on them. Does that make sense? Because it's more costly for them to engage in business in the United States to the consumer. Their goods will be desired less.
Can we agree that okay, I see your point, but can we agree that the United States is the intellectual capital of the world, and that we produce more of, like, I know the memes like, oh, we don't produce enough engineers and all this, but do you agree that we produce more of innovators and stuff? Can we agree on that?
I mean,
I'm gonna go with this argument later on, but
sure, we're the innovation. I would say maybe like we are the innovation capital of the world, oftentimes because of our population, and our willingness to allow for immigration. I think those are very important aspects, and then also like geography, certain things like that.
See, with that is I say this because China has they're kind of actually declining in
Look, can you
population.
stop yapping, please?
Who's this?
Don't be rude. Don't be rude. This is like the best debate I've had all day.
Oh my god.
Who's this man?
I don't know. It's I think it's one of the other people I added up. Yeah, you can continue. Go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say that. In terms of numbers, I know China certainly declining in numbers, but they have the majority of they're increasingly have more like STEM graduates as we speak. So I want to. This is not more of a debate. This is more like can we find common ground? Would you say that currently, as we speak, China is the major competitor, if not, and I wouldn't say threat to national security, but literally like major competitor to U.S. innovation as we speak? Even with tariffs and whatnot.
The biggest competitor to U.S. in terms of innovation right now, probably coming into the next century, is going to be China, of course. At least to my understanding, like overall, because like what you could say within certain sectors, other countries are definitely going to be ahead within certain respects, but like if we're talking overall, like the biggest competitor economically speaking to the United States clearly is going to be China. Now, the issue that China faces is population collapse.
Yeah.
Right now, they're the suppliers, right? Within plenty of respects, they rely on those types of businesses. As more people, right, reduce, as their populations decrease because of aging populations and because of like one-child policies and things like that, those things have led to like an inevitable population crisis that will harm their economy. So right now they're going to experience incredible levels of growth, but if they don't allow for high levels of immigration, they won't be able to sustain that level of growth likely unless there's a massive technological advancement. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's like we're talking about like in 30 years or 40 years,
Yeah. I'm talking in the long run. But the issue that we have as well is that we have bad revenue mechanisms for some of our programs that we really rely on. Things like Social Security, right? We should still keep the benefits, but the issue is the revenue mechanism, right? What we should be doing is we should be giving a certain set of money to every single person when they are born or come into the country, and we put it into a index fund, and we let it grow. A $7,000 for someone given to them at their point of birth, by the time they're 65 years old, will be $1 million if put in the S&P 500, assuming the 6 to 8% growth per year, which is what we've seen over the past 50 years.
Are you guys even talking about Trump? You guys haven't said the word Trump in like the past 10 minutes.
Okay.
Seriously.
Here, Justin, we'll continue our conversation. I actually really appreciate this conversation. This person's a little bit impatient, so I'll address them real quick, and then we'll get back to it.
It's just yapping. Like you guys are just yapping, literally.
Okay, go for it. Let's see what you got.
Bro, I got nothing, but you guys are a bunch of losers.
Okay, can you give me a policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
No, bro, you know what it is, man. I realized that I noticed a pattern where every man that I saw that was voting for Trump was like a huge loser, right? So I was like, I don't want to be a part of that shit. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna fucking vote for Trump. And you know, Trump is like a true American patriot.
Did you just call
You guys
yourself
are-
a loser?
Yeah.
No. What the fuck are you talking about?
You just unironically called yourself.
Oh
a
shit!
loser.
Anyone that voted for Kamala, fuck. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Oops. So why so? Why is voting for
Yeah.
Kamala Harris making me a loser?
Freudian slip.
I just noticed that everyone that voted for Kamala Harris is like a fucking loser, literally.
How so? How am I a loser?
You tell me, bro. You guys are all losers. Look at you.
Yeah,
Look
how am
at
I a
you.
loser?
You're a fucking loser, bro.
So I'm such a loser that you decided to wait in my guest request to be let
I
up on
waited
my
for
live.
I waited for like a good 5 minutes because you were actually having like a
But you like
interesting
you but like
conversation with the other guy.
oh yeah that you
And-
just interrupted.
No, not this dude. The fucking other dude that said something crazy.
You mean the person that literally said it's okay to murder undocumented immigrants?
I mean, yeah. I didn't mean to say it was interesting. It was like, you know, it was interesting to see somebody like that on this live though.
but just to clarify, you were interested by my live.
I mean, I joined like 2 minutes before that shit
But
happened.
why would you spend your time wasting your time like watching
You
a
added
loser?
me like 1
Such a
second
loser.
after
Yeah, you're
like,
you're
did
watching a loser. You just waited for us to finish our conversation.
Yeah, because you actually have like a big fucking.
Oh, so not a loser.
It doesn't sound like you think I'm a loser, man.
Wait, what'd you say?
Doesn't sound like you think I'm a loser. It sounds like you.
You are a fucking loser, bro. All
Then
you
why'd
guys,
you-
everyone that voted for Kamala is a loser. That's why.
Then why are you spending so much time in my live?
I spent like 1 second. You added me after like a second. of
It's
waiting.
been a little bit over a second.
No, bro. It was
All
like
you
a
said
solid
is
2 minutes, and then I don't know where I appeared in the live. But then this dude just decided to fucking get. You guys weren't even talking about Trump. You were talking about like economics and fucking innovations or some shit.
Can
That
you
was
tell me
boring
why
as fuck. I
you
almost fell asleep.
commented in the private chat? What was that? 14 minutes ago. So you've been in my live
Yeah.
for at least 14
I've
minutes.
been. You added me. You added me right after I fucking said that. Do you
So
not
you've
hear
been in
me?
my live for at least 15 minutes.
I've been inside of you. Literally, I've been in it. Like, why would I
Inside of
leave if I got added?
That's interesting. Now, did you know that you have watched this live more than the average TikTok viewer by far?
What do you mean?
It sounds like you think I'm less of a loser than the average person on TikTok, at least. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank
Bro,
you so much. I
you-
appreciate it. Johnny, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Dan, I appreciate
Who
the
would
$5. Thank you.
actually donate to you? Who in their
You
right
jealous?
mind would?
Are you jealous, bro?
I'm not jealous. Why would I be jealous? I would never do this shit, no matter how much money I got. You're a loser. Like, I don't want. Like, come on, bro.
Well, you're doing it for free right now.
No, I'm not actually a content
You-
creator
you-
like you,
You unironically are doing it for free right now.
bro. I'm doing it for free.
How embarrassed are you?
I'm not embarrassed. What the fuck? You're nothing to me. You don't mean nothing to me. Like, why would I be embarrassed? Look at your ugly ass smug face, bro. Just looking with this tiny little smirk, bro.
Turn your camera on.
I'm not gonna, bro. I wouldn't hug you. Come on, bro. I don't want to.
Turn it on right now.
I'm not gonna show my fucking face, dumbass.
You're scared.
I'm not scared, but you're
So
not.
scared.
You're not like
you're willing to throw out insults, but you're not willing to turn your camera on. Jeez,
If
that's
there was
rough.
a way for me to only show you my camera, then I would do it. But unfortunately, I can't do that.
You can actually. Actually, right now, if you turn your camera on, no one else will see you but me, and Anthony, and the people in the box. That's it.
I don't. How do I know that's true?
Well, because you can see Patrick, but Patrick can't be seen by anyone on the live. You can see Anthony. But Anthony can't be seen by anyone on the live. So that's why.
What are you talking about? Show me, prove to me right now that no one else will see me but you and whoever. Honestly, bro, you're gonna see a screenshot.
Here, hold up. Does everyone on the live see Anthony?
No.
Do you see Anthony?
Nope.
Yes,
But
you do.
I'm in
You
like
see-
this
you see
weird little
Anthony.
space.
Yeah,
I don't
know,
see
know.
nobody, bro. I swear.
You should. Well, I mean, I can see Anthony, but I can't see
I
the
can
live
see you.
can't see
That's
Anthony.
the only.
So I would have to add you up on the stage, or I'd have to change it. Like, look at this. I changed it to that. Now you can see. Now you
Wait,
can.
let me see that dude again.
What's so funny? What?
I don't know, bro. It's just a grown ass.
Put your camera on.
He's like
bro,
40 years old.
honestly, and Anthony's gonna mog you. Let's see. Bro, come on, turn your camera on.
Bro, I'm a fucking curly head Arab, bro. He's not gonna fucking mug me.
What does that even mean?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, bro. Like if you're gonna get mad and like be like, oh, you're so ugly, Parker. Just like at least turn your camera on. I'm literally, I promise you, I will literally not say a single thing.
Yeah, me neither, because it has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
Fucking
Exactly,
losers, bro.
exactly.
Is this
I
like-
just
What are you
like,
gonna do when you turn like 30, bro? You're gonna keep doing this shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that making you
that's
mad, bro? I'm sorry, bro.
No, that's not
I'm
making
sorry
me
that makes you mad.
It's
This
just
is
sad.
a wonderful living,
It's
if you
sad,
ask
bro.
me.
I'm just gonna let you know, like I genuinely love what I do. I think what I do is like important and effective.
Anyone
And
that donates, no, it's not important. Shut the fuck up. Did you really
why
just
is
say
it
it's
not,
important?
why is it not important?
Because you're trying to tell people that Kamala or Camilla, whatever her name is,
Kamala. Jeez.
Camilla Harris or something
Kamala.
like that.
Say it one more time and I'll literally kick you.
Are you that pressed about me getting her name wrong, bro? Who is she?
No, I
to
just
you,
have
fucking Jesus?
boundaries. I just have boundaries and standards, man.
Do you believe in God? I bet you're not even religious.
I'm not.
I fucking knew it. See, that's what I'm fucking saying.
So I'm
Bro,
curious. Are you like a
every
materialist?
person that
Parker?
every person that votes for Kamala or is a Democrat, they have no life. You guys all have no lives. Like, look at.
Not being religious
I
doesn't
mean,
mean you don't have a
I think
life.
that's objectively false, right? That's a ridiculous statement for you to make. But like, I mean, I will actively acknowledge that my life is literally like this.
Where do you
like,
derive your morals from?
Myself.
How do you know what's good? How do you know the difference between good and evil?
It's a description of my psychological preferences
Oh my god.
about like
Such
how
a
I think you should
lame-
act.
What a lame answer, bro.
What? I'm sorry. What's your answer?
What?
What's your answer?
Obviously from the Bible.
Obviously from the Bible. Okay. Do you think it's wrong to engage in adultery?
Yeah.
Do you think that people should go to prison for engaging in adultery?
No.
So why should people go to prison for violating other of the 10 commandments?
What do you mean, bro?
Okay? Should someone go to prison for violating any of the 10 commandments?
Any of them? Give me one specifically.
Murder.
Yeah, that's obviously
Yes, you should go to prison. Why?
because that's wrong. I mean,
Well, okay.
it's
Okay.
depends
Well,
on what type of
isn't
murder.
adultery wrong?
Yeah, but
why shouldn't you go to prison for that?
because I mean, as of right now, it's like socially accepted.
Right now, it's socially accepted. So who's the moral relativist now?
Probably the people.
You just got cooked, bro. You just got cooked like crazy.
Bro, at the end
That
of the
was
day,
nuts.
I'm the winner and you're the loser. So it makes no difference to me.
On what? On what point?
By what standard?
Who is this other dude, bro? I don't want to talk to
Socially,
you. Shut the
socially
fuck up, you
accepted.
ugly
Anthony,
ass-
that was Anthony. Socially accepted. Like, you said based upon what's socially accepted, right? Okay, so if pedophilia was socially accepted, do you think that like that should be legal?
No.
Okay, so then obviously, like, just because something's socially accepted, that's not a good enough standard in order for you to determine whether or not like it should be legal. So then I asked you the question again: why should murder be illegal but not adultery?
I mean, obviously, murder is a lot more like serious, you know.
Murder is more serious. What does serious mean? To your religion or to you as a person? Because now it's sounding like you're basing it on your own moral intuitions and not the Bible.
Nah, I'm basing it off the Bible, bro. The Bible says it's wrong.
Okay, well then the Bible says both of them violate the 10 Commandments, so both of them should be illegal, or both of them should not.
But the
be
Bible
illegal.
also says like don't eat pufferfish. Should it be illegal to eat not pufferfish, shellfish? Sorry.
That's a question to you, not me.
Yeah, but obviously there's levels to this shit, you know.
Do you think the 10 Commandments still have like effect?
Yeah.
Okay, well then obviously then the one of the 10 Commandments being thou shalt not commit adultery should be illegal then, right?
I mean, in a perfect world, maybe that's true. Yeah.
Okay, well then
I
you're
guess.
arguing that Donald Trump should be in prison for adultery because he's cheated on every single one of his wives.
To be fair,
Did
the
I
commandments
ever
are
say
in the
Trump
Old
was
Testament.
perfect? This people make mistakes, bro.
But you think
Like,
he should be in prison? Is there anything Kamala Harris has done that makes you think she should be in prison? Because then you're arguing Donald Trump should be president from fucking prison.
you're you're good. I'm not gonna lie, you're good, but you're still a loser at the end of the day, bro. Have a nice night.
What a loser.
He left. He ran away. That's hilarious.
I will say, in his defense, the Ten Commandments are in the Old Testament.
Okay, well then if he claiming that he was claiming that they still have effect today. If the 10 Commandments are Old Testament, well then what's your moral law now? Where do you derive it from?
No, it's the same moral law. However, the New Testament expanded upon it, essentially saying you don't have to physically cheat or be adulterous to have committed. Well, you don't have to physically cheat to have committed adultery.
You can commit adultery in your heart through lust. Yeah. So like, I understand your point and perspective on that. And I get it, but like what you're not understanding is that then you have an issue with establishing what things are morally correct and what things are not morally correct. You have a hard issue with that. Like you don't have a 10 commandments. Do you just take the 2 commandments from the New Testament?
Say the 2 commandments?
Yeah, like the 2 new ones that Jesus.
No.
It seems like you're not familiar. So, like when it comes to the 10 commandments, do you not accept them anymore? Do you think they're not relevant?
I certainly do. I think the New Testament broadly says that, okay, you guys are going to sin, and God will be the judge of that. Like the New Testament doesn't say put everybody who breaks these commandments in jail. It doesn't say that.
I understand, but like if you're basing who should go to jail based upon your moral and like beliefs religiously, and you don't do separation of church and state, well then I can immediately get you to be like, oh, you're going to base it upon your own moral intuitions and not the religion by saying like, oh, what do you think should be illegal and what do you think shouldn't be illegal? And then they're basing what's illegal not predicated off of their religion, but predicated off of like secular norms. But he was just arguing that like we can't even have morality. Like, and he was claiming you can only have morality if you get it from religion. So you see how I was like responding to that? And how he can actually get
100%.
morality like more, like he has a better standard from accepting it from himself than he does from his religious
100%.
beliefs. Like, as like I can give you like scriptures like 1 Samuel 15:3 or Leviticus 25:44 through 46 that like justify slavery and justify beating slaves insofar as they recover after a day or two.
Yeah.
And obviously those things go against your moral intuitions. Right? In 1 Samuel 15:3, calling for the genocide of the Amalekites goes against your moral intuitions. So obviously I think that like you'd be able to determine that your own standard is going to be
So I have a quick question.
One you go off of. Go ahead.
So would you quote unquote call for the genocide of all rapists or all murderers?
I don't believe in the death penalty.
Okay.
Also, like in terms of this, the critique you could then posit is that you'd have to then say one, every single person, man and woman, child and infant, was a rapist, which is a ridiculous statement.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Right? Or is there anything that they like? Are there infants? Have infants done anything? No, they haven't. Right. So obviously the standard wasn't that like they had done something bad. It's that the people in of themselves, right, were by nature bad, which in of itself, right, was true about every human being on the planet, as we all have a sinful nature. So then that justifies killing everyone on the planet. Do you think it's justified to slaughter everyone on the planet right now? Like, do you think God would be justified in doing that?
No, I mean he, by the Bible standards, he would be.
Okay, well then I think that's absurd. Like, if you think it's justified for God to slaughter your mom or your dad or your siblings or your children, I think that's an obviously absurd thing, right?
But I do think it's that's an extreme, and another extreme is God forgiving us for all of those sins and killing himself, or not killing himself, but allowing himself to get killed.
Hold up, let me ask the new people who just joined in. Eli, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, Parker.
Okay. All right, we're gonna remove both of them. All right. Here. You know what? What were you saying? We'll finish with that, and then I want to be able to get Justin back in.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're chilling. No, I was just saying that I think that is certainly an extreme, and another extreme is God allowing himself to, or his son to be killed in place of us. To be killed.
Sorry, responding to my girlfriend. Go ahead.
Chilling.
Restate what you just said.
Yeah, all I'm saying is it would certainly be extreme to kill everybody on earth based off the Bible's standard of sin. And yeah, however, I think it's also another extreme for God to have his son killed in place of us and forgive all of our sins. So my point is that we don't have to die because somebody did the bidding for us.
You could say God suffered for us. Who is asking for that in the first place? The fact that there has to be suffering, it would be God. So you didn't require that in the first place. I could ask you this question: do aborted babies go to heaven?
Yeah.
If aborted babies go to heaven, well, then it is going to be the case that you don't require going to earth in order to be able to build up your soul or do anything on earth in order to be able to reach heaven in the first place. Is heaven better than earth?
Yeah, because you're with God.
Yeah. So God could send us directly to heaven, which would be better than sending us to earth and then going to heaven. Yet God decides to send us to earth anyway. That seems indicative to me that God did something that was less preferable to him, all things considered, which if God can consider all things, given he's all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good, he would select the most preferable set of occurrences given his knowledge.
However, I'm
which he
assuming
didn't
you like your own free will, though, correct? Because there will be people who don't.
Is
want
there
to
free
be
will
with
in
God.
heaven?
Yeah, there's
There
certainly
is.
free will in
So
heaven.
so then why are you saying that I don't have free will if I were to be sent directly to heaven? Seemingly I do have free will if I'm sent directly to heaven. Listen, if heaven is better than earth, well, then it is the case I'm sent directly to heaven rather than going to earth and then going to heaven. I'm in a better set of occurrences than I would have been if I was just sent to earth. And then, so like obviously God
Yeah.
would send us all directly to heaven given that we can. So that either indicates that either aborted fetuses do not go to heaven, right? Or they have to reincarnate.
No, I don't. So you're saying if an aborted fetus goes to heaven and then grows up, like, will they have free will in heaven? Is that what you're asking?
Any person, well, yeah, would they have free will? Yeah.
Yeah. I think they would still have free will. However,
Yeah, exactly.
But they've expressed their free will already in their living experience that their free will is to be in heaven. But I can
But
see
they didn't
if
have
you're
any living
saying-
experience because they were an aborted
Yeah.
fetus.
No, yeah, I see exactly your point. However, I think that until we've sinned, then I wouldn't imagine if the only thing you have is heaven, the presence of God. Can't imagine you'd want to. I can't imagine you would then refuse that.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I read a message I got.
No, you're chilling. So if you're an aborted fetus and you end up in heaven, I can't imagine you would be in heaven and say, "I don't like it here. Let's go somewhere else." And this is also
No, I understand because heaven is the most. It's like it's perfect, right? So there's no flaw that you could mention exists within the context of heaven, but there is a flaw that you could mention on earth. So if God could send us to a flawless place, but chose to send us to a flawed place, that sounds like God engaged in a flawed action by sending us to a flawed world comparative to a flawless world. Think about it this way:
Yeah.
you have children,
Yeah.
right? Would you send them to a perfect place or an imperfect
Yeah.
place? As you care about
Yeah.
their safety, as you care about them as a
Yeah.
person, as you love them, you want them to go to the perfect place. So given that you have the understanding, you know it, and it is the case that you're good, right? Right, you're good, and you have the power to act upon it. Right, you're going to do the best possible thing you can do for your children. God cares about us like we care about our children. Well, it would be the
Yeah.
case that God puts us in the best possible circumstance, i.e., in the context of heaven,
But,
directly
okay,
without
so-
going to earth.
We do care about our children enough to allow them to go do their own thing in life, right?
Sure. But like we had free will in heaven, and it's better. So why wouldn't we go to heaven? We can have free will and it will be better.
Because some people don't want to be there.
Okay, well, if they were in heaven, regardless of whether or not they want to be better. It would still be better for them and
No,
for
I
everyone
said
else.
be there.
Oh, if they don't want to be there, God would know that and just not send them to heaven. He would just poof them out of existence, as if he would do that right after the point in which we die as well. Or
So you're
we would
you're
go sent
generally
directly to hell.
so in essence you're saying that everything's predetermined then.
I'm saying that yes, God determines everything. Yes.
But before it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think so. That's more of like an
Do
Islamic.
you want me to explain? No, it's not, because God knows that it's going to that He's going to create a world with that set of conditions, and God chooses to create the world with that set of conditions, knowing everything in
No,
which is
that's
going to
not
occur.
true. That's
That
false.
doesn't mean
That's
he
not true.
that doesn't mean He determines your individual action itself.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
In a certain sense, right? But in another sense, it does necessarily. It's a precondition for it, if that makes sense. Like if that didn't occur, well, then they wouldn't have done this thing. And you could also argue that like God necessarily did choose an action based upon the idea that God knew that you would do that, and God chose to create the certain environmental conditions in which would have led to a condition in which you choose that. Because if there were different environmental conditions based upon how God created Earth or created the world, you would have chose to do something differently.
Yeah, but again, I think so. God didn't choose to have the world like this, though.
Yes, He did. He chose to create rather than to not create. He chose to send us to Earth rather than to send us to heaven. So the state of conditions in which we exist, based upon the environment that we exist right in, is predicated off of God creating us in that manner under the Christian worldview.
But from the Christian worldview, God created Adam and Eve, and that was His view of how it should be, and then that was tainted through sin. So he didn't choose for sin to be here.
Is there sin in heaven?
Yeah, no.
No, there's free will in heaven, no sin in heaven. Why couldn't God have created us in heaven? Directly. He could have, because I asked you the question earlier that if God, right, do aborted fetuses go to heaven? And you said yes. So God can send us all directly to heaven where there is no sin and there is free will. Why would God send us to earth where there is sin and there is evil? Why would He choose to do that when He could choose to send us to a place where there is no evil and there is still free will?
I think that because that's how the cookie crumbled, in a sense, that we were all already going to be here on Earth already in the first place, and Earth got tainted. That doesn't mean let's change the plan and now everybody gets to heaven.
Wait, if God would have sent all of those humans directly to heaven, that they would have never sinned. Under your worldview.
Okay.
As you said, there's no sin in heaven, and there's free will in heaven.
Yes, but but my point is that God created us to live our life how it is that we want to. If some people,
I understand, but that would be true in heaven as well, as you have free will. There's nothing unique. You're trying to argue the free will defense as to why God didn't send us to heaven and instead sent us here because He chose us to have free will. But that would be, under your view, you'd have to be arguing there is no free will in heaven in order to be able to make that argument. But you're not making that argument. You are making the argument that there is free will in heaven, so you can't say this.
But I would say, I would still kind of say, yeah, I do think there's free will, and I will admit that I'm not, I don't necessarily know what happens after heaven. I don't know if you can leave heaven and go to hell or whatever. And I would assume you can, considering there were angels who defied God and are no longer angels.
But the set of heaven and hell existing is preferable than being on earth. As you see hell to be an example of God's justice, and you see heaven to be a more preferable place to be in. So all those set of conditions.
Justice, no, I don't see it as justice. No, I see it as
what is hell to you? Like, is it suffering, or is it non-existence?
I think hell is you being apart from God. I think that the concept of hell being this fiery pit of suffering.
How is that any different than the definition of earth?
because in hell you're forced to do something, as opposed to you're forced to excessively indulge in what you want if it's apart from God.
Okay. So we're currently with God still.
Yes. Yep.
So are we like in between heaven and hell?
Yeah.
What's the point of sending us in between heaven and hell?
To decide whether you want to be with God or if you want to be with things you value more than God.
Couldn't God know what your choice was going to be prior to the point of creation? So if God already knew your choice, why can't God just allocate you to those areas without sending you to Earth?
I would argue no. I don't think God knows everything that we're going to do. No.
So he's not omniscient.
Look,
He's not all knowing. He's not all powerful. He's not perfect, because perfect would mean that he has every possible attribute that is good.
Yeah, but again, so yeah, I do think he is. However, I also think that in order for us, in order for him to love us, he would have to allow us to do what it is that we want.
In heaven, you can do what you want, as is free will. Here, I'll let you think
Again.
about this a little bit more. I'll incorporate Justin, and then we'll talk more about
Yeah.
it. But like, again, there is free will in heaven under your view. It is perfect in heaven. If God sent us all directly to heaven, there'd be a better set of occurrences. And if you wanting to go to hell is a sin, right? Like, you shouldn't want to go to hell.
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's evil then, right? Or something you shouldn't do. If you're in heaven and everyone does what you should do, well then no one would want to go to hell if they were already in heaven. So if God sent us all directly to heaven, no one would want to go to hell. That's not an issue.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay, well, I'll let you think about that, and then you can bring a response. But I want to get Justin back involved. Go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just hearing this theology here got me thinking a little bit.
Got you. What were we talking about before?
Oh, we were talking about like benefits to tariffs and how that's gonna be good for like local businesses and bringing back jobs and stuff.
But like I was arguing that that it might be harmful, and it actually is harmful towards that because it harms the GDP overall. And if it decreases the GDP overall, well then net you're losing jobs.
Well, concurrently, as we speak right now, you're right. I'm seeing that the tariffs, as a result, the retaliatory tariffs, is making these products expensive. But what I'm going at is the long term is that, we already know that just in certain industries are struggling, like in the coal industry, oil. I don't know what I mean. You can have your opinions on being dependent on fossil fuels and whatnot. I'm kind of hit or miss on it, to be honest. But bottom line is these industries that were the heartland of the Rust Belt, right? They're struggling. With that said, though, in the long term, tariffs would bring growth over time. It hurts because of these retaliatory tariffs as we've seen, but it gives growth over time.
What evidence do you have that it gives growth over time?
It reduces like market volatility. To think about local producers are less valuable, right? When the sun price drops of a product, okay, the price of
I don't think there's good evidence that it reduces market volatility. I think there's actually there could be more market volatility. Say there's a severe weather
when it comes to domestic industries. You saying there's no?
Yes, and in needs of Americans, because say that we produce things in the United States, and we produce in Iowa a certain thing that we need, and we don't get it from anywhere else around the world because we're doing this little sort of protectionist thing. There's a natural disaster that hits Iowa really hard, and a lot of our industries are then fucked. What do we do? Where do we get it from?
And then I feel like that's an issue of like bureaucracy and just mismanagement.
What do you mean?
because I'm not familiar with too much of like are you mentioning like the environmental catastrophes in Iowa, or what's going on?
Yeah, like the one that happened recently as well, like the derecho.
Okay, yeah, I mean that was just like mismanagement, like general, just like negligence on their part. Sure,
I'm just giving an example of severe weather, severe illness, or I mean, it's not an illness, or you could reference tornadoes. I grew up in Iowa, right? There are tornadoes, right, that that hit Iowa all the time. So it's like, like if a tornado hits there, right, and it devastates that certain area, they're fucked.
Of course. Yeah, and this is where I'm going at is because they're more susceptible to these natural disasters, or in the legal system, in the legal lingo, they will call like an act of God. That's like referring to like insurance not covering costs and whatnot, but because they're victims of act of God, right? Hear me out. Wouldn't it make sense that in the long term, tariffs would force
Wait, they're
these?
victims of an act of God? Oh God. So you believe God causes natural disasters?
No, that's actually illegal. That's actually the legal lingo. It's called like
Okay, I'm sorry, because that opens up a whole new can of critiques I can posit for the problem of evil and unnecessary suffering.
All right.
But yeah,
Sorry,
go
that was a technicality.
No,
but-
you're good. You're good. Don't worry. That's It's actually an argument I've been running for a long time.
Okay, yeah. So I feel like in the long term, these businesses would benefit. Yeah, there's certain isolated cases of like natural disasters causing like numerous like irreparable damage. As we saw evident like in 2006 with the Katrina and whatnot, who currently some places are still dead towns. Though it isn't helping when we're just bringing these industries overseas, though, because some of these individuals are capable of like doing many great things, just except they can't leave their town because of other issues that having to take care of their family or whatnot, or they all they know really is like what blue collar work. And that I've traveled around the country and I've met many people from all walks of life, and they're motivated. They're more to do anything to put in the work itself, but they're just not like, hey, I mean, I'd rather not. I'm pretty safe where I'm doing right now, like landscaping and whatnot. I wouldn't want to like move out of state, move to another place, to, get decently paid. I think popular right now, what's increasing is kind of like fishing, like when you go to northern Canada or Alaska, that's when they do that. That's the whole thing, and it also like, I think I'm going in circles here, but it creates like promotes job creation. Workers are like, threatened to like, they're and these industries are less likely to face like layoffs, right? Because due to foreign competition, they're these native industries, they're like motivated to innovate and expand, and the workers that are working for them we're not that affected by any layoffs.
You're more likely to experience layoffs because of like say corporate greed in the United States, right? Relating to the level of the choices specifically from American big firms that have less competition, so they don't have as much pressure to bring up wages. There's so many issues. You're trying to reduce competition.
No, that in turn it reduces competition.
Wait, say that one more time.
No. Sorry. In turn, it promotes competition. If you have local industries that are thriving, it promotes competition, which is good for capital. Like I said,
it doesn't promote competition if you have tariffs. Tariffs reduce competition.
Okay, as we speak right now, it's currently there's less confidence in investing in anything because of because of retaliatory tariffs.
Well, this would just be true across the board,
right? But in the long run,
with tariffs implemented,
right? But in the in the long run, it would just be more beneficial to us in which we'll see the fruits, right? Sure. I know this is what I really don't like about the Republican Party. They're very like boots on the boot, tie yourself under the bootstraps and whatnot. But if managed correctly, look, hear me out. It promotes public funding. With these tariffs, we could put in money in education, healthcare, whatnot, infrastructure. We definitely need an infrastructure and education because we've got some folks that are cooked beyond recognition. But in a good, decent, co-opting like society, right? These tariffs could fund these things, right? Importantly, it does reduce reliance on debt. You know what I mean? You and I do not like
no, because the revenue mechanism is regressive, right? So because disproportionately people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, things that they need. So it's going to be regressive in its nature and its impact. So if it's regressive in its nature and its impact, well, then that's going to be not as preferable of a tax to place upon our population in order to be able to maintain revenue.
I don't really agree with that. Because
what's your disagreement?
Not too while ago, like 4 years
Wait,
ago.
do you want rich people paying more of the taxes or people who make less of an income?
I want the wealthy to pay more of the taxes, actually, but not the business owner. See, the business owner gets attacked, especially in the state of California. The local business owner gets attacked immensely. But that's a whole different conversation for another story.
You're saying how the business owner gets attacked? I'm confused.
Yes.
Wait, restate that whole thing.
Sorry, the local business owner gets attacked. I don't support heavy taxes on profits, which in the state of California there is currently. That's like a different issue, though. Different states issue.
What do you mean, like a heavy tax on profits? Like you want it to be taxed on? You want to be taxed on revenue?
No, definitely not. I mean, if it is, it's
you want to do taxes on profits. If you do taxes on profits, well, then it is going to be the case that if you do a tax on,
I feel like it should be proportional, though. It shouldn't be where you're seeing like 20% off your revenue. Like, oh damn, like I made $100, but then what? 20 is gone. You know, this is also not including expenses like in rent and paying your wages to some like handler or whatnot. But
I'm not really following. Maybe I'm hitting the end of my live. You want to try one more time?
No, like I mean, like I said, that's just a different story. I mean, I was just kind of like wanted to say, like in the long term, it just kind of, it would help pay off that. That's what I'm saying, and it would promote like local competition.
It would promote global competition.
No, local
competition. It only promotes local competition because it is the case that there is less competition in general.
And no, I mean, okay. So you're saying there's less innovation?
Yeah, So there's yes.
Really?
Yes. Does less competition lead to less innovation?
I mean, yeah, that's the end result of it, but I don't really think that local competition leads to less innovation.
I'm talking net competition. So net innovation. Net innovation goes down because net competition went down. Local competition might go up because net competition went down, and there's a greater incentive for local competition to go up because net competition went down.
So let me get this straight. So what you're saying that more output per worker, right? It's just like individual worker. You're saying that tech innovation would allow the worker to produce more, but in less time.
That's another thing. Over time, if we don't have as much innovation because we're not engaging with the global markets as much, well, then that's going to harm American firms' ability to be able to rack to future markets, making us less profitable in the future and making us less productive. Yes, if we don't have as much innovation, we will have lower productivity. True. Than what we would have had otherwise.
Yeah, we are in agreement with that then. So then I'm not trying to go on with this because I feel like some people are like waiting for you to talk or eager to hear. But here's the intern. Here's like the opposite of this. I feel like it in turn raises standards of living, right? Right. with that being said, it leads to innovation. Innovation leads to like lower costs for consumers because there's new things coming out, higher quality products. I mean, who doesn't want something
Higher
that's
quality
local?
products would come from more innovation. There's less innovation with tariffs implemented, especially if they're retaliatory,
Okay,
placed on us as well.
This is from
I think
a.
we're getting stuck in the conversation.
We're getting into the weeds. So you would say that South Korea post economic boom is definitely
Say that
not
more
for a
time?
great example. So would you say that South Korea's tech economic boom is not a great example to use? Because I could name Singapore too.
Yeah, I think I've hit the point where my brain is checked out of the debates.
Is it because of the guy that says he wants to murder immigrant stuff?
That was probably part of it.
Oh.
But yeah, my brain's cooked right now. I don't know. I'm having a hard time following, I guess. Yeah, is there anything else you'd like to say before I guess I get off for tonight?
Oh, I'm good. Appreciate it though.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation.
I appreciate it too, Parker. It was
appreciate Anthony.
Yeah, it is very very insightful.
We talked for a very long time. I typically don't allow guests on for that long, but
yeah, I was kind of shocked, honestly. But no, you definitely gave me some things to think about for sure.
Good. I'm glad. All right, have a good night. Both
See
of
ya.
you. All right, peace. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. Patrick, what are you doing still waiting in here, bro? Look at him, chat. He's still waiting in there. He's still waiting. All right, I'm gonna get off, everyone. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will be back on tomorrow. I recommend going to check out the videos that I posted today. I posted a video about Andrew Wilson, literally memeing on him. He's a fucking total joke. You can watch that video if you'd like. I posted him in the other videos. You can watch a bunch of videos in content on the page. I love y'all. Make sure to like this stream if you haven't already. I think right now we are at, let me check. We are at 1,900 likes. If we can get to 2,000 real quick, I'd really appreciate it. Get to 2,000 real quick. Patrick, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for telling people to do thumbs up on the stream. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. All right, everyone. Have a good night, y'all. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone.